This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
and we know shape matters.
Shape is key. This one has both our experience,
Our family name,
the next piece of our legacy,
built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments. The Susanto Brothers Mouse.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Back over to LP, who has lurked his way up A, but will be spotted by the guiding light of Killua. Tries to speed up, but gets hit by the sonic sensor.
Yeah, still undetected for now. Killua could still come up huge and serve up more frags.
Oh.
There goes the third. Hello. Outside of the little smoke as well, he's gonna do well to...
Sit down, guys, sit down, sit down, sit down.
Ship. Still some time to work with though. So it's gonna be relayed ball off towards the back edge. Zink somehow finding a shot off across, and then X-Ross still doing good to be able to hold it out with a jumping Bucky shot. Francis, the new Neon for Nongshim, and he's keeping them off of the spike. Zambi playing around the corners as well. Zinx, however, dives right on top of it. Spins and spins! Charon protects his team!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Give us a
Handouts to try to hold here for Team Secret.
They're boxed into corners now, however, but still putting up their dukes. Bit of a kill here and there, something for the trade. And then Sylvan to swing out! Oh! What is that snap? How is he doing?
Oh! Okay, he just
That judge. Oh, he's gonna go try to scale forward now, but Trailblazer will surprise him, and Absol just gonna be caught. Saturating gonna be lobbed into the cubby. Catching onto the two players, but Akame's forward ahead of that one, but a nice little set play with that orbital strike, so Sugar 0. Well, they know exactly where these remaining players are at. Jota is trying to get in on top of him, but Akame hits the shot, finds himself a fourth, but Sugar 0.
He's got most of those kills on Team Secret, guys.
Okay, well, lovely bit of response, but also Jing to teleport right behind the boxes. And it's unchecked! Oh!
Right behind the boxes. It's unchecked! Oh!
He's gotten all four! It was a 1-4 split!
브로. 쫄면은 그냥 경기 중에 2단 옆차이 날아간다. 쫄면은 이기고 싶어. 이기고 싶어. 이기고 싶어.
Bang, how's the melatonin bang?
Bro, even Silvanim, bro, you snore, bro. First time.
Silvan.
야, 베르코.
냐냐냐냐냐냐냐.
나 오늘 벤달 잘 쏘는 것 같은데?
원래 벤달만 쓰라니까.
혹시 체인버 오퍼 안 들고 벤달 들어도 될까?
물때 오퍼서 한 명 더 있잖아. 바로 나. 유명처럼 빠져 있어. Can I actually decrease everyone by 10? Yeah, no, by 7. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot.
Nice try, Ilya. Getting a bit lazy.
I thought I'm in global.
Guys, I have a question, guys. If you have one person you want to mute,
Esla.
Take a deep breath first.
it's 기디디디디디.
出たパイティー欲しい。
ネタファイティンも欲しいですか？欲しいです。いくよ、頑張るよ。せーの、ゼータ！ファイト！レッツゴー！ 저 리콘 깨줘? 나 블라 들고 있을게 어디가 나면?
여기 스모크에 기적 갔었다?
日本勝ってんとほんと
어, 왜 쓰요, man?
取りに行くなら리콘만 있을까요?
메인 모크入れて取りに行こう
아, 이거? C 괜찮지?
C 괜찮아 상대 리콘도 빠졌어
나 얘가 A 사차로 가볼게.
A 나이요 그래 C強い今
야 그래 A 조이 A 타면 A 조이네 아랑은 어떤 한번 나
A 그냥 오래 발다
A 하나 있다. A 아직 있다. 설치 안 할게, 일부러 아직.
하긴 나 이거 붙을게 이제
A 스모크, 헤븐 스모크. A 온다, A 온다.
멀어 이거 빠지면서 막아야 될 것 같은데 야 그 실감 A 페이크 빈이죠 A 페이크 빈 A 페이크 빈 오케이
야, 야, 페이크, 삐.
올렸어
뺄게 오맹공 골라
들어왔다 사이트 들어왔어 사이트
확인 침착하게 얘들아
들어왔다는 것도 아파트 에링 모시 에링 마르
이거 공 끝나고 하자 끝나고
니 잡으러 올 수도 있다 그러면?
비메 했어요?
마마마마마
1대
아우씨 에디 나이스
처음에 뺑 깔 거예요 이거 조심해야 돼 살짝 뛰고 걸을게요
레이저. A 레이저.
열었다 문 열었다
들어왔다. 헤븐 쫓고.
확인 해본 쪽 공 확인
나이스, 형.
가다. 떡방이 왼쪽. 나 공 써줄게. 조용.
지금 여기서 써도 돼
어디 볼지 얘기해. 야, 오른쪽 볼게, 얘들아.
오른쪽 찍어줘 왼쪽 보고 있어 왜 둘이 가봐 나 공수계다 공수계냐
가자.
일단 형 나 못 가져 해변이 형 네.
아군이
하나 아지야 좋았다 내 영공 왜 이렇게 잘 쓰는데 떼사비 야 플레이 라스라
액션 콜 좀 할게. A.
어야 바로 그랬다 야 오빠 바꿨어 얘들아
Let's go.
떼어 히야 B 지금 민원 좀 스카이랑 오면 둘이거든
그냥 B 갈래?
공수 가보자 빰 들고 갈게 기다려봐
Guys, I think they're fake guys.
I think it's A
스카이. 이거. 가. A 터치 B 가야 돼. 올려야 돼. 포. 디포로 물리까지. 이런 리테이크다, 얘네 리테이크다 바로.
Fake. No one.
Bot B
딱 이런.
he top down
Can go cost. Respect.
Get him at the flank 오케이? 야 롤킹 2명 하자 롤킹 2명 롤킹 2명 가봐
파이퍼 나온다.
아 이거 태권이 혼자가 됐대. 앞에 받아야 돼 우리.
I hold B man, you guys go.
Mid dead. 또 빌만.
Back, stand up, come
싸움 봐야 돼 얘들아. 이러면 들어와줘.
계속 가, 쏠게, 계속 쏠게 나.
빅.
Backside still. On left.
I'm backing.
Wait. Let's go.
스타일 빅. 아키노맨. 또 빌만.
둘다 40.
2, 3, 4.
오른쪽 조심.
좀 꺼진다, 안 꺼져.
Anti guys. I waited long enough for this mid guy.
너한테 에메라.
3カメてるこういやマイコワイヤー注意していくよ俺 CT 戻るねシャス3でいって
เดินเรา
เฮ้ยเข้าที่ไหนรู้ใจยศ
ช่วยอยู่เคลียร์ดอกนะแค่เบรกให้พี่ทีมเยอะๆพอเพื่อนตอนเนี้ยมันมีเวลาอยู่ไว้
行ってちょっと行ってこれいけるよこれスキルないもんナイス
ไม่ใช่อ่ะซะ
MS3 เดี๋ยวผมเล่นก่อนพี่ทีมเวโต้บีท3 ตัวแล้วเปิดประตูไปฆ่ามันเลยไอ้สิทีเดียว早めにタップして
はいタップするお願いタップシャ
Last player standing.
入るする
ตายแล้วปะยังไม่ครึ่งชนะแล้วมั้ง
いや間に合わねえこれ
ได้ชนะครับ
리콘 온다
에이 먹게 일단 이건 안 썼어 얘들아
go back guys
저는 챔버 A 룻
No, I don't think chamber A. No. Should be nothing. Just go A, guys. It's okay. 아직 안 온다 이거. A 판 거 같아.
A롱 일단 안 지켜
오케이 데블로는 가 굿 챔버 시드 3 2 pushing AD boys let's go Dino
A 뛴다. 조용.
사이트
없어.
그냥 채우자 반대 가자
guys it takes we have to go back to the neon
오케이 sure let's go back
Just go B, guys.
돌린다 nice go you take just keep run out
Backside. 온다.
나 시각게 일단
B3 bingo come
Let's go plan 윈도우 하나 윈도우
Get 카빈.
I'm watching by just watch together
아,
왼쪽 둘이었어
이러지
watching 3 2 1
Last player
게임이 쉽잖아 그냥. 우리 한 자리 왔어? 왔어.
에이 첫탄 폭에 리콘
C 바닥 쓰는 거야 C 바닥 쓰는 거야
나왔다 삐 나왔다
야 사이트 여기 돌리자 핑 하나 있어 여기 젖은 거 같아 여기 젖은 거 같아 갈때 조심해라 얘들아
스킬 까줘 스킬.
프라
놈들을 쓰러뜨리.
따라게 봐줘 시트 오퍼야
인코 조심 인코스
침착하게.
메인들.
야 오멘 필
3명 처치. 적군이 1명 남았습니다.
CT.
왼쪽 갈게
에이,
오이
너희들의
뭐야 에이스 언제 했어
He likes to swing first Yep 2B man let's go boys
오케이.
대포 시기기
far
Nice one.
nice one
엔팅, 크리틱 디폴트.
Last player
135 1 HP It's for you, Silvanim! My God! Rip niyo, Silvanim!
그래도 조심 이러면.
드론 오프닝 하자
나이스 바로 앞에 야 네온 혼자인데 빨리 길게
던졌어. 설마.
올릴게
자 나로 안 좋게 이거 자 5대3 얘들아
나이스 킬.
나 대대로 설 주고 시티
아니 LP.
오늘 좋은데?
형이다 형. 全般
ただ単に月光が好きだったから適当です。
I'm the mystery guy.
저는 레몬 러버고요.
제가 악어고요.
I don't know, I just cannot win against Fnatic twice already last year, so I think that was my worst experience.
アセンションバンコク行ってたんですけど、その時にちょっとタイ料理がなんかちょっと癖強めで印象が強くて、それで海外行くってなったらその食べ物が合わないとかは結構あるかなと思って、それで選びましたね、食べ物の話題を。
정답을 쉽게 말해줄 것 같아서 이렇게 쉽게 말해버리면 왠지 게임이 금방 끝나버릴 것 같으니까, 그래서 제가 대신 임포스터 역할이라는 걸 좀 해왔던 것 같습니다.
Demon 1 shuts it down! The man is dangerous no matter what!
嘘つくしかないなと思ってとりあえず嘘つきました。でもそこが結構怪しかったかなって思います自分でも。
I just put like European countries, so they have to guess. Paris is like city of love, right? So I just put love, love.
소세지를 못 찾았기 때문에 스테이크를 넣었습니다.
여기서 또 드네코 얘기하면 재미없을 것 같아서 또 임포스터 역할 하려고 그냥 6시간 비행했다고 거짓말 쳤던 것 같습니다.
I just put it 10-hour plus because all the journey that I've had going into like event is always so long, and I hope this year I'm able to travel like just like a short time. You know, if you go to Shanghai, it's like only 2 hours.
多分アジアから中国行くのはそんなに時間かかんないから、とりあえず6、7、8時間くらいって言っておきました。
아이슬란드가 좀 더 길었던 것 같아가지고 정확한 시간은 기억나지 않지만 뭐 제일 길어가지고 골랐었습니다. 거기 갔던 라면집이 있어요.
거기를 갔었는데 되게 맛있어가지고 그냥 가서 이제 말했던 거고. 그냥 제 마음이었는데요.
Yeah, who's an alligator? Who? Yeah? Yeah?
Not me.
Who is the most fit?
일단 저는 게임 자체를 너무 재밌게 했던 것 같고요. 저는 토론을 안 하고 진지하게 찾아보려고 노력했는데 다른 팀원들이 저를 도와주지 않았던 것 같아요. まさか自分がそのインポスター側だと思ってなくてちょっと緊張しつつも、結構いい感じに騙せたんじゃないかなって思います。楽しかったです。
At first, I thought it's lemon lover because he's so quiet. Second, I thought it's alligator because why would you eat ramen in Iceland? Like, where can you find ramen in Iceland? And then the last one is just moshpit because the answer is too basic.
채팅을 했을 때 모시핏이 너무 임포스터인 것 같은 거예요. 그래서 어떻게 하면 도와줄 수 있을까를 좀 많이 고민했던 것 같습니다.
저는 시작할 때는 살짝 몰랐는데 이제 말하고 나서 알리가토르랑 미스테리가 되게 익숙한 말투가 들리는 거예요. 한국 선수인 건 대충 감이 찾았고 나머지 두 선수는 이 둘 중에 임포스터겠는데? 라고 생각했던 것 같아요.
저는 요즘 세계대회 나갔을 때 여러 음식 즐기는 걸 좋아해서 베트남 가면 또 맛있는 거 먹을 수 있겠구나 생각하고 있습니다. 현지에 쌀국수 집도 한번 방문해보고 싶고 만약에 거기서 이제 현지인분이 저를 알아보신다면 만약에 제가 한번 쏘겠습니다.
Vietnam has been one of the countries that I want to visit lately. It's crazy guys' home ground as well. So I really want to make it to Vietnam and feel the crowd finally cheering for us.
ベトナム人生で一回も行ったことないんで本当に行きたいしみんなで行けるように頑張ります。これからも応援お願いします。
호치민 베트남 이제 결승전에 가게 되면 정말 좋을 것 같은데 만약에 가게 되면 친차오 이제 베트남어로 안녕하세요 하면서 제가 외치러 다니겠습니다.
Thank you for watching.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Everything real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. Yeah, this is real, you know the deal. I don't do fighting, man, I just buy them. Nah, I'm not hiding, more time I'm gliding. I see them haters spying. Took couple L's last year, but the wins overtook that, yeah. You wanna test idea? Swear down, I shell up in here. All of them get shell, man and girl. And I don't deal with liars, and I don't deal with bias. Don't wanna have to set a prick on fire. I am grime and grime is me. I love switching up because I'm a Ross Clark G. I'm as grimy as it can be. Can't you see original muscle? It's real out here. Get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Let's go, East London where I grow. Man can't tell me I don't know road. All over London, my face been shown. Punch up a couple guys, tried to grown. Should've lowered their tone. I took it next level and the girl got boned. If you didn't know, well now you know. I'm going hard, all kinds of flows. Smart settings, that's how we roll. Fix your face right where the hate shows. Must want man to run in your grow. Think I'm slow, but I'm far from it. You're the one going yard, your prick. I said la la la, I started it. You're the one going yard, your prick. I said la la la, I started it. Everything real out here. Get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care? The world's gone mad, that's what I declare. It's real out here. You can get smoked out here. Younger dons, you think they care?
There you are, you little shit. Even fight? That's fun.
You like that? Great. Stand back.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
No breaking.
Now we gotta outlast face backs, shots. They just got to ask. Surely he can't stop that. Watch this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Achilleos and Big Time. And today is pretty exciting. We're going to have a lot going on. We have a special guests all throughout today, so stay tuned for that. How are you guys doing?
Good. I mean, big games today. Really heavy hitters, so I'm excited. I can't wait.
Yeah, I think this could end up being maybe the longest day that we've had, and it certainly feels like maybe one of the most competitive ones on paper that we've had as well, because I've been disappointed with some of the other days, to be honest. So hopefully today delivers.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we did have some highlights from last week. It ended up being a 2-0 kind of match weekend to end it, but still.
Yeah, I mean, fast maps and faster flicks, some would say. I mean, all across the board, everyone knows what they're doing here in Pacific. Even Cesar's hitting shots, man.
Yeah, it was really on point, but then really good ones. Of course, I mean, there was, I think, good moments in that series between PRX and GE. Unfortunately, didn't get to go the distance, though. It wasn't that 3-mapper like we thought, but Jemkin, he's Jemkin.
He can still shoot, even in a tough loss. That's the thing, Pacific is stacked deep with talent, especially when it comes to this raw mechanical skill.
Yeah, that's something we're never in shortage of. Ivy has completely been impressing us the entire year.
Oh, that one was filthy. That last shot, my goodness.
We love filthy shots in the Pulsar Flick of the Week. But that leaves us with our standings. We've got 2 teams in officially for playoffs, and there are only 6 spots left.
Which is ridiculous because and it's the 2 teams that are in Group Omega. It's full sets of T1 with their 3-0 record. Group Alpha is still a mess. We don't know what's going to happen. Won't really matter for our first series as we are going to be starting in Omega, but when we get to that second one, there's going to be a lot to break down as far as qualifications and who can still make it, yada, 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 because it's still up in the air for everyone.
It gets tricky in Group Alpha. There's no way about it. No one is safe so far. It's absolutely just jam-packed. I can't wait to see who's going to make it out. I feel like it's hard to even bet on at this point because the results can go so rogue at this point.
Oh, completely. And I think that's why we're so excited about Group Alpha since the very beginning when that draw happened. And of course, all roads lead to Ho Chi Minh, where we're going to be having our finals. Our Stage 1 finals is in Vietnam. Tickets are selling out fast. I know people all over the region are definitely buying tickets, not just from here in Korea. So yeah, get those tickets. Vietnam's a ton of fun. Scan the QR code.
Yeah, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Stop planning. I know like people are like they're waiting for their friends to plan this stuff. Like don't just book the
Go
ticket.
on your own.
Just go. We're there. We'll hang with you. All right, there are going to be a lot of mega changes coming in this week, namely in the form of Waylay.
Yeah.
Waylay is being nerfed the same way Jet was.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is massive. You can already see there at the bottom, the teams using it the most, Zeta and Full Sense, and 3 teams stayed entirely clear of it, and I think that will give them a nice edge moving forward. I think the real question is, how many teams are going to be playing this Waylay after this nerf comes in? How many of the teams feel like it just kills off the agent and they don't even want to use it anymore? How many feel like there's still other things you can do? I mean, I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if this is just going to continue to, siphon people into either a solo duos comp where that Neon is kind of just the only real weapon that you have, or if you're going to be leaning more into the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Zeta in particular, I'm going to have my eyes on them because if I think about Eco, what he's typically playing, when it's not a Waylay meta, it kind of was like a bit of the Neon there. So with Absol playing that, I don't know what Eco's going to do. So who knows?
Yeah, so I think we're going to be seeing a lot of those questions answered today throughout this weekend. And I have questions for you guys, so I hope you're ready for our very first episode of Who Wants to Be a Pacific Millionaire?
Well, is that like Juan? Because that's not that impressive.
That's not that good.
I would still take it. I mean, a million won is, you can still buy his dinner with that.
Million.
Anyway, I'd like to introduce our 2 contestants for this show. We've got Seth King, otherwise known as Achilles. Welcome.
Hi, name's Seth King. I'm from Texas, and I'm hoping to win some money to put my kids through college. Something. I don't know.
That's such a noble purpose. And of course, we have Morgan J as your competitor here, otherwise known as Big Time.
I'm locked in, here to win. Second place is not an option. I'm the greatest to ever do it in the quizzing world.
Oh, he's got applause.
Woo!
Fans like him.
Thank
Fans
you.
are liking him. All right. I know you have a twin brother, so I'm sure you're doing this for him too.
Yep.
All right. Let's start with Seth. For the first question, let's put it up on the screen. Which player has the most kills on a single map
You're
in
kidding.
Stage 1? Is it A, Jemkin, B, Kelly S, C, Envy, or D, Jing?
Is this rigged?
Jing.
Is this your final answer?
Yes.
All right, and the answer, please. It is Jing with 36 kills.
Thank you. I remember that because he was on my build 15 that day.
Do you remember what map or who he was playing against? Bonus
nope.
points? Nope.
Nope.
You just remember you won your build diff. I remember this day because
Yep.
you were one of the few people who had him.
Yep.
I remember this. That was a
Pure
fantastic
luck.
day for you.
Pure luck.
All right. Second question. It's going to go to Morgan.
Yep, I'm ready.
What is the age gap between Jesse Vash and their incoming player, Zeus?
Okay, I mean
This
that.
is easy.
Yeah, I mean they're certainly not the same age, right? So Zeus is 18, freshly turned 18.
Yeah.
So that would put. I don't think Jesse Vash is 38. That's crazy.
He could be.
I also don't think he's 32. I think he's older than that. So I'm gonna go with C, 18 years.
See your final
C
answer.
is my final answer.
18 years.
Wait.
Are you?
Do you know how to do math?
Maybe not.
If
don't
Zeus
read
is
into it too hard.
18,
Oh yeah, that's right.
and Jesse Vash is 18 years older than
No,
him.
no. It's fine.
That's fine. You
All
locked your
right,
answer.
let's find the answer.
No.
He's going with C.
It's the
18
pressure.
years.
It's the pressure of the lights. No, it's fine. We're fine.
It's 18 years.
You don't need maths, kids. Drop out of school. That's formal advice.
All right, that's still a huge age difference. I think that's
I
like.
don't think he's 32. I'm like, he's not adding this up right.
Oh no.
That's like your age difference with paper thin. That's crazy.
That is true.
All right, last question. Let's put it up on the screen. It's going to get a little bit harder now. What is the combined total of internationals for PaperX and Team Liquid? What is the combined total
Why Liquid though? Like
of
that's such a.
internationals?
We're doing a Pacific quiz, so why are we bringing them into this?
Well, we are going to be going to Masters London at some point
I mean,
or
that's
another.
true.
PaperX go a lot. Liquid also go a lot.
And this is really tough because choices A, B, C, and D is just
Yeah, they're
one
just separated by
number
one
different.
each way. Okay, well, since we're going off of like a, let's just say an established format for this quiz, do we perhaps have established like assists that we can get? Could we perhaps could we phone a friend?
Would you like to phone a friend?
I would like to
You have
phone
one.
a friend.
I would like
All
to
right.
phone a friend.
I'd like to call my father.
Seth Cake would like
He's
to
not
phone
available? Okay.
a friend. No, your father is definitely sleeping given time zones right now. So you would like to phone a friend. Okay. All right, let's phone a friend. If we have someone, so you know someone who might know the answer to this.
It's ringing. Hopefully they pick up.
Who would you?
Please pick up. We can't
Are you
know
calling
this otherwise.
Bambino?
It's my ringer.
He won't know.
But
I mean,
he's from the region.
If we're gonna do a quiz, you got to go for the guy who watches
Hello.
basically every single game.
Hello, friend.
Hi, Sliggy.
Welcome to Who Wants to
Hello.
Be a Pacific Millionaire. We have Seth
Nice.
King on the line here. He has the $1 million question, and he has decided to call you, Sliggy. Steven, I heard your name is.
mistake.
Do you?
Stephen Liggy.
Shall we? Wait, let me ask the question again. What is the combined total of internationals for PaperX and Team Liquid? Do you want to give him the option, Seth?
It's like what, 20
20,
through 24?
yeah.
Yeah.
20 to 24. Paper
20
X Liquid.
Yeah.
It's 20, 22, Steph.
22?
I'm glad you didn't ask me to do maths.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw the maths mistake.
No!
It's not adding up. I have
Okay,
a little bit of time.
I gotta trust. 22.
22?
I'll lock it.
Final answer? Let's see if that's correct. 22! Congratulations,
Thank you
Seth.
very
Of
much.
course he knows.
Of course he knows.
It was actually 20 to 23 now that I think about it. So.
All right. Welcome, Sliggy. I'm so glad you could finally join us. As you
Hello.
know, we love you over here in Pacific, and we know you wake up so early all the time for this. And I think this is the first time you're watching our pre-show. We forced you to do this by calling. by calling.
Sometimes I tune in. Sometimes I wake up a little bit early and I get on early. Yeah, it's nice to be here.
okay.
Thanks for having me.
Well, yeah, welcome. I know you're calling all the way from Europe. And for those of you who don't know, this is the leader, the conductor of the PaperX train that made it all the way to Toronto, one of the original believers and former Team Liquid coach and a co-streamer with Team Liquid. Now, you've been watching all of the regions mostly. I want to ask you what you think, how Pacific's been doing overall.
Pacific, I think pretty good. I think you guys, because you had the Waylay for like a little bit, I think teams are leaning over towards the Neon now. I do think Americas are like a little bit ahead in terms of the Neons. Just the Neons. You guys have your best Neon not playing Neon.
Yeah.
That doesn't help.
Okay, that's
true. I can't fight you on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had something
But
pretty
you're
quotable.
definitely ahead of EMEA and China, if that helps.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
Yeah.
All right. You guys have any
Yeah.
But
burning
you can
questions?
also catch up.
I want to
We will.
know mostly, like you watch so many games, so many Pacific games. I want to know who you think are the top 3 making it to London from Pacific. Who are your picks to go all the way?
Dude, this one's hard. This one's really hard. T1 is like the safe bet.
Yeah.
PaperX, because they're my boys. And I'll go for Full Sense. I'll be a bit of a believer.
Oh,
Sometimes
that's
you
pretty
gotta
solid.
believe. I think they're looking pretty good.
So I just to put it out there, he's the one who said T1 this time, guys. It wasn't me. So if there's any flack to be caught, if T1 crash and burn, you can direct that at Sliggy.
Yeah.
God. I mean, I'm curious, like, how do you think the teams are going to look? Because obviously we're just now getting into the Waylay nerf patch today, and you mentioned Full Sense being really good. They're also one of the teams that has been utilizing it quite a bit. What do you see them like kind of falling back on as we shift into this and we kind of play catch up with the other regions?
I'm thinking Neon Rays, to be honest with you. Neon Rays is like where I think a bit of comfort comes in. So put Primi on the Neon. If he's not comfy with the Neon, put him on the Jet.
You probably keep Jet Boys on the Neon.
Yeah.
He's been doing all right. He's been cooking.
Yeah, we've been seeing a little bit of that come through at the end of last week. And, you know we watch every single Pacific match except, the one weekend, very important weekend for you. Congratulations. I want to ask if there is any, range of agent comps that you've been really impressed by any of the teams, or that's really tilted you, that you've seen, come out on the server here in Pacific, and you're just like, what on earth is that?
I do like some of GE's comps, but maybe not how they play them sometimes. So I'm excited for today's game to see, because sometimes they have like nice util, sometimes they play in front of the util. So I like the GE comps for sure. But again, I'm kind of looking today to see. I want to see a little bit of Cypher against PRX.
You want to see Cypher Deadlock on Haven again?
Maybe not the Deadlock, but I would like to see the Cypher. I think the PRX has been like struggling against trips and kind of defaulting. So
we'll see if Frost has any comps for that map where he doesn't have Deadlock in, because I think his A, B, and C comps probably all still have Crystal playing Deadlock.
And speaking of that, you were formerly with Team Liquid as a coach, and you actually left in 2022 after Reykjavik, right before Team Liquid faced PRX for the very first time in internationals. So you've never actually faced PRX as a coach. So I want to say, PRX plays today against Global Esports, but if you were a Global Esports coach today and you needed to give your team a pep talk to beat PRX, what would you say?
I would say they're just gonna 5-man run at you. So we gotta be getting info around the map. If they're playing these crazy comps, which they do, just get the info trips out instead of the kill trips, and just play together, because they're probably gonna win 1v1s. But I will say GE, if I ignore last week, really good at trading. But last week happened, so that worries me a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm very curious. How do you think this is gonna end up playing out today between these two squads?
I give it a 2-1. I'll give GE map. I think they've got a map in them. But dude, Frost always loses to PRX. It's just what it is.
He does.
It feels like it's got to be a matter of time at some point.
It is factual.
Here, but
it does feel a little bit cosmic, though. It feels like sometimes some hills are big.
Yes, but it happens at some point. We've seen other teams finally defeat their, the people they couldn't defeat for ages. And we have a game here. Besides Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's called Build Diff, and we asked for your roster. So let's pull that up on the screen and talk us through that and why you've decided to go for some of these players today.
Ooh.
Okay, so I've gone a little bit bold. I will say that. I got Duelist Primi, and I've gone for Flex Jing. So I've got 2 players that are like consistently good.
Okay.
And then I've got 3 big underperformers, I would say.
Yeah.
In terms of Cushy, Forsaken, and Crystal. And I just think that they just need a bit of belief. So I'm here to give them the belief. It's similar to the train. As soon as people start believing, they can feel it. And on the server, they can start performing. So
I like it.
It's
Motivational.
Bold. It's definitely
picks.
bold.
I love. Is this why you're the coach anymore? I like it though. That's a method. It's a method.
Okay.
In all of it there.
Yeah. I mean, nothing will put you on fraud watch quicker than a bad build diff team. I've been there.
Yeah.
Plenty of times.
Well,
I'm not holding out too much hope for it, but we'll see, man. The belief's out there. It's in the world.
And you led the train last year. Are you still leading the PRX train this year, or is it a different team this time?
They're kind of doing their own thing at the moment. They've taken control of the train. I'm like hands off on the train. I'm just a passenger these days, I would say. I maybe help to get started. In terms of other teams, I'm tempted to like really get on board with Full Sense, but I'll probably do it after today if I see like a good performance from them.
Oh, that could be fun. That could be a fun train too.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, thanks so much, Sliggy. Can you have a word for your fans out here in Pacific? Because you got a lot of fans out here who love your content.
yeah, just thank you for watching. Thank you for all the nice comments. I try to read them when I can. People doing the translations as well into other languages as well. Just really appreciate everyone. Yeah, the support and just all the work and everyone puts in, especially you guys as well, even the broadcast talent. So thanks for everyone.
Thanks.
What a nice young man.
He's not young.
Whoa.
All right, Sliggy, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you go back to your co-stream there, and thanks. We'll see you on the other side.
Cheers,
Thanks so much, guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, you became a millionaire.
Yeah.
In Juan. In Aura points, and we got Sliggy. So we're talking about build diff just now. Let's see what we've got for our build diff. I think he did a little bit of hot takes there. Like it was like combo.
He went rogue.
He made like a mid sandwich. It like really good bread.
Yeah.
And then everything in between was just all right. But the bread.
But that's so crazy though. It's like
a mid sandwich is wild.
That is crazy. But Forsaken is in the middle of that sandwich, and to see him not be like the pick, the usual pick, I think that says a lot about what's happening in stage 1 and probably why he's a passenger on the PRX train rather than leading the train these days. So, all right, build diff. You guys know the rules here. Here are our...
Wow, we've all gone Pac-Man. I mean, it makes sense. Against his old teammates, he does tend to light up the server a little bit, so respect to that one for sure.
I mean, I think that he's probably just easily the safest pick on global esports.
I think so.
Unless you're going to be able to slot Yudo. But when you've got
hard.
Primi and Jing and Jemkin as well on offer on a duelist day, it's really tough to try to slot
You went
him
for
in
all
there.
3.
Yeah,
So-
I got Primi,
little boy.
I got Jemkin, I got Jing. I'm trying to game the system today. I'm getting all the...
I see a lot of minus points being averaged into your score at the end of this.
I see kills everywhere for everyone on my team. I see 40 bombs.
This could potentially bite me, but
You have Leviathan.
Yes, I went with Leviathan. I also didn't. I think the only one who didn't go Jing Primi.
Yeah.
So if I lose, at least I'll be losing with honor. But I have some solid faith here. Jing has been, I think, the best pick, the most consistent pick every single time that he's playing. And then I decided to get Envy, who's kind of been right there alongside him as my flex player. Not going to be giving me any negative points, which is good. And I think Leviathan, he's shown what he can do. I think that he's going to have a very good day versus RRQ.
Yeah, Leviathan had a really good show up last week, and of course the question is, can he do it again? I think he's fully capable of doing it, so I think that's actually a reasonable pick. These are the 2 matches happening today, like Sliggy was saying, like you guys were saying, RRQ versus Full Sense and PRX versus Global Esports. Today is going to be extremely competitive. All 4 of these teams have shown how good they can be. They've all at some point or another gone really deep into tournaments. Full Sense is probably the only exception here, unless you want to count the core when they were on Talon. But RRQ, to start things off, they finally dropped a match, the stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, so right now they're sitting there 2-1, but you don't see a lot of us very high up on this RRQ team right now, because the 2 teams they beat were right down at the bottom of the group. And then last week, they come up against the tough T1, and it's not that close. I think now is the worrisome time for RRQ. They have a big match today in Full Sense. They can still lock off playoffs with a win, but tough opponents on the other side today.
Yeah, what I wanted to see from RRQ was a ramp up after that very close series versus Zeta where they dropped the map. It was like, okay, you know what, you're back in after the break. It's going to take a little bit of time to find your footing once again, but I want to see that ramp up, get to that RRQ that we know and love, and it hasn't really happened. Had they been able to even take a map off of T1, granted, second map very, very close, but had they been able to take a map, extend that to a third series, or a third map, I would have been like, okay, I can see the development here, but it feels like they're starting to stagnate. Now, you can take a look here, and one of the biggest things that's going to stand out looking at all of Kickoff versus what we've seen so far in Stage 1 is going to be Maniette, who at the moment is basically playing nothing other than Neon, and given that we're in such a Neon-centric meta, you need him to be having results, to be finding his footing, to be destroying people from that position, and he's been having a really rough go of it. Between that and as well as Cushy kind of not having the same consistent impact that we've been seeing from him from the initiator role, I'm very concerned.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what we were saying. We were expecting a little bit of improvement throughout stage 1. Hasn't been happening here, and we were talking about the Waylay nerf, and this is a team, it will definitely impact with the given how many times Jemkin likes to play.
Yeah, we know how great of a player Jemkin is. That's not in dispute, but he has been leaning into this waylay. I worry now if there's that little bit of adjustment. I mean, we've seen RRQ already trying new things, putting him on that killjoy of all things, something we really didn't expect, but he managed to play it well. So now the waylay nerf is hitting. I'm curious, does Jemkin want to stick with this waylay, or is he going to go back to his kind of old stomping ground, play a lot of that raise, maybe mixing some chamber? I think that's what I'd like to see from him, but I'm very, very curious as to which way it will go.
I think one of the things that I've seen from RRQ a lot over the years, I mean, you know, even with Ewok coaching and whatnot, is that sometimes they're very, maybe stubborn's not the correct word, but they're very slow to make adjustments, and they like to lean on comfort.
Yes.
So if Jemkin still wants to try to commit to this waylay like he was doing before waylay was even, you know, considered busted and a big part of the meta, and where it wasn't finding results, I'm going to have my concerns. I think that the chamber makes a ton of sense for him. We know that he can play a bunch of other agents, but if he's still going to be leaning on waylay, then I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing RRQ make a deep run.
Yeah, this is something they definitely have to adjust because they are playing against Full Sense today. Now, Full Sense are definitely in peak form. We've always seen that potential from this team, but at this point, we've seen every single member of this squad pop off. They look really good right now. That's why Sliggy was mentioning he might even be on the Full Sense train after today.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't blame him because this squad just keeps going from strength to strength. Since Cruz joined back as that IGL, they are yet to drop a map. Now, don't get me wrong, they've played all of the Japanese orgs, so maybe that's a little caveat there, but I think that they've looked pretty comfortable in every game. They, you know, not dropping a map does show a certain level of strength, but now is the biggest ramp up for them.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of the RRQ quandary, where it's like, okay, you've also been playing some of the teams that are at the bottom of the standings at the moment within your group, but it's been a lot more one-sided for Full Sense, a lot more clear with the game strategies and how they're able to just bring them onto the stage. So Full Sense do look like they are, at the moment, kind of leaps and bounds ahead of RRQ.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, they are already in playoffs today. RRQ need to win today and they can lock up playoffs.
Yes.
But, you know, Full Sense, I think now they're really looking to get that top of the group, you know, give themselves the biggest advantage they can.
I mean, the lower third is also going to be pointing at a sore spot, I'm sure, for that Talon core, who missed out on going over to Champions Paris with RRQ beating them back when we were over in Tokyo. So this is going to be a potential bit of revenge there for Cruz. And meanwhile, PRX just kind of gets to sit back and watch. Nothing on the line this time.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing it one more time. And of course, Jovi, who's formerly Cruz's assistant coach, back on Talon, is now the coach of RRQ. And there's a little bit of like friendly rivalry going on today.
Yeah, I mean, there always will be if you're against your former players. And I also think it can kind of manifest itself in strange ways. You know these players pretty intimately. You know what angles they like. You know the positions that they really enjoy playing. So I wonder how much of that is going to factor into this anti-strat now.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, Talon was mostly communicating in Thai, and I don't know how Jovi's Thai is, but I don't think he understood all of it. So maybe some of the secrets do remain with Full Sense, but it's really hard not to feel very confident for Full Sense. And the match today, I think it'll be a very, a very different outcome compared to Tokyo Finals. But Bella had a chance to talk to T-Love from Full Sense. Let's see what he had to say.
Hello everyone, it's Bella. Welcome to Pacific. I am standing at the grounds where skirmish is held, and I have a very special guest, a skirmish regular, I would say. Please welcome T-Love. Hello T-Love, good to see you. Are you excited for today's match against RRQ?
Yeah, I'm excited, yes.
Yeah? I mean, the fans are wondering, we see you play the skirmish, you're a regular here. Was that your team's call, or was it your own call?
So my team was scared to 1v1 and they sent me and demon off 1v1. So yeah.
No, they're confident that you can win this.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not, right? Well, today's match is against RRQ, as I said. What's on your mind right now? The skirmish that's about to happen or RRQ match?
Skirmish. Not the match, only skirmish, yes.
Only skirmish. Yeah, all right. Well, any words to your skirmish opponent today? It's going to be Coach Jovi.
Oh, Jovi?
Mm-hmm. Any words you would like to say to Jovi? Say it right now.
Good luck, Unc.
Oh man, T-Love. I love the energy there. He's been doing the skirmish for Full Sense the entire time. He's the only coach for a while who did have one victory in these skirmishes.
Don't look at the win rates. Don't look at the win rates. Don't do that to my boy. He's coming in confident with some disrespect. I like it.
Well, speaking of disrespect, the thing that I do have to point out is that Jovi asked Cruz to do this.
Yeah.
He wanted to have that little square off, and Cruz decided not to.
Cruz, buddy, that's cribbing.
I guess what T-Love said about his players being scared to skirmish, he is absolutely correct. You would think that Cruz should be able to just wipe the floor with him.
I'm pretty sure he can. Or maybe it's the other way around. Cruz is like, no, I'm a player. I don't do these coach
he's trying to take
skirmish
like the
things.
moral high road. It's crazy. You gotta show up. I mean, let's see if T-Love can get the job done in Cruz's place. He's up 4-2 right now, looking pretty comfortable. Does he end it at 5-2?
Yep, that he does.
Wow, doesn't even need Cruz.
But T-Love has been doing this every single week. I feel like he's, pretty seasoned.
Yeah, he's got to be locked in by now.
Yeah.
How the skirmish works at this point.
At this point, I know Jovi, used to play a lot of Valorant, but I think things are different now when you're the head coach of RRQ and your Monyet isn't fragging. You're like freaking out and trying to do the game plan.
He played on stage in Shanghai during the offseason. So
Oh yeah, that's right.
Jovi did have a little bit of stage experience somewhat
bit.
recently, but taking a look though, RRQ going, okay, so Pearl Haven Fracture.
I'm very curious if we're going to see the same Pearl comp that we saw from RRQ last time. They
Right.
brought out that KO, which we thought kind of was an answer to Izu's chamber. So I'm not sure if we're going to see that from them again, but they are picking straight back into it. So I think that's going to be a really big map. We've seen Full Sense play Pearl before already, and it looks perfectly strong. So
Yeah, pretty much every map that they've shown kind of looks perfectly strong.
Yeah.
all I know is I do hope that, regardless of who wins this one, I hope that it's going to be competitive. I want to see that level up from RRQ, and I still want to see Full Sense, putting up the same kind of performances that they've been having so far, because I want to really continue to believe in this squad. And we should not call it a train, we should call it the tuk-tuk.
The tuk-tuk?
It should be the Full Sense tuk-tuk.
There we go.
I feel like those aren't very fast.
Oh, we're gonna put nitrous in this thing. It's gonna go crazy.
All right, we're gonna soup it up and bring it all the way to London. So here are our predictions for today. Of course, it was really hard for us to not. I think over the weeks, the RRQ believers on the talent pool has kind of started to drop off, especially when you're going against Full Sense who looks like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. I'd be feeling a lot better about my prediction if, Seth, you'd gone the other way, unfortunately, with your score right rock bottom there. It doesn't give me much confidence.
You're so bad at this, Seth.
Look, I tank these ones so they can pop off on the global shows.
Ah, sure.
That's how you get the 13-0 streak.
Oh, I see. You
save the magic for that.
Exactly. All the bad luck, you get out of it. You get rid of the bad juju, and then you go to the global shows, and then you just make everybody else look like clowns.
Well, speaking of bad luck, we'll see if we've cursed them today with all of us picking for Full Sense. We've seen that happen before.
Spoiler alert, we did the same thing for PRX.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be the first time.
Oh.
I don't really believe in those curses anymore. I believe we have no such power. We are worthless yappers here, and when it comes to predictions, clearly. But I think I agree with you, Achilleos. All I want is a really good match. We have seen, the higher part of the ceilings on both of these teams here, and I hope they both bring it out on the server. Now with the waylay changes, I hope RQ has adjusted as well. We'll just have to wait and see. As we send it to the stage, we're going to have RRQ facing Full Sense.
matchup. RRQ.
RRQ started with 2 wins here in Stage 1, but their playoffs are still not secure because last week they ended up dropping their first match to T1. And right now, they're not looking the strongest we've seen this team in a while.
We know the potential of this team. We know that they have the skill to make it to international events, but last week against T1, it was not a convincing performance from this very experienced squad. I want to see a bounce back this week. They have a tough opponent across the stage from them, and they're going to need all their power to lock playoffs today.
Now they really are. This is going to be another big test for RRQ, who continue to try to find their footing. Like you said, we know the capabilities of these players. They have been able to put that on display, but in glimpses so far in Stage 1. We need to see consistency across the board for this squad. That is what they were operating with when they lifted a trophy. That's what they were operating with when they defeated the core of this Full Sense team and denied them access to Champions Paris.
Yeah, exactly. And Full Sense, formerly Talent, at least with this core, definitely want their revenge. To be denied going to Champions, that must hurt so bad, especially after a glorious Stage 2 last year. But they are also having a magnificent Stage 1 this year, especially with Leviathan joining this roster. He's slotting in just nicely with the rest of his team.
Now, he's just been so incredible to see, and we were always wondering, okay, you know, what's going to be kept from Full Sense as they have this kind of merger coming through, and Leviathan has just looked impeccable for this squad. So a fantastic choice, this great decision-making from Cruz, who's now back in as a player and in his own right, has also been, you know, very much putting up very solid numbers in his own performances. I think we might even be seeing Cruz kind of in a bit of a renaissance because he's looking a lot better than he was last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cruz coming back for this team was such a perfect move. You can see his leadership on the server. You see how much the rest of the guys on that team respect him, listen to his calls wholeheartedly. I think this was just the perfect change for this team.
That must be so magical for a coach, because we've seen all the coaches end up raging because the players aren't following the goddamn game plan. But now, coach stepping out of that coaching booth is like, look, I'm just going to join you guys and tell you everything that you need to do.
It's just a matter of time before Alex does it.
Maybe. He did win the skirmish last week.
I'd pay for that. I mean, I think it can often give you
I
a
want him to
different
keep his
perspective.
job. But yes, that would be amazing to watch him. Any of the coaches step in with the boys here. Jovi as well also has that potential. He's done it, like you mentioned, Seth, over in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Cruz, him going to the coaching booth, the kickoff, really have given him a different perspective on the team. You know, you see a lot more from that coach booth. You're able to reflect a lot more easily on the mistakes. So I think that will have been a nice learning experience for him. And you can see coming back just how sharp and decisive the calls are. You don't see anyone really wondering, looking lost on the defaults. I think Cruz has a tight leash on this team and really knows how to use all of that young Thai potential that he's surrounded himself with.
He's talked about it before after the games. Sometimes they do get let off the leash a little bit, and he has to rein them back in, which can take a round or two. So those are the kind of mistakes you do not want to be giving over to RRQ, because at any moment, I mean, it feels like a pressure cooker. They could just explode at any moment. So you need to make sure that you are going to be playing a tight game here if you want to continue to put up very solid performances. But for RRQ, you have to remember what is on the line. You lifted a trophy last year. You got denied. You played 3 best-of-5s to try to qualify to Santiago. You didn't make it. You're looking for another trophy. You're looking to get Crazy Guy back on home soil, Ho Chi Minh City, in those finals. And if they stumble here, then that last slot of Group Omega is very much up for the grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. This could go either way. We have the Agent Select coming through now. For RRQ, they're running the same composition that we saw them lose to T1. 13-8 on this map. No changes. They're backing that KO. Full Sense, though, rocking with that Phoenix, Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, Primi just going to be slotting into that one. Jit Boys continues to be very consistent on the Neon.
Yeah.
And I think that's everything you really want. You don't have to be Dambi, you just have to have a pulse. You have to be steady with your performances. And that's what I'm looking for from Banyet, because you're going in, you are now the lone duelist. Jemkin can sort of operate as a pseudo-1 with this chamber if he gets going, but you need to have Monyet rather to have this incredible impact for RRQ.
Definitely. I think Jemkin on the chamber, this is a good sign that they're continuing with this comp right now. But you're right, Monyet is one player we haven't seen be unleashed all month. So I wonder what's going on with this team right now, and if today is the day where he is going to be stepping it up.
I want to see the Moniette from when he first joined RRQ. After he was on PRX, he came in, he played versus PRX, and he dropped an ace in the first pistol round, and he just started tearing ass with that Neon. I want to see more of that today.
Oh yeah, we love that, Terran. All right, we're going to send it over to casters. We got Quack and Pilsky.
Yes, it's us. Hi, I'm Quack. Wardrobe. But yeah, I mean, this is absolutely the whole thing that we have between Full Sense and RRQ. A Full Sense which has been kind of speeding towards playoffs, essentially, while RRQ somewhat limping across the finishing line at times. And even last week, they kind of actually didn't make it past the finishing line.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, RRQ looking for recovery now. Another tough opponent after a few too many mistakes against Full Sense. And honestly, some troublesome series against some of the Japanese sides that are not doing too well in this group. Over on the side of the boys on Full Sense, so as mentioned on the desk, this is a revenge match from the Tokyo Finals. They went up 2-0 in that series, map point on map 5, and they lost in OT to RRQ to deny them a spot over at Champions Paris. So in the form that they're in now, especially looking at their kickoff run, you want to see them keep that momentum going because they started kickoff very, very strong. They started that series over in the Tokyo Finals very, very strong, but if Full Sense start to falter a little bit or they run out of momentum, you have seen them slow down enough to stop finding that success in Pacific multiple times.
There's always that opportunity, and for RRQ, it means that they want to qualify for playoffs on their own terms. This would be the map to do it. At the same time, a lot of the spotlight being shone onto Moniette right now. Let's kick things off, get those engines revving as we head over onto Pearl.
Yeah, both teams backing themselves with the comps that they've already been playing. That is a cheeky cam if I've ever seen one. I don't even know if I've ever seen that cam before from Leviathan on the attacking side to see all of mid. RRQ did go for a flash play into mid in their previous pistol round on defense that caught T1 completely off guard. And Full Sense walking in towards R, only a trademark holding it together over there.
A main being taken, however.
Yep. Chamber on that info mine over there. Trademark can be heard here by Full Sense, and Leviathan's on the lurk. It's just going to be a pretty simple 1-4A split here from Full Sense.
Simple push and a fragment to try and hold them off. Moniette has arrived as well. He does have a frenzy close range shots, but just kick things off. It's going to be Premier and Leviathan drawing first blood. A main being held just makes things so much better. Moniette goes down even.
Every time an RRQ player peaks, they just get one-tapped. Full Sense looking as sharp as ever, but very battered and bruised, making their way through the map. Cushy with Sheriff in hand. Got 2 stars on Xfero to try to get onto this spike, but Full Sense in the 5-on-2, not giving them much of anything.
Yeah, you mentioned those bruises, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna be a factor in this retake. Despite the Sheriff in Cushy's hands, despite the recon that's been tossed out, doesn't feel like he really has much more left to say in this round, despite a lovely little flick here and there. It's still gonna be Full Sense with the pistol.
Well, RRQ won a lot of those pistols, but still started the halves quite poorly up against T1 as they were eco'd on the second round 3 times in a row. This time not going to have the hot start in terms of winning the pistol that they had previously. Going to have to just take an eco and look towards that first gun round, but Full Sense looking as sharp as ever. See why a lot of teams are hyped about this team. A win over RRQ would be, again, a tick in the book of Full Sense. The problem is RRQ's not in great form. I think you actually do have to kind of wait to see the game against T1 at the end of the group for Full Sense to get kind of a true test for them, because the rest of the opponents they've had in this group haven't really put up much of a fight yet.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. Full Sense would be the first big Titan, apart from T1 as well, but I mean, other than the slight attempt to take a main, it's just still going to be Full Sense being able to overrun the entire site.
Yeah, they haven't played Pearl for a little while. I think it was in their first series that they did play it against DFM, and it looked quite good for them. DFM picking it into Full Sense, although it was a winnable game for DFM. RRQ, on the other hand, did debut this comp, a change-up into the double in just their last game against T1, and had some very good rounds, I have to say, particularly the attacking side, and some of the prep on the pistols was looking great against T1. But they're playing against a bit of a different style here for Full Sense.
Right, with the Phoenix and the Neon coming in, but at least for this round, just to kind of play it safe as much as possible.
Killua on the hunt. Sheriff in hand, wanting to add a few more to the Nightfall. He only has the light armor, so rest of RRQ looking to go down to the spike, not going to exit into spawn side. And so Full Sense, a very clean anti-eco there. 3 rifles and a Sheriff brought in towards round number 3 here. Their bonus is looking scary.
Very possible and much so on the cards. I mean, if I could kind of pose a question to you though, Billy, it feels as though RRQ in their game last week against T1, like Jemkin took a little while to get started. You know, it's been mentioned that they've made several mistakes. What do you think those are exactly?
I mean, just the ecos put you in such a bad position. You lose 3 ecos in a row. Yeah, like, it's very hard to describe what that feels like as a player in a big pressure game like this, but it really just takes all the wind out of your sails. So hoping for a bit of a better start. That's a nice util combo to wrestle control of A main here for Full Sense, and as such, they do get that run it back early on here for Primi. RRQ will have been well aware that they wanted to try to work that A main control to be able to secure the orb. So the question is how they kind of play out the mid-round from there. It's quite a flexible comp with the double init. They've got a lot of info gathering if they want it. Drone is still there in the back pocket for Kushi, but after that A main was taken, Full Sense is going to make their way back towards the B site. So Jemkin on the chamber, looking to come up with the goods yet again here and try to slow down this offense, already pinging out the progression star from Full Sense.
That's quite a big responsibility. Ooh, the smoke coming up as well. Jemkin, at least he should be able to rendezvous away, and he does. See if the rotation's coming quick enough.
Jemkin just playing at the back of the site. In comes the runner back, and Full Sense are going to pick up the pace now.
Xfero tries to hold, but unfortunately will not stand up to the task. Jemkin goes down after a slight trade, and Crazy Guy at least still close enough to get a couple of spams through the smokes.
The chamber is dead, which allows Leviathan to actually get on this lurk towards Street, so he can potentially pick RRQ on the cross, who are being slowed down for now.
Yeah, taking us a little time. Pop flash sets across, though, will allow Monyet safe entry into the back of Halls, perhaps double teaming up against Killua, but still the position's being held. And a tough choke point to break past the off angle. It could be enough. Despite the kills coming across now, there goes Leviathan. And it's a split angle that Crazy Guy has to consider. He pushes up towards Pillar, and unfortunately that's where Full Sense takes the bonus.
And Crazy Guy was looking pretty good on the KO up against T1. And again, you can tell he's sharp. I mean, the motivation must be maximum for this man to make it to the Ho Chi Minh finals. And to be quite honest with you, from what you've seen at the start of this group stage for RRQ, I'm not confident they're going to make it there. I got to be honest. Not looking too outstanding. They've already lost the bonus here of their map pick. Again, a bit of a lackluster start on Pearl. Killua just continues to look like the best initiator we've got in the league right now.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, him and Primi have been just kind of tearing teams apart. Granted, you know, the past opponents that they faced up were of different, varying degrees of difficulty, but still today, I mean, they're just continuing forward again and again. RQ this time, though, taking mid.
Yeah, Leviathan, very passive positioning. Playing around his couple of trips, he's got that deep cam towards A main. Outlaw looking for a pick onto Crazy Guy towards A, and once again, it's a well-placed fragment to slow down the offense.
Oh, doesn't really quite matter, does it?
I think he just got picked through the A main smoke there. And RRQ have just been sitting in middle hoping for Full Sense to even do anything.
Oh no.
And yeah, I mean, they fall away. Xfero's just been left on his own, bandit in hand. Just not the timing he was looking for.
Then there were 3. Back out from Arts, an opening shot from Jemkin, but it's still not going to amount to much else. Cushy. Oh no, tried to play around the cage, but Cruz was still straggling behind, and that's enough coverage to get Full Sense up to 4.
Yeah, juggle away the Outlaw as well, so they come away with every rifle. Bonus and pistol one, clean anti-eco. This is a hell of a start to Pearl here for Full Sense. It's a map that they played quite well on, haven't changed their comp up, and this is the second time that RRQ has picked it and not quite got off to the start that they were looking for. Starting out on the defense this time around. So as they head into another gun round, they've got a lot of work to do. Let's see what they're going to come up with.
Two sound, hey, no pistol, guys, carry.
I leave my
No, not. They go second timing, I think.
No, you guys one, guys.
Hey, can you do the flash for us, maybe?
Cam shop, I think, guys. Cam shop.
Bring them down.
I break.
The flash to set them up on the line as the Prowler gets dealt with. Nightfall invested here, and Full Sense will speed up through R.
Oh, It's just gonna be Shit Boys trying to pull some attention away for the time being. At the same time, everyone's still kind of holed up towards the back of stairs. Blazewall gonna get them entry. Crazy Guys to back off, and just have to worry about the back of A main, which Full Sense already quite aware of. Here comes Primi for the check, in with the flashes. And the guy just continues relentlessly.
I mean, this keeps happening to RRQ. They take this A main control, they get sandwiched, and it never feels like they're quite fighting together. They never find the cohesive crossfire to try to pick Full Sense on the cross. The fast lanes and the Blazewall are doing an excellent job cutting up these angles. Now just Xfero and Jemkin, well, just Jemkin, who hasn't even seen anybody this round, operator in hand, wants to try to hold on to that if he can. Killua around the corner here.
We'll see if we can try and hold on to it as much as possible. More players on the hunt now, but at the same time, it also kind of felt like that nightfall from Killua, yeah, really kept them on their toes. They weren't sure if there was going to be another push out from the back of A main, and that's where the spike goes down over the site. Jemkin now being surrounded. Still does well to at least take down 3, but it's way too overwhelming with the entire force of Full Sense.
He gets just enough kills to get a 2 of the force, though. And I think you invest that in that next round every day of the week. Nothing is going right for RRQ. You need an edge anywhere you can get it at this point. See the actual Astra smoke on A main. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if that was Full Senses. Wasn't keeping an eye on who invests that over there, but you can see the smokes, the Blazewall, the fast lane, all invested to really cut this round up. And it means that the players in A main get isolated, and then they go and charge down Crazy Guy in dugout. Really nice play in the mid round for Full Sense.
So you have when this team is just everyone's on the same page. Tour de Force, though, as mentioned, will slow things down for the time being.
It's time for a star round from Jemkin. Got a fair bit invested in it. Couple of buckies. Cushy on a Sheriff, a weapon that he often does quite well on. Monyet on the spot here. Can't afford to give up his life. Just drops the relay bolt, and in comes the Hunter's Fury as well. Comboed out by Cushy. This is great play with the ultimates here for RRQ.
Great way to really put themselves on the front foot. Meanwhile, for Full Sense, though, still got to worry about Leviathan trying to poke around the A site.
Cruz is taking his liberties as well. Making moves through Art, joined up by Killua here. Drone goes through the middle of the map here for Cushy. Goes looking for Full Sense, but won't find them.
Just avoiding it for the time being. Thinking to still reaggress, pull off that A split. They smoke things off.
RRQ just trusting the safety and numbers approach here.
Which would be wise. Crazy Guy still getting all the information despite the, well, supposed weaker weaponry. Range could still be good. Full Sense running out of time, wants to get the spike down. He got more frags and utility tossed across, but Cruz will do well with the wall bang. Another player spotted with the Prowler. Jemkin coming back across. And suddenly RRQ put themselves in position to put the first round on the board unless Cruz will try either way. Monyet out with the Bucky. Xfero into relay forward. And there we go, 1-5.
Getting a little bit worried that Full Sense are going to be able to put 2 or 3 on 5 together. You saw similar stuff from T1 up against RRQ in just their last series, where it felt like even if you were severely up in numbers as RRQ, they were having a tough time kind of putting some of those rounds together. RRQ able to scrape their way through that one. Starts off with a pick on the chamber. 2 of the force earned by the exits Jemkin found in the last round. Great combo of the relay bolt and the Hunter's Fury to further extend that advantage, and enough time bought for the Buckies to get involved and for Jemkin to rotate over with the 2 of the force.
You yak a little bit faster, okay? When you see the...
That's something we've heard from RRQ before. I remember Monyet saying that. Faster, faster, everything faster.
Yes.
Now you got Crazy Guy.
Yeah, perhaps that's what you need. Full Sense. Also not want to shy from playing fast, though.
RRQ leading out the Thrifties, interestingly enough. Once again, Jemkin's been dropped off in A main on that info line. Big rotation over towards the B side of the map from RRQ. Full Sense prepping themselves for a take on street here.
I wouldn't mind this. It's good recognition from RRQ.
Go, go, go.
What to do after this for Full Sense, though? They don't have any B main control. Flash up over the top, and RRQ will take B long here.
Just trying to play it from a different angle, different position that Full Sense would have to work around, but also kind of taking things a little bit slow. It's Primi all the way up with a slow walk on the run it back, pulls Crazy Guy away from Heaven, allows for Cruz to find some quick entry towards the back of Halls. Xfero still in position, however, and then the trades come in. Monyet, this is what RRQ was setting up for. Now, Full Sense pulled apart, disrupted by the positioning, but suddenly more kills coming across because Primi's still online. Overdrive will slow things down, putting things down onto just Leviathan, where Monyet will finish it off.
He's been much needed. I mean, he's played nothing but Neon, but he's taken a performance dip since some of his previous highlight seasons. Hasn't been the star that RRQ have been needed so far in this stage of Pacific. Sense almost find a way to pick that last round up. See, this kill in backhauls makes a difference. Cushy swinging out on his lonesome, and then Xfero takes a 1v1 as well. So it's looking a little bit disjointed until Monyet's able to actually get involved in the action, and he gets the rest of the round cleaned up with Jemkin by himself. Big 3K from him on the Neon. So we head into round 8.
That's what everyone has kind of been hankering for, is just for Monyet to get more involved in the rounds. Now he goes up towards A main alongside Cushy.
Full Sense itching for the retake though. Cushy picking up the orb, getting a little bit closer to a Hunter's Fury, but still not particularly close. Jiggle does spot out Full Sense here. You need to be careful not to stick around. The Neon can catch you in some of these off angles pretty easily.
So sensing danger, just back paddling back over onto site. More smokes being set up while Cushy jiggles around.
Opts not to stick around here. Still 3 players over here to defend from RRQ. A lot of reactive utility on Crazy Guy. Still a fragment and some flashes to go. Monyet up close with the Judge could go huge.
A slight click and it's going to be relay bolt, but just utility to hold off. Full Sense spamming all across it. It's the molly that cooks Monyet.
Yeah, comboed with the relay bolt. They just take the Judge out of the equation. Now Leviathan picking towards that trademark. Xfero feels the need to go looking for information because Full Sense have cut sound on A.
Has to be careful because Leviathan's around the corner.
30 seconds left.
More sound still being heard over A main though.
I mean, only the Neon was spotted there, and sometimes you do leave your Neon on a lurk. There's a little bit of a fake thrown over towards that B side of the map there for Full Sense. That has drawn a rotation. A site's open for business once again, and Jip Boy's sending it at Jemkin.
Ooh! Unfortunately, just not able to react. I mean, he almost had it, but the slide, that's the Neon effect. On towards a retake shift.
I mean, it's, again, a round where it feels like Full Sense are out mid-rounding RRQ. Just cannot get the clean duels and execution that they're looking for, and now they're getting shut out by the util.
Might just be a call to save as well. Don't have positioning, you don't have the right time for it with the spike going off soon.
Well, looking like an easier 6th round here for Full Sense. Do have the overdrive ready to go.
There.
The side of RRQ. Operator was dropped, but should have enough money to be able to reinvest in one. And Cosmic for one of these retakes would be something worth looking at. Full Sense could have gotten the Operator on the attacking side if they wanted to, but they've opted to just leave it. I think the rifle-centric gameplay is working excellently for them. For RRQ, I mean, it's very clear they've got good prep on this map, and they have a lot of setups designed around the KO flashes.
I hear a bud coming.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, Full Sense, they're just playing a 1-4, and they're kind of playing these rounds at their own pace. They change up the timing every time, so they're not really readable about when they're coming in the mid-round. And that's what makes it hard around those KO flash timings. Like, you need to get that clean execution where you're actually catching the death ball, or you're trying to push out and isolate the lurk. And I think RRQ need to commit to one or the other. Like, they are playing for positional advantage a lot of the time. And, you know, that involves either, you know, these 2-man setups in A main or the chamber getting on a deep info line and then you're rotating across to the other side. But it's very clear that, I mean, Full Sense, as well as even T1 last week, these teams are very adept at actually picking that style apart. You can get your drop-offs in A main or you can get your chamber on a deep info line or something like that. But Full Sense are actually very, very good at executing into that. They're going heavy up art or heavy through A main and then they're just cutting these setups in half. They're either using the Blaze Wall or the Fast Lane, Astra Smokes. Like, they very much understand how to pick these kind of, you know, defensive setups that are set up by the KO in the mid-round or drones out onto the line apart very easily. So that's whereas RRQ, I think you need just, honestly, a little bit more brute force aggression and to just find the timings where maybe if you're playing this stack-heavy style, you're sending the KO flash and maybe you're pushing the issue a little bit more.
That's what Monyet was calling for, or Crazy Guy was calling for, to react faster to things. Think about the first round that RRQ got in this map. It was where Jemkin pushed up all the way. This time, however, he's back over onto the side of B long.
A main control taken in the meantime by RRQ yet again. They've left the judge over there, and they're thinking about going for a little bit of a rotation. Cushy keeping an eye on Art. Jemkin's glass cannon with the operator here, and he's got a lot of players heading his way.
This could be hell. He's going to evade all of it for now. Meanwhile, however, Full Sense just kicks down the doors and looks to take the site, even going a little bit further. Primi, unfortunately, gets decapitated by X-Pharaoh down onto the next, where Cruz now wants to apply more pressure towards the back of Link.
Plan hasn't gone down here for Full Sense. They are playing around a flood, and they're going to make an aggressive play towards Street, punished heavily by RRQ. Relay Bolt comes in, unsettles Leviathan, but with a two-man advantage, RRQ are just waiting for the next mistake.
It's a slight overextension, and more mistakes coming in will put them down to the stake, where it's now RRQ back in to tie, well, or at least put the score up to at least half what Full Sense has.
Jemkin didn't get that opener, but X-Pharaoh punishing Primi for walking into Street there. You can see Full Sense like they were anticipating a flood. It's a very common play in this meta. I think a lot of teams have become conditioned to play against that, because in the Yoru Neon meta, that's exactly what you got. You tap the spike, and a lot of the time you're playing against these comps that will fast lane up, flash in, and they're running to the site. And that's the kind of thing you need to play around there. Less common with the double E. It's a little slower moving, but yeah, I mean, you still can do that kind of thing with Neon KO.
Slight interaction switch up for RRQ, but this time back in towards A main, where you got Lanyet with the judge, and he's trying, but no. Quick spams through the smokes, and it's the full firing squad from Full Sense.
4 Phantoms. The judge still has traces. That cam is still so good. And you can see all of the mid-aggression. I don't know if that's new tech for Full Sense, or if I'm kind of like not familiar with all the new tech nowadays, because that is disgusting, man. A lot of teams going to be stealing that.
Take flight.
Great prep for, you know, the potential matchup against RRQ. And now it's just keeping Jemkin at an arm's length, looking for that hit over onto B side, possibly if Primi sees enough.
Big shove through the middle of the map. Cushy almost caught on the off angle, but he's looking a little bit more switched on today. Cruz goes down. No smokes left up here for Full Sense. They're going to have to rely on the cages in the fast lane. Blaze Wall still in play for Primi. Nice little dink through the wall for Jit.
Just a bit. There we go with the fast lane. You can already see Crazy Guy is just waiting in preparation. Leviathan, though, with the wall bang. Still with Cushy up from behind, and he's going to be the biggest demise. 2 players down. Make that a third with Primi finding a slight trade back. Does he have it enough, though, to get the spike down? It's 15 seconds left, and he does. Needs coverage from Jit Boys. Comes back in to hold the off angle. Takes down another player, and then it's just Jemkin left. Hit by a flash, and he's looking for a line of sight, but doesn't quite have it. Does he push up? Close range, and that's going to be a difficult shot to hit. Crossfire sort of being set up as well, while Primi's just tucked into the corner. Spotted out towards the back. Primi off to the lines. And Jemkin just has no idea how he's going to crack this problem apart. Will do good for the first, but still Primi into position. Jumping with the shorty, it's Jemkin.
As he got it, it's going to be very tight. Oh, that is as close as it gets. 0.8. Big clutch for Jemkin. Very patiently played, just waiting for Full Sense to make some kind of mistake. You're kicking yourself there as the player on Art's side that you weren't able to actually pick up the chamber on the cross. And a Red Bull clutch necessary for Jemkin to keep RRQ in the conversation here. Big play for Cushy. Sows a lot of seeds of misdirection there, slipping inside of the A main smoke, and he's looking very sharp and switched on today.
Oh my goodness.
RRQ are definitely in recovery mode, down 0-5 to start. They've won 4 of the last 5. Jemkin forced away once again by some great utility from Full Sense.
Yeah, quick recognition finally towards the A main plays now, shoving him off position, but at the same time, Leviathan,
Glass Cannon Phantom, would be melted pretty quickly here, especially by a Phantom from Monyet on the other side. Only 1 headshot needed to finish him off. Hunter's Fury and the Cosmic in play here for RRQ, who are playing retake A for the time being. You could get a reactive Hunter's Fury from Cushy as soon as the trigger is pulled here.
Perhaps then the intention just to keep Leviathan on that deep insert.
There it is.
Lurk. And the push coming in, but just as you say it.
That's beautiful. That is a combo of the Astra Util and the Fragment, making it very uncomfortable for Full Sense to bust out a main. Crazy Guy hasn't even been touched inside of the pit. Monyet's there as well. What a beautiful shutdown from RRQ.
Entry denied. Regardless of the attempt or the efforts to put forth the front, it's just Leviathan left. A high-low to the right, a shot to the left, and the triple stack will prevail.
Beautiful recovery in this half. RRQ has to be said though. Look at the timeline so far in this game. 0-5 to start things out, but from the last couple, they've been very successful once they got their hands on the operator and the guns. And Full Sense, it feels like some of the timings that they've been going for are starting to get a little bit readable. They've just jammed this 1-4 time and time again. And what RRQ are doing a really good job of is exactly what you saw in that round. They're starting to adapt to the timings and reactively using their util to make Full Sense's life impossible coming into the site here. Get the Gravwell Fragment in combo with the Hunter's Fury.
We'll see if they can actually get themselves up to that 6th. Gonna quick movement from Jit Boys. Slight flash in to support. Jemkin with a shot, but now trade it right back up.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure put on by Jit Boys, who throws up the fast lane. You can see RRQ responding to that. Xfero having a think about the rotate back towards B. There's 2 players, boots on the ground on that site for the time being. Leviathan was thinking about making his way towards A main, but I think the call's being made to come back over to B, drop the cage and the neural theft, and then make a decision from there with a minute on the clock.
They can get close enough. Jemkin's still a looming threat.
Here.
Up over towards the back of Halls.
Here.
Obscured by the smoke for now.
Here.
Do still have the overdrive there for Jit Boys.
Gives Full Sense the option to burst into sight if needed. But look at the shots, the reactions. It's Crazy Guy now with the frag. And more choke points being held. Killua with an attempt out with the Guardian, but still now Cruz back over, swinging all across the screens. It's just Jemkin who's still somewhere, lurking, in position, peeking, out with the right clicks, and now Full Sense slowly backing themselves into the corner where they need to get the spike down. And once again, it's the shorty. Tied up score at the end of the first half. RRQ looking better.
That's what you want to see from Jemkin. Put this man on the chamber. And on the defensive side, he is just causing Full Sense all kinds of problems. Multiple shots able to be taken in a round like that. Jumps up on top of the side box, reposition into back halls. He also had another shot earlier on in that round. And once we get into these messy situations in the post plants, you know, inside of smokes, fast lanes, blaze walls, he's just running around with a shorty, causing absolute havoc. 14-5 with a clutch to boot. He has done a pretty big dent in that massive deficit that Full Sense put up at the start.
Big damage, but still, either way, it feels kind of tense, kind of even between both teams, even as you think about the next half, where then perhaps more responsibility onto Monyet's shoulders as the sole Neon for RRQ.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do as the solo entry with the double init. It's where you need to be really good at reading the setups that Full Sense are putting together. I think they have more potential to actually flood harder than RRQ did on their defense. You already saw Full Sense kind of playing around their anti-flood when they sensed that there was maybe a quick rotate from RRQ, but that's exactly how Full Sense are going to want to play. That's what Neon Phoenix is all about. It's a very quick comp. You know, you throw up a fast lane, Prowler goes in, your Neon's running in, you get a curveball through one side of the fast lane, and all the boys are just out in the yard sipping on the milkshakes.
Nice. That's exactly how you want to play in the yard.
It's been a while since I had a milkshake, man.
Yeah, you've been on a kind of a health kick. I love it. Jemkin 14-5, I just noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, Primi's just doing Primi things. Just another day of being Primi. We'll see RRQ start off this attacking side with Xfero on a hard lurk. They've got a trademark to keep things safe. They did just consume a star over towards B long. Trying to make Full Sense paranoid that there was some kind of cross over there. And in fact, 2 stars invested just to be able to cross A main and threaten the B cross. RRQ prepping themselves for an A execute, but there's no one home for Full Sense.
Trying to quickly pivot over onto retakes.
My camera is destroyed.
Leviathan quite
Cage
far
triggered.
back. Cam getting picked off. That should be a quick plant for RRQ.
And Trip keeping backside safe, and Full Sense looking to retake through spawn.
Okay, the Trip just kind of slows things down a little bit. Now Leviathan walks away with a couple.
Yeah, that Trip's just won the round outright, hasn't it?
Not something that RRQ were expecting whatsoever. Now it's Crazy Guy Xfaro all the way out from A main. It's a little bit far off. Meanwhile, Primi ability to push the issue alongside more flashes, angles being held. And that's definitely going to be Full Sense's Milkshake being better than RRQ's.
I mean, the Trip was phenomenal, man. Just to be able to protect the flood into pit, it's a very, very common transition for a lot of teams when you walk into an open A site, especially if you don't have mid control. The whole thing is that RRQ is looking to push the issue because they don't have any control of art. They don't know if it's going to be a multi-directional retake coming in from the defense, maybe coming in through street, or, you know, have a mid-take in response to A being taken. So without any aggression from Xfaro on that lurk, you just really don't have the info, and you feel the need to push the issue somewhere, and it's either got to be art or pit. And unfortunately, in this case, RRQ has kind of chosen the bad option of those two.
Perhaps a premonition as to how the rest of this half could go. Thought the Coach Thee only was winning out in the skirmish. I didn't realize he was winning out in the pistol round macros as well.
It's a very nice pistol. Primi is now just going to farm himself a runner back, I'd imagine.
Looking for it. He's got support with the potential C's coming in. Ooh, grab well as well.
Yeah, being kept very safe by his teammates' utility. That's what allows him. I mean, he's going to play aggressive and confident anyway, but they're just safeguarding him. Let's be honest. I mean, it is Primi, so you give him a lot of respect. But many other players on the Phoenix, an agent that has no escape with a Phantom Light Armor against Eco, that would be a slap on the wrist. But it's Primi, so you can't criticize Primi. It's just illegal.
He is kind of hanging back for the time being. A bit more pressure onto Leviathan, who does have a Guardian, though. Smoked off, cage set up, and he's looking for the common spots onto the spike plant. No one's close enough, however, so he's going to keep himself undetected. The Outlaw.
Oh,
the first shot ringing across.
The flash is just a second late there, unfortunate.
At least with the spike plant, then RQ trying to play back. Rely on a bit of utility. Pistols at that range, probably not going to do too much. It's just Full Sense to try and pick their targets. Out towards long, drawing out the utility first with some taps initially to ban out reaction. Shepard, however, still a threat. And then the shock darts to fly across, but ultimately, Outlaw Guardian will keep RRQ away.
They gave it a good crack. I actually thought RRQ was on for one there. Or maybe Kushi only had one shock. He shocked and then recon, so I thought it was going to be fragment into Gravwell into double shocks to deny the next half, and then it could have been panic stations, but Full Sense, they're in control. They're not going to get ecoed in the second round. That only happens to RRQ.
Oh, damn, Billy. At least today, well, we don't even have the opportunity for that. It's Full Sense so far with both pistols, but
let's make sure it's not both bonuses, because the percentage chances of winning a game after you get double bonus is quite low.
Pretty good point. Primi farming up orbs.
Yep. A main shove from Full Sense. But afterwards, just going to forfeit that part of the map and force RRQ to do the hard yards of retaking that space. They do have a double Eniac comp, so they've got all the tools that they need to be doing that with. Nice little bait setup, Killua and Primi.
Yeah, what if Primi plays Disruptor? He goes down, though. Killua, not too bad for the trade, but low HP, might get chased. RQ shifting for an ace split. It's just Cruz in position. Does have stars around the site, but unfortunately, we'll have to back off for now.
I mean, he's only got a Spectre, so he's got a lot of work to do, but he's got some friends now.
Wide swing. Oh, but still Monyet. Good on the spray transfer. It's just Jit Boys now out from the back lanes, while Killua's low HP. Waiting for him to walk into his crosser. It's not happening just yet. Jemkin headed back.
I mean, it's the only player with light armor there, so that's the exact player you wanted peeking into Jit Boys if you're a Full Sense fan. But doesn't quite hit the shot. And as such, it's looking like a fantastic first gun round for RRQ.
No bonus this time.
No. Gonna make amends for what happened at the start of the game. I mean, let's be honest. For a game that started out 0-5, we're now at, what, from the last 10 rounds, RRQ has won 7 of them, and they haven't won a pistol this game, and it's a very, very close game. So, I mean, you're looking at RRQ probably looking like the better team out of the two in this game so far. They've just had a bit of a tough start to both halves.
That's true. And they have been known to, come in with the slow starts, oftentimes and not in the first few weeks of Pacific Stage 1, but still, hopefully this trend can keep up. Looking for them to get that qualification over onto playoffs off this win. A timeout now, however, from Full Sense, wanting to right the wrongs. Slight recognition as to how RRQ have been angling to play on this attack.
Yeah, see what they can come up with. Have seen RRQ already debut this comp against T1 just in the last week, so there's only so much time for them to really come up with some, new plays. Full Sense on this defense have already got the operator out on Jit Boys on the Neon, so I'd imagine they're going to want to try to lock down one of these info lines, or he's going to go for a pick in the middle of the map. Have seen A main be the main point of contention for both of these teams, really. Bit more so for Full Sense because they're prioritizing farming the orbs on the Phoenix. You have a little bit more of a one-dimensional approach on the defense a lot of the time with the Phoenix in terms of just, prioritizing getting those orbs. Or you fake that you're taking the A main control and you have a setup elsewhere. So for RRQ, they're a little bit more flexible with the double init. As they head into another gun round, a chance to break Full Sense's money and even up the scoreline overall. And they've just had Full Sense call a timeout against them. So let's see what RRQ have had to prepare in their own timeout as they head into one of the more critical gun rounds of this game.
Wait, Akush, I will tell you when to go. No sound. Only one, sir. Oh, it's a fade with Prowler. He will hold a main collision.
Maybe B main fight then.
Only main.
Oh, nice.
Maybe second timing.
I will run from
okay,
deep,
wait. Okay. Can you cap and review smoke for him?
Yeah.
I'll just hide in the main. Go from here, Akush from there.
Yeah.
I'll go closer.
So you hear RRQ talking about the second timing there. They haven't seen anything in the early round. Jemkin's been sent forward with the Rendezvous active. He is looking to play around any kind of util combo that Full Sense might throw at them, or any kind of aggression. Drone out on this side of the map. Oh, you're lucky to be alive there as Cushy.
And at least with nothing seen then for RRQ to make a more decisive effort towards the latter half of the round. So you see the op, you're thinking back towards it, perhaps an exploration down the middle.
Jemkin left on his own in towards A main. 50 seconds on the clock for RRQ to try to put some kind of play together here. No knife or dart. Oh, the dart is actually there for Cushy. He did invest his drone over towards that B side of the map. But look at this. High-low for Full Sense. 4 players on the A side, and you've already got Leviathan ready on a fast rotation.
Back in with the Prowler timing. RRQ reads it and decides to go in. Execute. Over onto the A side now. It's Cruz and Jit Boys. The op shot rings across. A bit of a warning sign, but also a bit of a position revealed. It's now Monyet firing off through the cages, and Leviathan off towards the back of sight to try and hold 1v3. And he's done well to take down Jemkin. Has the option for the ult, but tries to play a little bit safer as well. The high-low up around the stairs. It's RRQ back in range.
Yeah, trusting safety in numbers there. And finally, are we starting to have a resurgence from Monyet on the Neon? A 3K. Cracks open the high-low, peeking into the 2 heavy hitters from Full Sense. Primi, as well as Kalua here on R, just not quite finding the right timing. You can see Primi was out in the open on his lonesome. And Kalua was a little bit too far to the right to actually line up that crossfire. I think RRQ might be picking up the foot tactic of pointing and laughing at your opponent. I know that Big Time on the desk is a big fan of that. What do you think? Good strat?
Good strat.
Win around, point and laugh?
It's wittily a good sweat.
Okay.
Don't know what I was doing there.
Yeah, look, Full Sense, luckily they do. They're on eco. They've got Primi, his run it back for round number 18. I don't think you'd be investing it in a round like this. For RRQ, that was a pretty nice 2-on-1 to win. You can see that the start that they've had to this half has safeguarded their economy a fair bit. Like 2K on Jemkin, 4K on Cushy and Xfero. They can have a clean anti-eco here and not lose too many guns. Not only are they going to go up 9-8, but they're going to have a great economy, as well as the ult economy starting to come into the swing of things as well. Quite honestly, RRQ are in an excellent position to win this game if they can get through this Sheriff round cleanly.
They'll put themselves up to 9. have the alts for more options onto the next round, maybe get themselves up to 10. Economy once again broken for Full Sense. There's so much to consider. Full Sense, however, just looking to dive on top of the spike in the current moment, getting off of it once they hear the overdrive being popped. Just baiting more out from RRQ.
Hold on.
But suddenly it's the relay bolts. Jit Boys, he's found a weapon. Cushy coming back in. Crazy Guy trying to stay alive with all command. Cushy trying to save the day, but then it's just Cruz getting beamed down by lights sent out from Cushy.
Wait, he's sticking around. Don't die to the spike. That was so close. That was almost an ace from Jit Boys. Coming back in on the retake there. Chaos thrown into the ranks of RRQ as Full Sense just throw up a bunch of smokes, cages, fast lane, blaze wall, tap the spike, rip the overdrive. And from there, it's panic stations for RRQ. Got very expensive Null Command and Hunter's Fury, as well as 4 guns taken away. So Full Sense with only Sheriffs in hand, they keep that one very expensive.
Like you said, though, RRQ will be able to weather through the storm back over towards middle.
Pixie and the Operator helps them min-max the economy as well. And, well, 2 of the force, I must say. The Operator's in the hands of Full Sense as they look to take A main yet again here. RRQ making some more moves in the middle of the map. They've been pretty successful with this art pressure.
Well, Full Sense also playing a little bit more defensively around these spots this time.
Monya hand in hand with Crazy Guy, looking to clear out the middle of the map. It's a hands-off approach for a Full Sense who have left Jit Boys deep inside of A main. This has often been art pressure into an A ending, but especially with this info line for Jit Boys and the camera getting dealt with here, you are definitely feeling like something's up as Full Sense. Primmy's already leaning in for the rotation. They've got 2 players tucked into back halls.
Very passive position still being held, though. Primmy all the way towards the back of spawn, just in case. But now pressure is on Cruz. Leviathan, do they have the hold? Unfortunately, Heaven angle being checked as well. Just Cruz onto the site, and he's turning around, trying to dodge some flashes. He comes off with a quick spray transfer, finding trifecta. Jit Boys fires off a shot as well. Spots found it, and that's just going to be Jemkin left toward a force to try and hold off.
It's no time, but he has got himself an Operator there. Thanks, Jit Boys. Trade in the ultimate for an op. Regardless, though, think about all of that damage done in round 17 by Full Sense. Follow-up gun round gets through for them. That's going to put pressure on RRQ's economy as Full Sense equalizes the scoreline. And what a setup. Not only on the attacking side or even on some of these retakes, is there just so much smoke cover. Cages, Astra Stars, you've got Blaze Walls, fast lanes. It is a nightmare to attack into some of these sites. And look at Cruz, he is so comfy. He's been tucked in by Mum in the back of the B site. He's just fragging away.
Cozy position.
Yeah. Big hold from him. I mean, he was very much on his lonesome after Leviathan goes down. Primmy was flooding in with a run it back.
Gonna table that for now, though, as we head on into the next round. Quick A main contest from both sides. Jit Boys out with a Vandal.
That's a Phantom versus Vandal moment if I've ever seen one. Monya was the first to the headshot, but still will be the one to go down.
Already had one of those moments in Pacific.
Yeah, that was a round of all time from Eco. But not a round 1. Funnily enough, that was against RRQ as well, so.
There you have it. Gonna have to look for a quick reset now, though. Just trying to find that timing back in towards A side, but the check.
He's so fast, man. It's just like the fastest double headshot you've ever seen with the Phantom. And Crazy Guy has joined the circus here. Watch him juggle. Please, observer. I want to see it. He's just, he's juggling the Operator all the way through the map, and he's thrown it out of the map. I thought he was going to juggle it over to B for a pick, but unfortunately not. Xfero in the meantime, been a little bit quiet this map. He's actually been one of RRQ's better performers in this stage thus far. This is a round where you're probably going to need him to come up pretty big.
The 0 point gives him some inkling.
30 seconds left.
Leviathan trying to backtrack just to congregate with the rest of his team.
I mean, you got numbers and a Cosmic. You don't need to play any games here. Cushy is still in play. Xfero needs to buy time for him to come back on in. Crazy Guy's got a flash and a fragment. Oh, Cruz is too switched on.
Such recognition. Now odds stacked against RRQ as the peaks come forward, out from heaven, out from below. and it's Full Sense taking the lead.
Spike goes down. Got about 1,500 in the bank accounts here for the majority of RRQ. I mean, there is a chance they could try to put a buy together here. Good recovery from Full Sense on the other hand. Their money is starting to build as they hit double digits on Pearl. It's been a very back and forth game. But really, would you expect anything else between these two teams? This was the lower bracket final over in Tokyo for a reason.
Back when it was Talon. But you're absolutely right, Pilsky. I mean, this has just been a hell of an entertaining match.
Love that different variation on the Cosmic. You know, you can definitely just not, you know, brain off Cosmic across B long. It's a very, very nice Cosmic to be thrown, but I actually love the one across backhauls, especially when you're playing Neon Phoenix. Because you can really segment that off as you take the rest of the site, drop double smoke, and really simplify the retake. And if you need to take backhauls or you want to try different variations, you can throw in a curveball, dive in with the Neon on the other side. It can work out very well for you. Last timeout here for RRQ. Last round of intervention from Jovi against his old squad. With RRQ backs against the wall, money looking a little bit shaky. Let's see what they come up with here. Don't think it's going to be this round where they find their success. I wouldn't be surprised if Full Sense tee themselves up an 11th. Jip Boy's 20 kills on the Neon. It's something that he's only debuted just this stage, and he still does kind of go back and forth, but depending on if Full Sense wants to play double duelist between slaying Neon or playing a Senti, and then Leviathan goes back on Smokes or something like that. If they do want to play double Senti, Full Sense just have a great flexible lineup like that. But to see Jip Boys do this well on the Neon after playing Senti and Controller for so many stages, it's just been phenomenal.
And what kind of strikes me is just the fact that he has the option to go for that op line. This time around, though, different setup for Full Sense. Rather defensive over onto A site.
Yeah, majority Phantoms again, knowing that there's probably only light armor for RRQ here. Going to be a lot of smokes to spam through.
It's just allowing RRQ to get within their range. Primi trying not to get wall banged as well. Cam spotted, into position, looks for the shot against the spike plant. Not going to find it for the time being as RRQ back themselves over onto stairs.
Yeah, they go back towards outside and they're going to wrap middle and try to play the post plant with the fragment and the grab wall, but Full Sense are very quickly in position. Monyet dealt with, nice spam back through from Kahlua, and they just take the fight straight to RRQ.
Right up through the guts of stairs, all the smokes, all the utility to support. And just bit by bit, they get chomped down. A bit of a strike back, though, from Xpharaoh and Jemkin, but to what avail? The spike's been defused. It's Full Sense, clear as day, up to 11.
Nicely done. Few guns taken away by RRQ, but let's see what they've discussed in the timeout now. Cosmic is there. Crazy Guy 1 off the orb. Full Sense spotted on the deep lurk, or Cruz rather, spotted on the deep lurk there, so that's something that RRQ will have to keep in mind as we head into the twilight hours of Pearl here.
Twilight hours is right. You don't make it up to 13 at this point, you're risking an overtime or worse.
Big A main fight on the cards. Jip Boys is here with the operator.
Oh boy.
He's gone back towards Art actually, and the KO knife will push Full Sense away. They started out with the hot hand C's and they've immediately rotated back towards the other side of the map. So very much just trying to fake the A main control, but with the flash up over the top and the consume, RRQ take all of that space regardless.
Oh, look at the trip that Leviathan has to back aside as well.
Yeah, they've got the Nightfall to come back in on the retake here. But if you do give the plant or the orb over to Crazy Guy, then you do have a really good tool to either kick off one of these executes. In fact, it might, if he sticks around here, I'm wondering if Crazy Guy's going to throw a one-man fake with the ultimate.
He's going to try.
Go B, go B, go B. Okay, OP, okay?
Get up B, guys.
Yeah.
I think I need to run
Last
from
run,
here.
last run, push very fast.
I think jiggle, Cha.
Yeah, let me jiggle, let me jiggle.
Go.
Just wait, okay?
The 3 push all the way up B long. Full Sense. Does RQ expect it? A slight check from Monyet, but the slither across, and it's just Cruz and Primi to be able to hold on the line. Spike dropped, round gone. It's Crazy Guy left.
They never got to execute the game plan. They wanted to fake the KO ult after A main was taken and go back towards B, pulling the rotation away from Full Sense. But Full Sense were one step ahead. 3-man push up B long the first time this game. Spike picked up by Crazy Guy. But I don't think he's going to get anything done here. 15 seconds on the clock. You're looking to just probably save the Phantom. Oh, man.
Whoa.
10 seconds
And I
left.
don't know if it's possible to even try and sugarcoat this Pilski at this point. RRQ might be able to scrounge up a buy for the next, but Full Sense would be up to that 12, and they also have ults.
Yeah. Run it back in Nightfall. It's a retake starter kit.
Match point.
It's a bit harder to execute one of those retakes if you've got the KO ult in the post plant. And unfortunately, that is a perfect example of Cruz with a masterclass call. The B push against this slower A main control, and it all starts from that start of the round. You see, Full Sense throw that combo of the C's hot hands in A main right off the rip and look to contest that part of the map, or make RRQ concerned that they have a heavy stack towards the A site, and then they push all the way through B with 3 players. They were everywhere in that round.
Cruz particularly, for the past 3 rounds, has been omnipresent. Now on to the next with RRQ back in towards A main. The rest of them hovering across middle.
They may just look to simplify. Another smoke towards top middle that slowed RRQ down quite substantially, but I think they're just going to kick off an art split into A. Kahlua up close. Primi and Leviathan on the back side of the side. This could be a Nightfall and a quick flood with the run it back.
Here we go. All in or nothing. Null commands to kick things off. Primi to slow things down with the molly. Oh, and the positioning from Kahlua is just gorgeous. Waiting for the right time, and he doesn't get checked. Jemkin luckily turns back around. Cosmic Divide gives RQ a bit more urgency. Can they get the spike down? No, Primi! Oh! He's coming, and he has torn things apart. The formation all broken across. 40 seconds, they try to get the spike down. It's Cruz up from behind, and Xpharaoh just trying to fend him off. Provide more assistance. Provide more obfuscation onto the smokes. Jemkin trying to bail himself out with Rendezvous. Everything onto this A main hold or nothing. Xpharaoh towards the back of the smokes. Plays around the edges. Doesn't get spotted. Has the right timing, right position. He finds the first, onto the next. And then Jemkin back to the shorty, diving on top of the spike. Gets thrown away by Jit Boys. Xpharaoh has to do everything, but he can't. Cruz, what a play. 13-9. He has been reading RRQ every step of the way.
Yeah, beautiful play in the post plant there. I thought Xpharaoh was about to put on a clinic, but what was that flick from Primi on the run it back? A 180 flick onto Monye inside a church. That was filthy. If that's not in the next flick of the week, I don't know what deserves to be at this point. And there you go, Full Sense picking up another game of Pearl. The second time this map was picked into them, first by DFM, now RRQ. And they are just running this Phoenix Neon comp to perfection at the moment.
You just see how they're able to kind of play around the fast flood, how they're able to constantly dump utility in for executes and pushes. The confidence at which Primi operates, oftentimes on the defensive side as well.
I mean, Full Sense's players, very sharp, big individual performance from both of the duelists in this game. The rest of the core had their moments as well, but what impresses me is the macro from Full Sense. Some of the setups, this trip on backside of the site. Leviathan was very annoying on the Cypher, not throwing trips too close to get caught by KO knives or any of the Sova shock darts or anything like that. And I think the rest of Full Sense's macro up around that was just phenomenal. They were always one step ahead of RRQ on their attacking side. Credit to RRQ, they kept this game very close despite the fact that they won. They lost the first 5 rounds in a row, and they lost both pistols. They still did put a couple of gun rounds together, but at the end of the game, it was Full Sense with enough adaptations to get the game done. Now RRQ 1 map away from going down 0-2 in this series.
I can't believe that that's what is happening right now, but for now, we're also going to toss it back to the desk with the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Who's who?
I am not ugly.
Who's who?
How could you know?
I'm definitely not the good. But I'd like to think I'm not the ugly.
Who knows? We'll have to ask him after the show.
Draw
very
straws
aggressively.
for it, I guess.
Well, Full Sense ended up winning this map out while we debate.
Should've gone Korean style, the good, the bad, the weird. It's a great movie.
Is that a movie?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's a great one.
We should watch that after this. We get no Korean games today, so we can watch a Korean movie after. Full Sense, however, continue on dominating in stage 1.
Yeah.
RQ had a little mini comeback there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, they started stringing some rounds together, but I do think ultimately they were outclassed in this game for sure. I mean, they made that first half close, but Full Sense just take over in the second. See them dominating in first kills. As Pilsky was just saying, that double duelist was firing for Full Sense. I feel like RRQ just couldn't match up to that firepower in the crucial big swing rounds.
And again, it does come down to having just that solo duelist. And for Monyet, it was, much like for the rest of the team, a very rough start to this map. And then they were able to find their footing in the end. I mean, honestly, seeing RRQ be able to bring this back to 9 after a 0-5 start, they have no pistols to speak of on Pearl. It's not that bad when you look at the total context, but on paper, it's still going to look rough for this squad. It's good to see that there is still a bit of that tenacity that we know that they have, but it needs to be a hotter start for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the map is always going to be so hard if you're losing the pistols. If you're losing that bonus round, you have to fight tooth and nail to get yourselves back in the game. RRQ did try their best. You know, I really did feel like they put up a fight, but ultimately, just the flow of the game consistently going against them, and you just see how just powerful that double duelist is. The aim on these targets is absolutely ludicrous, and I feel like RRQ have to wake up in map 2.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of flow, I feel like Full Sense has also reached a sort of flow state in terms of working with each other. That is finally really, you know, reaches maturity, and I think Full Sense is going to go really far at this rate. Now, Primi, speaking of people with absolutely astonishing firepower, when you put him on anything, he can just cycle those ults constantly.
Especially when you put him on a build diff team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big difference between these two comps. Primi's on that Phoenix. You see RRQ opt for that KO. So takes the orb, of course, got that ult online in round 3. The bonus round uses it on that exec, and you just see them overwhelm RRQ's defense. And this is what really starts that snowball going. From here, RRQ are automatically on the back foot, really having to climb to the nail to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, two of the players that honestly have been maybe the most consistent for RRQ so far in stage 1 were having a really rough go of it. I mean, not being able to see big performances out of Xfero as well as Crazy Guy, that is a bit unorthodox compared to what we've been seeing from them. So need to see a massive level up, because the next map, it's Full Sense's pick.
Yeah, a little bit surprising actually for those two particular players to not be showing up today on the first map. Now, I want to look at the Neons, the two Neons here, and how they kind of panned out over the course of this map. JitBoys on Neon is looking pretty good.
I honestly feel bad when I was requesting this, because JitBoys has just kind of slotted into this role so perfectly. This is a player who has like basically no history of playing Duelist at all. Prior to him picking up the Neon, he's played Reyna once, I think he was Raised twice. He's never played Jet. He has like no tracked games basically on Duelist, and this is the 5th time that he's played Neon, and he is just diffing the ever-loving hell out of Monyet, who's been playing it for an eternity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing I really like about how JitBoys plays the Neon is he doesn't try and do too much. You know, look at players, someone like Ramiro when he was on Team Secret, he's constantly trying to make things happen, but Jit just relaxes. Now, here we see Monyet, he's trying to get himself back in the game, so he picks up the Judge to try and get those kills on the board, and he's just dying through the smokes. And man, I felt so much for Monyet, because I feel like his Neon should be so much better than this.
Yeah. I just don't really know what it is. Is it an individual thing? Is it a confidence issue? Is it that they're not setting him up properly to be able to make plays like this? It just feels like there's something very critical missing at the moment for RRQ, and they need to find it, because, again, their playoff spot is not locked, and even though they still have 2 wins under their belt, they seem likely to be able to take it. But if they lose here today, it's not looking good. And again, I felt bad requesting this, but it has been an eternity since Monyet picked up the Neon. And back in the day, 1,400 days ago, he looked good. We were saying, I love seeing Monyet play that Neon. I want to see him unleashed. I want to see him continue to do that. Meanwhile, JitBoys, 20 days. 20 days! And he's just wiping the floor with him.
Yeah.
What's happened?
I mean, like, sometimes that's all you need.
Maybe because it's fresh.
I mean, I feel like you're so right. Monyet used to look so good on it. That's why we're kind of so annoyed on this desk, because we know he has it in him, but he's not doing it anymore. So at what point do we go back to the drawing board? Do we say, guys, look, something clearly isn't working. Maybe let's try shifting it around, because right now, that diff that JitBoys is handing him is absolutely massive. RRQ down a map now, and like you say, playoffs is not confirmed for these guys, man. You have to start fighting back now.
And it's really going to matter as we head into Haven. I mean, Monyet tends to play the Neon on Haven, and they really, really need this map right now. Stringing 2 losses in a row is not how you want to move along in stage 1 towards playoffs.
I mean, I'm curious what RRQ opt to go for, because I mean, like Time was talking about it earlier, this is where we've seen Jemkin play the Killjoy. This is the one time they played the Haven so far in stage 1. So he's been sticking with that Sentinel role, but I feel like he'd still need a bit more oomph. I want to see that Chamber come back through. If you're going to stick him, you know, continue playing on that Senti, I think that the Chamber will just give you a lot more firepower that right now you desperately need as RRQ.
I'm right there with you. I'd love to see the Chamber come out for RRQ. On the side of Full Sense, when we last saw this from them, they were on that Cypher deadlock. You know, we saw this Talon team last year play this composition a lot. We've seen Frost adopt it, and we've seen Cruz adopt it now. But what's funny is Jovi on that other side was part of that. He's gonna surely have some answers ready if they come up with Cypher deadlock.
I mean, you need to have
absolutely.
The answers. You need to have something that's going to be able to break those trips. You need to be able to get into those sites cleanly, because it's going to be a pain for you as RRQ. As I don't think right now, Full Sense, that they're not the team that needs to be making adjustments. RRQ, the onus is completely on them to be the ones to adapt. Full Sense are coasting. They have not dropped a map. There is no need for them to make pivots.
Yeah, and I think there's one thing we were concerned about, if anything, when it comes to Full Sense, is that the first 3 teams they did play were, you know, the teams who are at the bottom of the groups right now. So today, I would say, is a little bit more of a test right now. But how are you feeling about Full Sense, you know, as we go through this match today?
Good.
Yeah, I mean, map 1 was great for them. You can see the clinicalness of the core lane from Cruz and the firepower. I feel like this is a team that has everything. This is a team that really can make that run all the way to London. Yes, they played those weaker teams, but they're not skipping a beat now that there's big international contenders on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, the time that you start becoming concerned for them, at least here within the region, is if they let those maps get away from them. But they weren't, because, you know, talking to Cruz before, he said sometimes I do have to reel them back in. They start having a little bit too much fun. They start getting complacent. And then, okay, we saw that there. We saw that creep back in from RRQ, which is also them performing well.
Yeah.
But they were able to stabilize, and they said, okay, no, now we shut you down, now we take the map. As long as they're not letting the maps get away from them, then it's totally fine.
Well, one thing that's become very clear about Cruz is that this is a man who likes to plan ahead.
Oh,
He's planned his whole life ahead of him, so I think he kind of knows what's up with Full Sense here. And we do have changes coming in.
But not what I expected at all.
Yeah, for RRQ, especially.
They're leaning into the Jet. I mean, we saw this. Hunman played it in the series just last week versus Global Esports, and he looked incredible. We know that Jemkin is a very talented Jet, so I don't mind this so much on paper, but I always do have like a bit of apprehension around Jet on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm all for comfort. I mean, I think this makes a lot of sense. In my mind, Jemkin can get on that up and look stable. I also think maybe they're trying to get up and over all that Sentinel util, you know? I think it's a way to, you know, sort of minimize the effect of those the trips and the sensors if you're able to get up and past them. But, you know, still, Monyet's going to be caught in those, so Jemkin needs to really overcompensate with this performance, I would say.
He needs to overcompensate there, and he also needs to be scouting that util. If he's going to be the one circumnavigating it, he needs to know exactly where it is so the rest of the team does not get caught on the way in.
Well, at least Jemkin's waylay won't be slowing down Monyet this time with his util.
Kirby's still sticking with it.
Well, all right, we are going to go to map 2 of Haven. Let's see if RRQ can bring it back as we send it back to our casters, Pilsky and Quack.
Well, there you have it. Whether or not we're going to be watching Full Sense get their tuk-tuks ready, or we'll see RRQ come back and expand their kingdom, it all comes down to this possible Haven now, where everything's going to be left on the server. The comp change is coming in.
Yeah, as mentioned, I mean, Jovi has been former coach of Cruz, has a lot of experience playing this Cypher deadlock, and we already saw GE continue to play that against a PRX that played Jet into it, and I thought the Jet played into it quite nicely. Full Sense will have to start out on the attacking side, and they seem undeterred by the waylay nerfs. Primi will continue to play that. I don't think it's going to affect him too much, but as a solo entry, at times you do want to go for that dash saturate, and that's not going to be something you can do anymore.
Yeah, you're going to have to think about it differently. Of course, supported by Killa onto the sky for now. They will take a lot of control over Garage. The trip, however, just a bait out for Monyet into the relay bolt. Xfero onto the other side, but what is that light speed all the way across? Leviathan finds 2, and all of a sudden the C site belongs to Full Sense.
They got none there? What? That was like a 3-man setup on the retake into Garage. Look, Cushy will pick up the scraps. Jemkin's getting going now. Tailwind active. 1 more kill away from his second one. Do have a dart still in play for Cushy. But so much time ticked off the spike and a sonic sensor down on top of it. I don't know how you complete this retake.
You would have wished to have smokes somehow. Not this one way. That's not what I'm talking about.
One way grab threat has just been thrown out.
Oh boy. Unfortunately, Cushy goes down. Jemkin just trying to avoid most of it for the time being, but with 3 targets to hit. The tap going off. He just doesn't really have time anymore. The best he can hope for is just the kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's just looking to try to get anything closer to his Blade Storm that he's able to. And RRQ, I mean, they had the right setup, they had the right read, and it still doesn't end up coming together there.
I want to see that again.
I want to see the replay, because I'm pretty sure that Cruz put a sonic sensor into window there to deal with the flood, and whoever jumped out a window at some point did get stunned by something. I don't know if it was the sonic sensor or not. I think it's the only thing that could have stunned someone there.
Because Manyat already threw out the relay.
Yeah, I mean, that is very nice tech from Full Sense if that's what they threw. Regardless, though, for RRQ with a 3-man setup ready for the garage play, you would have expected them to do better than going 0 for 3 there.
Yeah, but it is what it is. You move forward. Now Crazy Guy walking down middle takes down the camera.
Yeah, he does. I mean, RRQ, they were playing the Gen G comp previously, and they've kind of been going back and forth between... Oh, the forward dash. I feel like I'm watching Francis play Neon.
Forward slide?
Yeah. If you know, you know.
Oh, I thought I washed that out of my brain. But
yeah, do you get in the shower and just really massage the scalp?
Yeah.
Make it stop.
You brought it back.
Yeah.
That's a accuracy. No. Okay. Blocked off by the barrier mesh as well.
Yeah, I mean, once you get onto the site as Full Sense with a deadlock, it's hard to get back in as RRQ. That is Cypher deadlock in a nutshell. Shouldn't be a particularly strong attacking comp. Cruz looking to build up his annihilation. Bang.
No.
No way! Jemkin is panicking there. He's like, what? Where is he? I don't think the comms came out, because the thing is, the Cypher got shot in the side of the head. Then Jemkin checks close. He's like, oh no, there isn't anyone close, because Cruz took half a step backwards. And then he's like, oh, he's front B. And then as soon as he turns around, Cruz peeks him. That's very unfortunate. Look at this, bang. Then Jemkin's like, what? He's B? He's where? Nope. He was in spawn side the whole time.
Alright, it's just round 2. It's just round 2.
I've never wanted to know Ty more.
No,
so badly.
I don't think you want to know what they say. It's very similar to what the Filipinos say sometimes, but anyway.
Seedlings?
Yeah. You know, very similar languages here and there. But, alright, Trailblazer over onto Garage.
Yeah, one-way thrown out in response. Ooh. Beautiful spam through for Crazy Guy. Off angle from Jemkin, up on high, dealt with quite nicely. Cruz doesn't even go down there. Cushy next to respond.
Also just try to hold off of the smoke up around short. A very slight gap, but Cushy's watching it.
Yo, they just left
What?
Jip Boys here! They left him by himself! They were just hoping, oh, look, if he gets one, if he gets anything done, we're happy with that. And he's just caught RRQ on the rotation. Full Sense might win another bonus to start out the attacking side against RRQ.
Not the Odin still. At least Jit Boys gets taken down, but off to the B plant. Ugh, it's just a tough angle to try to retake from. They will push forward off of it. Almost spotted by, or almost headlets because of Primi. Now it's Xfero, but he's being blocked up by a sonic sensor as well. And Primi's just going to take full advantage. Wants to get ahead of the peak. Well, at least Xfero takes his time. Second sensor goes off, and this is more than likely where he's just going to be marked for death. Cruz toying with him, a slight wall bang.
Oh, that's nice.
Xfero shifts towards maybe getting more alt points, but either way the round is done. It is going to be the second bonus of the day.
Nice movement from Leviathan. He jump spots the spike with the Shrouded Step. Grab net, sonic sensor. Bonus converted from Full Sense. Another hot start here to another map against RRQ.
What was that from Chip Boys?
Cheeky little off-angle map. Dropped off on the lurk. Round starts well, because that is a common position for the Sky to be trailblazering from or sitting outside a garage. And Jet Boys going strength to strength. Can't think of any other players in Pacific that just go...
What are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah. Couldn't tell you. Feels bad, man. See if Jemkin can help raise the spirits of the coaching staff here. Tailwind back away to join up Cushy on the site. At least they were able to save the Odin for Crazy Guy.
Still not the best chances in the current round, though. Might incite a timeout sooner rather than later. But at least the angles, the high-low. Oh, but it's still the outlaw. Monyet gives it his best shot.
I mean, a hell of a way to dismantle the crossfire. The Cypher just entries the side dry.
When you put it that way.
Well, Crazy Guy looking for some exits with the Odin. Xfero with naught but a classic in hand.
It's just not really possible. If the Odin gets tossed away as well, that could be even worse. But start things off with a slight heaven kill. Trying to play around it. Oh, Crazy Guy puts things down to the 1v1. But still, the Odin takes a little bit of time to get started. Killua can just swing. Tries to get the free fire going, but Killua, more precision than ever. It's full sense, just non-stop dominance.
4-0. They went up 5-0 there on Pearl. Let's continue to go strength to strength. Now they have an Annihilation and a Neural Theft. It's not the combo that comes to top of mind, but often if you can find a nice timing for the Annihilation in the mid-round, say you work Garage Control with the Trailblazer or something like that, and RRQ runs some kind of trap and you have a lineup into window or something like that, it is the kind of situation where you can find yourself a pick at the mid-round, rip the Neural Theft, and then you're able to kind of read the rotation. Well, it does kind of assume that your Cypher and Deadlock are in the pack together, which is usually just not the case. Usually you're going to have the Cypher kind of lurking one side, and the pack will be, you know, Waylay, Deadlock, Sky, or with the Omen.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
That's what they do. Yes.
True.
Full sense.
That's a fire pole.
What's that little gif with the fire and they're writing on parchment?
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely not wanting to see this continue for RRQ.
Yeah, it's been a rough start yet again. So they're going to be heading into their first gun run here. Once again, Odin comes out for Crazy Guy. You've got the op for Jemkin to change things up. Full Sense, on the other hand, prepping themselves for a quick play towards Grass. There's a trip inside of Garage and front B. So nice Cypher util for RRQ. Let's have a listen into their comms.
Guys, might need to flank ya.
Cypher here. Hey,
Crouch shot. Crouch shot. I recon C. Second coming.
Oh, they've done well, but ooh, Annihilation, quick response out from Full Sense. Xfero has to hold, and he's trying his darndest. Takes down the first initial, but then for Crazy Guy to relay in. All of a sudden, it's RRQ flooding back in over onto C site. They put the first round back on.
Yeah, very nice hold, and I think RRQ has seen that play before. You know, they talked about the double cage over onto C long, and they said care Garage, so they're very well aware of what that C split was meant to be looking like, and you can see the quick flood back on in. Monyet as well as Crazy Guy were both backside. You get a nice off angle and a reactive smoke onto the front side of Garage. That's a perfect hold and response from RRQ. Post timeout, they've done a great job there.
But as the dust settles, it's onto different approaches out for Full Sense. Progression smoke down C.
Cover going out.
Smoke comes in response from Crazy Guy, who continues to wield the Odin all the way down C long is Jemkin. He's got a very deep info line here. Sense looking to pick up the pace into B. From me onto backside, Refract active, looking for a pick.
Oh, the Seekers as well. Jemkin's position noted. Look at what's happening all outside of C-Link.
Sonic Sensors placed over onto B here on both sides of the links. It's going to be a pretty annoying retake for RRQ, especially because the Trailblazer and the trip's been broken in Garage. So now you're worried about a flank as RRQ, but not the flank you were expecting.
Oh my goodness. What is this decision? Suddenly off towards the back of window as well because the trip was broken. Killua is alerted, has support from Leviathan onto the site itself. Xfero tries, plays around the cage, wants to provide that assistance and coverage over on the Crazy Guy, but it's just not enough. Too many angles to consider. And the timer's still ticking away. Off with the flash, he pushes up, managed to snap on to the first, but still has to contend with Leviathan, and that's where he's run out of time.
It's just an untenable retake. So many layers to that round for Full Sense. Fast play into that B site. They get the spike down early, dump all of the deadlock utility into B. Trailblazer wraps back to Garage, which is what pulls the aggro away from Jip Boys to walk up C long. He picks Jemkin in the side of the head. Then the Neural Theft gets ripped, and you can see Full Sense playing around exactly what RRQ's going on for the retake there. Really nicely. This is the kind of retakes that just feel unwinnable as RRQ.
Maybe a little bit costly for Full Sense, though. Cruz back onto the Judge, once again with the Odin.
You just don't really see it much in Pacific, to be honest. Compared to some of the other regions, definitely not as popular of an approach.
Smoked off towards B. Play a more defensive position, but Full Sense just take full advantage of it. Same setup, same barrier mesh.
Yeah. I mean, good shots from Kahlua. Jip Boys looking to hold down the flank here. Does go checked in spawn. Nice double peek from Monya and Jemkin.
Yeah, I know it's an eco, but this is even better. Jemkin. Blades sharp. Looks to break apart. But onto the side, it's a crossfire angle being held. Initially with a relay bolt to try to break apart the formation. But countered back with convergent paths. And suddenly Killua goes jump peeking. The blades running out, he dashes in, Jemkin tries to pull it out of a hat.
He's on it! Has he got that? No way does Jemkin pull off another last second defuse. That is absolutely ridiculous. Saw him do the same thing on the chamber over on Pearl. Jesus, man. He thought there was no way they were pulling off that retake.
Like, it even took an extra second for him to pull out past the dash. But he still managed to find it.
Yeah, Jemkin is Blade Storm. He's put on carry gains with the Jet in the past. You can see why RRQ are playing straight back towards that.
Hey, Cha. Huh? Go to the...
It's round 8 now. And that has broken Full Sense's money. What a play from Jemkin. Felt like RRQ had no hope in this half, and he has given them a lifeboat.
Try to swing things back into their favor. Carry forward with that momentum. Full Sense, though, it's Jit Boys all the way up long. He's going to get caught out towards A.
I mean, he's just trying to go for anything. Pretty low risk round with a Sheriff. See how far he can walk up into A. And you thought that Full Sense were going to be joining him there. But unfortunately, a little bit slow to the punch. Because she clears out all of sewers.
So you might not expect that much more, but Monyet playing it safe with jump peaks as well. Gonna get hit by flashes, but suddenly comes in Primi with the Bucky.
Refract back now, a grab net dumped straight onto Cushy, but kept safe nicely by Crazy Guy.
One enemy remaining.
Hand in hand, they clean up the rest of the site, and it's all on Kahlua. He is very, very far out of position here. Just wants to go down. He doesn't even really care if he gets a kill here. It would be nice to do some damage to RRQ's economy, but if he can just get himself the Seekers for the next round, which he does, and he'll be happy. 2 in a row for RRQ, starting to recover on this defensive side. Could definitely get a Seekers Annihilation combo back in for Full Sense.
A lot of potential out for the next round. So for RRQ, still needing to watch out for whatever aggressions may come, but at the same time, I believe Jemkin should be able to afford himself an op.
Indeed.
There we go.
Op and Odin, and Jemkin will be the first contact over here on C.
Smoked off though.
With the Annihilation, you did see Full Sense go for a pretty similar play. Quick flood back on in from Crazy Guy, and Cushy's already made it to spawns. Fan goes through.
The anticipation, the drop. Oh, a second one fired off. And then the fast lane to kind of segment the site as well. Full Sense trying to play around it. Look for an option path down Garage from the shadows from Leviathan.
Oh, that was cheeky from Xfero. He almost caught himself a freebie. Out comes the tag. That's a collab with the drone tag. Oh, this is just getting picked apart from Full Sense. Jemkin is hitting everything.
I've never seen a collat drone before.
Oh my god, Bob, get the camera. Relax, son. It's a drone. Sit back down.
Drone afford them 2 more kills. Now it's Leviathan. Unfortunately, kind of blocked off on every single pathing. Smoke now. The relay ball towards the back. No chance.
Well, at least he killed the guy with the Odin. That's a little bit of justice. If only a sliver, to be honest, because RRQ are picking apart that fast C play multiple rounds in a row from Full Sense. This time it was a 1-4 with the weaker side of the map being C long. Spam comes through from Crazy Guy, and then Jemkin just starts going crazy. You don't clean this guy up on flat or in the backside of the C site, then you're in for a bit of trouble.
Starting to feel a little bit better, despite how the first half started.
Save again for Full Sense here. Do get the A lobby control being secure. Jemkin now getting on that info line as the cage does fade. Cam picked back up as Full Sense turned away back towards Garage.
RQ though will always have options.
Oh,
Paranoia
again!
Into the Odin spam. Garage control always being held, but a slight entry being found thanks to Primmy's antics. Jit Boys with the lurk onto the Guardian, but not quite able to deal with the initial pushback from Cushy and Monyet.
Got to be the Bucky to do a lot of damage at close range here. Maybe an Annihilation connecting onto somebody. Drone goes back through Garage. Xfero's in the middle of the map. Already caught Leviathan on the wrap back around. And this is just looking like an easy routine retake from RRQ. Fast lane zoning Primmy away. He wants 1 more kill so he can get himself a convergent pass if possible. RRQ are not giving him that opportunity.
Quickly recognizing it. Should be looking to die as well, though, unless he's gonna preserve
just
the Vandal.
Gonna save the Vandal. He was hoping RRQ would speed up into him, and as such, doesn't end up coming together. This is great defense from RRQ, though. This is a map that they've played for a long time. Various different iterations, either they're playing that kind of Gen G comp or they're playing double duelist. And in the past, that used to be Neon Yoru, but now back onto the Neon Jet. They did play Jet on this map before that with the old Breach comp and things like that, so it's not out of their wheelhouse at all.
Yeah, not so much for the combo as well, more so for the players to be freed up individually. Jemkin once again, that was a headshot as well. Annihilation back in response, but his teammates dig him out of the hole. Unfortunately, that's where Cruz applies a bit more pressure. Chip Boys out from the side of Long now, trying to play around the cage. It's Xfero alongside Crazy Guy, but the spams, they don't connect. Just Crazy Guy up close and personal! And he goes for the crouch, crab lock peek, Red Bull clutch. It's RRQ up to 6.
Last round.
It's going absolutely nuclear with the Odin at the moment. Just able to play around the defaults multiple times for Full Sense. That round starts off well. I mean, the Jemkin Op and the Odin are doing the most right now for Full Sense. Or for RRQ, rather. Beautiful 1v2. Neural Theft, you know, was looking for him. They didn't know exactly where Crazy Guy was, but from backside, he's just doing a good job. Holding down the trigger.
Go to the last of the path.
Yeah, that was the Seekers and the Annihilation invested. Cruz almost gets caught on the cross right off the rip.
Oh, Jemkin. A lot of information for RRQ, especially the check from Crazy Guy as well.
Trip dealt with, and now we've dropped off Jit Boys, who's putting some pressure on the flank. You've got Jemkin down the bottom of C long. The rest of RRQ were ready for an A play. Drone goes forward looking for information, and now Monyet's cleaned out most of A.
It's just gonna further solidify RRQ's read over the map.
Jit Boys in Garage looking to cut the rotations. It's just quiet from Full Sense as they finally make noise getting up onto C here.
They will get.
I go looking for Jemkin here. You can see they want to re-clear C long.
Thinking about it. No more flashes available. Okay, it just came back up thanks to Killua. Checking it for now though, but oh, Jemkin quick on the peak, walks into the trip, and then more pressure to be applied. Xfero suddenly out from Garage. The Gravnet sent on top of Jemkin. Spike planted for C long. They can still kind of play around it. For convergent paths now just to try to hamper RRQ's retake a bit further. Jemkin though still not down. In fact, chain broken. And he's looking to unleash himself all over the site. Just Brimmy left. One blade could do it, and he lands the flick. RRQ put themselves on top of Full Sense. It's 7-5 at the end of the first half.
I mean, that's what you think of when you look at this matchup. Jemkin v Brimmy in a one-on-one at the end of the round. Both of them put on a clinic with a 3K each. Jemkin stayed alive solo on that C side of the map for such a long time, and when Full Sense went looking for him, he hit every single shot on the operator yet again. Brimmy, on the other hand, playing close towards C spawn. He rips the convergent paths, which is what keeps him alive there. Crazy Guy TP'd while stunned, with Xfero looking to trade him out. And Jemkin able to come out ahead. Very, very reliable with that Blade Storm. As we move into the half, 7-5. First time it feels like RRQ are actually on top of things. It was a very, very nice recovery. They did start out 0-4, I think, again. Yeah. And from the last 8 rounds, 7-1. 350 ACS for Crazy Guy. I think losing Pearl yet again has lit a fire under him. Does not want to be missing out on a spot over at Ho Chi Minh. And I think when you're looking at, I believe it's only like the top 3 teams will be over there or something like that. It would only be the top 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I have to check my facts on that. But I think if you're losing to teams like Full Sense, T1, you've got some powerhouses over in the other group as well. For an RRQ, you know, they've struggled against some of the weaker teams thus far. They've already lost to T1. You need to be competitive here with Full Sense because the games are only going to get tougher as you head into the playoffs, and they want to make it sure that they can get Crazy Guy playing in front of that home crowd, man.
It's incredibly competitive here in Pacific, especially with the other group as well. PRX, Global Esports later today, but KRX into the fold as well. So definitely needing to get that going. This was that quick win streak from RRQ past the timeout from the RRQ cabinet as well. Jemkin getting activated alongside Crazy Guy with an Odin brought out, but let's see what Full Sense now have in store for us on the defense.
The retake set up on the C side of the map. As the cam does get dealt with and the trip gets dealt with by the shock dart. It's a easy entry into the site for an RRQ. Paranoia to follow up, and now Jip Boys is getting active, but he's dealt with early.
Shot Swift as well. Full Sense just trying to circle around back. Not wanting to play around the smokes. Instead, it's everything onto Garage.
There's no more util here for Full Sense. Like, they've just got to win duels, and look at the crossfires that RRQ have established. I think Cruz has got to get some damage done here on the flank.
Otherwise, as soon as you step out, in fact, RRQ might be pushing past the cage now. That's where Monyet will be able to find a quick double. Off to the back end, just Cruz. A little bit slow onto it. Now position revealed off the Sheriff's shot. RRQ just in position, waiting for the swing. First one goes down. Weapon swapped over. So a bit more ammunition now. And Monyet with the quick movement and footwork. Just to check and keep it safe. 2 HP still survives.
Yeah, 3-9 start in the opening half, and Monyet's doubled his kills on the attacking pistol.
That's the first pistol that RRQ has gotten today.
Yeah, taken a while to find some success in that department. But their Haven looking very good here. Swapped up the comp coming into Full Sense, who pick Haven into them here. Choose to start out on the attacking side, and it's looking like it's working a treat for them.
Nice! Nice, good run, guys.
Sorry, on the defense, rather.
See if they can ride that wave.
No escape.
Grabner in towards A main to once again prioritize Cruz getting his annihilation. They were farming the orbs and the plants for him on defense as well.
Slight creep up as well, but checked by Jemkin on the Marshall close range.
Pretty slow anti-eco here for RRQ. Not wanting to give Full Sense any opportunities. Cam is deep in grass for Full Sense at least.
There's a cam for Cam as well. I think Xfero kind of noted it earlier before, so just to possibly overwhelm onto the C site. They give themselves extra coverage on the flank.
That's a cute high-low. Killua and Jit Boys with nothing but classics. Hey, not bad.
Yeah,
2 kills, you're happy with that, honestly. 2 for 2 with nothing brought into it.
So decent damage. We'll see as they go back towards just on pistol.
Enemy remaining.
Fermi out from spawn, Cruz out from behind. At this point, possibly noted. The ping's already on the map.
You definitely want to go down or try to find Xferro or Crazy Guy here as Cruz. As I've said, they've kind of been prioritizing his annihilation so far this game.
Does have the net refreshed. Is there a way to kind of like bounce it off the wall over onto log? Probably not. Too far.
No
That's
more
just going to be RRQ mopping up.
Yeah, nicely navigated. Cam spots him out. Cage pulled up. The safest possible setup really there for RRQ. To full sense to start to get going in the gun rounds. They are still playing that double senti comp, but you've seen a fair bit of that. They won themselves a 13-5 over Varel, I want to say. It's definitely one of the Japanese teams they played on this map.
Don't recon backside.
Might have been Zeta, might have been Varel, can't remember, but they got the majority of their work done on the defense. They didn't really have to play much of an attacking side. And they had some really nice setups on the defense. Like, honestly, it was a treat to watch them play the defense of this map. So let's not count them out just yet. But if they do lose Haven here to RRQ, I think that's the first map they've lost this entire stage. They've 2-0'd every game so far.
Definitely. But like you said, you know, let's see what this comp does. Definitely a lot of possibilities on the defensive side. But for now, back over 2-3 split.
RRQ just waiting around in A main. Is their bonus round, but they've got a lot of rifles brought into it. They'd want to be winning this one. Contact play out towards A long. Killua looking for information.
Scout destroyed.
And he will find it. Quick reaction with the paranoia though. RRQ. Ooh, slow down by the Gravnet. And Cruz,
nice.
Off a quick reaction, will be able to throw a wrench into RRQ's plans.
Yeah, I mean, Gravnet first pick, dump the barrier mesh. Sorry, mate. You are not getting in here. And get the rotation back across from full sense. They're trying to stay one step ahead. Refract active as Premier looks for a pick, and he's found the right timing to do so. The information is already fantastic. 25 seconds here for RRQ.
The great migration from full sense all the way over onto C side. Fastlane kind of confirms it, but Manya tries to play around it. Now it's going to be Primi off to the angles, just being able to hold out around the choke point.
I mean, it's fantastic stuff from full sense there. Just shut down any hopes of RRQ kicking off that A execute. You can already see how tentative they are trying to attack into Cypher Deadlock. It's such an annoyance. Cage Gravnet goes up. Easy rotation with Primi looking for information in the perfect part of the round. Refract active walking out of garage. He finds them on the cross, and that means that full sense stay one step ahead. Another gun round up here for RRQ. Let's see what they're talking about.
Oh.
Hey, Cypher not playing here, guys.
The camp's on you guys?
No.
Okay, keep walking, keep walking.
I break.
Go.
Come on. Take garage. Dead.
Yeah, RRQ just breaking some utility. Trying to keep the rotations of full sense honest, and you do get a reaction from Primi, who has his refract active. Just TP back away. RRQ making some moves back towards grass. Jemkin's been dropped off, which may indicate they want to end towards C at some point this round.
Means it's very crucial for full sense to keep their formation intact. Ooh, B as well. Cruz with the early Gravnet. And the Annihilation instantly ripped. That's going to confirm positioning. They all spam through the smokes. Just to end up over onto Garage. Leviathan still managing to drag his crosshair on. Support by Primi. Just to fend off RRQ once again. The spike dropped down. Jemkin all the way out from behind onto site. Despite the push-up, not sure if he's actually going to be able to hold on. 2 players down, but not before Jit Boys comes in for the exchange.
That's what RRQ are going for there. A little bit of a poke towards C, trying to pull the rotation away from that B site, shove into the middle of the map, baits out the Annihilation, which works out well for them until they walk into this crossfire across garage. And there's no smoke for the window. The cage comes in too late. They lose 3 players before the cage even goes up, and Jemkin on the lurk has no impact, unfortunately. I like the play in principle from RRQ, but the timing is just not quite right, unfortunately.
Full sense once again. Just put themselves in the right positions at the right times.
That was a collide. I'm surprised he even walked away from, only walked away with 1 there.
Look at Cruz. Oh, he's pulling out the owner too.
He is. Cheeky man. Just a save here for RRQ, who drone into garage and look for some control. There's no trips in play, and Jitboys has juked that drone nicely.
In position to just collect as they try to step over the ledge onto window. Anticipates more players as well. It's going to be Europe to confirm more as he looks to fish.
Spike down mid.
Well, that's 3 gone. Xferro low HP. The wall bang.
Yeah, may as well. Got the Odin out for a reason. And now Full Sense have got the gun rounds going. It feels like this defense is very, very strong indeed, as it would be expected to be. Cypher deadlock. Primmy's getting active on the right timings, round in, round out, just ripping the refract. Talk about the waylay nerf, but, you know, the saturate pull-out time is, you know, going to be something that affects your ability to dive bomb on the attacking side or reactively pull it out when the other team is running at you. On the defense, spamming towards a lobby, doesn't find any of those players. I'm surprised he doesn't find more damage than that. Kuchi got tagged up a little, but nonetheless, RRQ have made it into lobby. Kilua and Cruz to hold. Primmy once again rotating to the right side of the map. Convergent paths in hand. Like, Full Sense just always has 3 on the right side.
They're reading the map so well. After a bit of settling down, though, RRQ back into garage. There's no one or nothing there to hold it.
Yeah, Jitboys has set himself up a bit of a stronghold on this C side. Be a quick flood with the Paranoia of the Convergent Paths. Once again, a shove towards the middle of the map from RRQ.
And it's just going to be Leviathan. Breaking the drone, inciting a reaction with the saturate. RRQ happy with what they found.
Where do they end here, though? Xferro still actively on the lurk towards this C side of the map.
No way.
RRQ hanging around outside of garage. You can see that the deadlock wall is almost broken here. So RRQ will opt to end A and leave Crazy Guy on the lurk. He still does have the From the Shadows who can join up with the rest of the team later on if he wants to. He's thrown a one-man fake into garage.
And that's what he's thinking with the wall down, but unbeknownst to RRQ, it's Full Sense in position. Like you mentioned from before, Primmy with the convergent paths. That's going to slow things down. Even with the fast lane into sight, everything just mowed down by Cruz. What a snap! Crazy Guy suddenly off to the top, though, and that could give them their window of opportunity. 5 seconds, the spike still gets planted. And despite Leviathan being close range, doesn't quite have the entry he's looking for. Goes in for a slight peek, a slight sliver. He's found Crazy Guy. 1v2, Xferro. Just needing to time the kills just right from the shadows, just allowing Jitboys to possibly play off contact. No vision, however. And Xferro backs himself into a corner. Spots out by the top, manages to get the headshot, but does he have it against Leviathan? Where could he be? And he's staying tucked behind. I'm so nervous about the wall bang. Just the smokes, Xferro. Oh! Quick trigger finger! The reactions just to bring RQ back from the fall.
I cannot believe they made that round work. They ran up into the deadlock site with double sonic sensors. You had the quick flood from both the Omen as well as the waylay there. Kilua was inside. I mean, I thought the round was locked up when you got that flick from Cruz. He's put together some dirty multi-frags so far in this stage. The cage has a little bit of a gap in it. Doesn't matter too much when Xferro's in the clutch. Headshot needed and a headshot found around the corner of the smoke. And a timeout in response from Full Sense.
30th clutch, what a guy.
I'm surprised he's only got 30.
Fair enough. I mean, that's the kind of individual skill that's needed to bring RRQ, despite the read, despite the setup that Full Sense had.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that C site was held, quite honestly. I think Jitboys is going to be kicking himself because he's taken far too long to clean up Xferro there, and that is not a player you can afford to give a 1v1 to. Even if he's got 5 HP, he can get it done. I think by and large, Full Sense and the setups that they've been showing in the last 4 rounds have been excellent post the pistol. I don't think they really need much of an adjustment, to be honest. That's a round that RRQ gets done with some individual brilliance, and it came down to a very tense situation. I think if Full Sense, I'm looking for small adjustments. They don't need to reinvent the wheel here. They've got a very good defense. They've already shown it earlier on in this stage. And so far with guns in hand, it's been hard for RRQ to get going on this attack.
Suppose it can feel quite unsettling at times still, though, so kind of go back to what worked out in the initial beginning of this half. Early grab net, some A lobby control, but that is going to be a slightly weaker C site. Can't Primi hold it. Just trying to do a bit of damage. Refrax back.
He's made Jemkin quite low there. Trick spotted out on the backside of the site, and RRQ are having a tough time clearing that out. There's a Trailblazer through the middle of the map.
But it doesn't spot xFaro. No, sir. Just trying to still keep some sights trained towards possible positions. But suddenly xFaro goes swinging. Off to the back end, however, it's still convergent paths into sight. If they can take down more players, that would be better. But Monyet, what a trap play onto the judge. Jemkin goes down all of a sudden through garage entrance, however. And you're backed down to everything towards long. They go in for the peaks, but they do not have the shot. It's going to be Full Sense striking back against RRQ.
Another nice retake.
Returning to
Feels like RRQ can never quite get comfortable. xFaro has a little bit of impact on the lurk there. But what I wanted to see from Full Sense in that last round is exactly what they do in round 19. Primi rotates in with the convergent paths, and that's a bit of a difference maker. Yet the Hunter's Fury in there from RRQ, it's clear that they're wanting to be the team to make the first move and aggress onto spawn side. Trying to cause a little bit of havoc for Monyet to thrive in, but Full Sense are the ones to make the cleaner first move. Paranoia convergent paths with the Flood is a little bit more effective for them.
Which does put RRQ against the back foot once more. Blades out for Jemkin.
It's pretty good with them. It's a half buy that you cannot take for granted. Quick C control in the favor of RRQ. You've got the overdrive as well for Monyet. Full Sense need to keep their heads screwed on right. Nice open plant for Cushy as well as Full Sense take mid control.
Cruz one away from annihilation.
Paranoia looking to slow them down here, potentially. There's the Seekers.
Gonna get sent out. Still gotta watch out for xFaro, who had been playing that position out from before. We're gonna start things off with Jemkin onto some kills, but it won't be enough. Just xFaro left, and despite the position not being noted before, ultimately way too overwhelming from Full Sense. The score has been tied up.
3 guns kept over. Annihilation picked up for Cruz as well. RRQ at 10 apiece. You have 1 timeout left for either one of these teams. Only had that 1 gun round, which was one from a clutch, courtesy of xFaro. Outside of that, they have not had a lot of luck on this attacking side. It's unfortunately another very quiet game from Monyet on the Neon.
One enemy remaining.
Sometimes it is true. He's been relegated to a lot of entry dive duty, but regardless, still has an overdrive pocketed.
I'm out of here.
Same trip for the backside of the site here for Full Sense. And RRQ, they're feeling like they're getting onto C every single time. They just need to kind of 100% their ability to actually play the post plant from there. This time, Full Sense much more active in fighting them. Primi on the front side of the site, Refract active, and Leviathan tucking himself into back plat.
Not quite spotted yet, but quick response from Jemkin off the trip as well.
Trip finally dealt with. Plant goes down for Cushy. The Annihilation is still in play here for Cruz as Full Sense don't take mid control this time. They're trying to fight from garage and spawn.
Annihilation could be the catalyst. Oh, he looks to collect it on towards the top of logs. Could be a free kill, and there it goes. Suddenly, however, at the same time, it's Primi hopping across out with the rifles, but still enough of a reaction from RRQ just to be able to hold it down.
Leviathan on back plat there, getting isolated and picked off. It's been mostly a full retake setup for Full Sense. It's only been Primi looking for some of these kills with the Refract active, and that's around where the Omen pushed into the smoke is spotted out. I'm not sure what scanned him. It looked like he got scanned by something. I know the trip got triggered by the attackers, and I thought that's what Leviathan was playing around, but it really did look like he got darted or drone tagged or something like that there. Regardless though, you finally find that clean attacking side round that they've been looking for. Just been battering down the C door time and time again, and Full Sense are not really changing their setup. They're feeling like they need small adjustments. It's the same trip across the backside of the site. It's been pretty annoying for RRQ to break that. At some point as the Sova, you've just got to shock that. They've just been tripping that same position over and over again.
Instead, they're trying to potentially switch up the pacing.
RRQ expecting some aggression from Full Sense, but they won't be obliged. So full retake setup on that C side of the map. Down goes the barrier mesh in middle. Spotted out by the camera of Xfero, and RRQ felt the need to start to make some moves now. Drone going forward up C long. Leviathan is playing to hold yet again here.
Just to read off for potential util timing. Into position, but still needing to come up with the goods. Unfortunately, most of it smoked off, and it's just Full Sense trying to get themselves into position. Oh, Cruz getting spot out.
30 seconds left.
It's a big entry from Monier. Plant going down. Neural theft as well, revealing where all of Full Sense are. Nice spam back through from Leviathan, though.
Sudden and quick. And for Trailblazer, just clear out the initial smoke as well. However, the pressure is on. Spike taken away. Just from the shadows to try to scout things out initially. And the flash, but still not quite able to break out of the choke. They go in for the swings. It's Leviathan for a couple of sprays, but then RRQ still maximum control, 0 rejection.
Match point.
Map point now for RRQ. And what makes all the difference from them in that round is the late dart and the second layer of utility. Full Sense was trying to play for backside and flood back on through. And you got a dart up over the top that actually forced Full Sense into this uncomfortable situation. You see them all set up in spawn side. They were forced into that spawn smoke by that late dart from Cushy. There was a nice shock onto the platform trip as I was talking about before that execute came out. The Sober utility that really made a massive difference for RRQ there. Oh, the Outlaw is getting in the mix. With 2 players with light armor, Jip Boys is glass cannoned. Jemkin has punished them heavily for it.
It's going to be tougher to retake with this now.
RRQ about to take the first map loss that Full Sense has suffered so far this stage.
Don't even want to think about a potential reverse sweep yet. We still have one potential final map to go, but for now, Cruz trying to get the right reaction.
Go.
Sets up alongside the Sonic Sensor. Oh, but it's just not yet. As soon as the fast lane comes down.
I mean, he's had a couple of really cracker entries back on into this game. Primi looking to get active here.
Yeah, dives in. No ult, however. It just feels as though all the walls are crumbling apart for Full Sense. Off to the top of heaven. Maybe one more out from Link, but look at the spam from Crazy Guy. Just counting down the seconds before we all go down. RRQ with a flawless finish to the map. 13-10, they take off Haven.
Yeah, really good resilience from them. Just trusting the game plan and the calling on the attacking side. It was small micro adjustments from both of those teams that made the difference. You saw Full Sense run the same setup on defense over and over again, and you saw RRQ continue to hit that C site into the retake setup and just change up little pieces where you Sova dart, when you Sova dart, when you choose to dive through that backside smoke. Those small little micro adjustments are what really wins RRQ this game.
It's all down to that C take, and that just keeps them ahead of Full Sense. In the first map, it might have been macro reads that gave Cruz and his team the ability to stay on top of RRQ, but now it's RRQ back with some micro adjustments, just bit by bit.
I mean, it's always a really good series of Valorant when you see these two teams, because they've both got great coaching staff, great callers, a lot of talent on both sides, a lot of clutch potential. To get a little bit of everything when you see Full Sense take on RRQ, it really is a treat to watch. Jemkin back on the jet, looked well and truly in control, comfortable in that particular role. You saw a little bit of a resurgence at the end from Monier, actually putting together a couple of entries to get RRQ across the line after a very rough game. So nice to see him start to get into the mix a little bit more. And for Full Sense, I mean, let's see. We've seen them at times have very hot starts in various stages of Pacific. Same could be said in kickoff. And then as soon as they lose a map or they lose a series, that's where they start to fall off a little bit. So we'll see how they go coming into the third map.
Like you said a little bit earlier, you know, a fire lit underneath them. But for now, let's toss it back over to the desk.
RRQ keeping themselves in the game today. We're definitely going to be going to a map 3, RRQ made some adjustments to their Haven, namely in terms of putting Jemkin back on the Jet, and things worked out pretty nicely.
And maybe this is something that's going to continue to be a trend here in Pacific, and with every iteration that we're seeing, it looks pretty good outside of maybe Feral, I suppose, who did make that pivot. But yeah, for RRQ, I mean, Jemkin just kind of went crazy with his Jet. I mean, it's what they needed him to do going for this pick. It felt a little bit riskier for them, and it paid dividends.
Yeah, great bounce back from RRQ. I mean, we've seen them do this time and time again, so really nice to see them once again come alive when it matters the most, and especially with Monye having a pretty rough game at the start of that. RRQ did great to not have to rely on that Neon, which is so common in this meta. You know, the rest of the team rallies around, all their support players plop off, and they get map 2 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's also worth pointing out again that this is the first map loss suffered by Full Sense. They have had, you know, perfection up until this point, so RRQ, first ones to be able to draw that blood, but can they secure the win from here is going to be my question with Fracture on the horizon. Or is it going to be another, you know, kind of like them versus Nongshim situation where they're like, well, we did the best versus Nongshim. Don't want that to be the case. So I want them to be able to, you know, get over that final hurdle.
I feel like there's a, you know, when it comes to RRQ in this map, there's a bit of the coaching staff coming into play here. They know Full Sense really well, so they were prepped for this. And of course, we were talking about the Waylay earlier. We'll break this down a bit more, but I mean, I don't know if this is the comp I want to see coming out of Full Sense in general as well. But you know what? This is the first map loss. You can say, you know, is this like the first of many? It's a slippery slope, but it's also still the first map loss, and it's against RRQ. So I think we're in okay terms here for that. So let's look at Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy, he's one of the two players we wanted to see step up.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look at that difference between map 1 and map 2. Map 1, he felt like a bit of a liability on that KO, to be honest. Map 2, he came alive. Love that he brought out that Odin. What year is it back? It's so hard. And he was just putting together big rounds, keeping RRQ alive where it matters most. We know how passionate this guy is. He wants to play in Vietnam, people.
Yeah. I hope so.
I think previously for me, like, Crazy Guy was always one of those players who's like, I want to see him on the Initiator, you know, that's Soba, he's so good at it. Now I think I've been fully convinced that, like, I don't really want to see him on anything other than controllers. He is just very good at just walking the line, knowing when, you know, how far he can go without overstepping and getting punished. He's been playing it super, super well, no matter which controller he's on, but this Omen was just very clean from him, and that Odin just gave so many pains over to the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, and we were talking a bit about coaching earlier. So, Kilios, if you were a coach, and, you know, Full Sense dropped their first map.
Yeah, so
what went wrong?
You know, I said that, you know, Full Sense, they're the team in the driver's seat. They hadn't dropped any maps, so they're the team that doesn't need to make any changes. I think after watching this one, given it, especially that Haven was their map pick, there might be some changes that need to come through. So if we could take a look at the comp again that they just ran here on this Haven, I think that would be good, because there's a couple things that I think we should zoom in on. So yeah, the Waylay. They continue to stick with this one. Weren't sure if we were going to be seeing it now that we're in the post-nerf, but Primi decides to go for it. But okay, then we get on to Haven. What's a good duelist now that Waylay is nerfed that could be played on Haven? The Primi's played before.
I'm dying for the answer.
Now, I'm not a genius or anything, but I've been seeing a couple teams be playing the Phoenix on Haven, and it looks pretty good. So Primi, I think, moving forward, I would love to see him bring the Phoenix out, because the kills that he was able to get, the impact that he had in this map, it felt like almost none of it really came from the Waylay kit itself. Obviously, there's going to be a couple of edge cases in there where it did matter, but as far as like convergent path retakes coming through, you know, being able to get that dive and get the saturate and then pick somebody off, it felt like all of that was completely missing, and I'd rather just see him charge in with a Phoenix ult instead.
Yeah, to me, I feel like the Haven comp is very anti the meta. That's what it's trying to do, trying to counter this aggressive double duelist. But in my mind, Full Sense aren't a team that need to do that. You have great aimers. This meta is borderline perfect for you. I want to see you lean into the meta, not try and anti it. I don't think they need to. So
they're so bored of winning. They're like,
guys, let's enable Primi. Let's get him on the Phoenix.
But also, you're the one who's playing the double controller. You don't need the Waylay to be able to dive over top of the double Senti, I should say. You don't need the Waylay to be able to dive over another team's double Senti setup, because they're not running it. So just stay flat-footed, stay on the ground, and just sprint at him with a Phoenix. You know, burn them to death. You did that several times on Pearl.
Yeah.
I think the Phoenix moving forward would be a very big change for them.
That's great. Analysis from Coach Kilios there.
Or screw it, just match the Jet if you really want to.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, would love to see that actually from me on the Jet. But let's see what happens here, because Fracture is a little bit of a different map than the first two, and in terms of how it's played and the agent composition is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, last we saw from them, they had a really nice comeback, and that attacker half for them especially was perfect. 100% attacker round win rate. They went 7-0. Absolutely dominant there. Full Sense also have a win on this, looking good, but they were also running that Waylay. Once again, we have to ask the question, will they play the Waylay again? Now, Phoenix, I don't think I want to see that on Fracture necessarily, but I think I want to see them lean in a different way. I really don't want them to come out with this Neon Waylay once again. Give me some growth, give me something new, because I think if you play it again, I'm going to be feeling very good for RRQ here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because, I mean, both teams, they played this map versus Zeta Division. They both got 13-6 records versus Zeta Division on this map. So this is going to be, you know, the true test, the biggest test that they could possibly get. So I think that if RRQ are going to keep running what they're running, I kind of do have to give them the upper hand here if that Waylay is going to be in play for Full Sense.
I mean, the thing is with Full Sense, they've been looking so good so far. Every match has been, you know, pretty clean win for the most part. They did know the nerf is coming in, but if nothing's really broke yet, would you try to change things?
I mean, I think you have to, as a coach, as a team, you have to be able to anticipate what's coming. If you're always going to be reactionary to these meta changes and you wait to see what everybody else does, you're going to be weeks behind. And in Valorant, we don't have that many games.
Yeah, you want to be streets ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have to be on top of it. You can't let everyone else define the meta for you. So I don't want to see them lag behind and wait for something to break before they change. I want to see them get in front of it, and I want to see them enable these individuals.
So, like you guys pointed out, with Full Sense, they have this tendency to look really good and then suddenly fall off. I've seen this also happen with teams who, in general, who are doing really well. They get a little bit complacent. Things are fine. You're in Group of Mega. What's the big deal? So I hope, I agree with you guys, and I hope that Full Sense didn't relax a little bit too much here, because RRQ, they know something's been wrong over the last couple of weeks. They've been winning their first two matches, so they've been fixing it. You can see it coming out on the server and finally found some success.
And I think when the meta is in a place that's so aggressive like it is now, it's going to be so confidence-driven. You need the guys, especially on those duelists, to be feeling good. And speaking of which, we have the agent select coming in. Full Sense, not listen to a word we said up here on the desk. Primi sticking on that Waylay. No changes for either team here from when we saw them last play.
I mean, I think that if you're still going to run the Waylay, I do like Fracture for it a bit more than Haven.
Yeah, I agree.
But I'm still a little bit concerned about this one. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens, because they dropped that map in spite of, you know, Monyet still having another struggle game on that Haven. So all of Full Sense really need to show up on this one. I'm hoping that this ends up being a big banger to close out this series, regardless of who wins. So let's get like a 16-14 overtime.
I think that's possible. I think Fracture is our new...
RRQ's in the lobby. OT is always possible.
That is true, and I think Fracture is our new split, and we might get a banger here as we send it back to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah, we could. Let's have some overtimes here on Fracture, because the first map came out with Full Sense on some macro reads, and then onto the second with RRQ with the tiny adjustments. Now we're down to this time where you have to let those hands go, square up against one another. It's RRQ Full Sense. Anyone can take it away.
See, both of these teams beat up Zeta Division pretty hard on this map, so without any comp changes, we'll see which team will come out ahead. I do like the Waylay on this map, but mostly I like it into Cypher or Breach Teo, because it's so good at baiting out some of those traps and set plays. I don't think it necessarily does that as well against RRQ's comp. The Vita and the Cypher, you know, definitely do different things on this kind of a map. Progression smoke into A main there. Guiding Light is going to confirm that somebody is over here as 4 players from Full Sense take their way into A main. Xfero no longer interested. He's going to meet up with the rest of RRQ, who will make their way over onto B. It's just Leviathan once again in a retake setup with a kill trip.
Both kind of 4-1, but you, in this instance, give a bit more stake to RRQ just with the fact that they're grouped up as 5. Full Sense have a bit of catching up to do. Leviathan wants none of it, so will keep a safe distance away. Meanwhile, Full Sense, all four being spotted out towards the back.
Quick pacing here as the interceptor gets dealt with. Molotov will keep Full Sense at bay for now, but Primi has caught Cushy on the cross.
And we've essentially switched sides, but what is this? Jitboy still finding the angles on towards Monyet, somehow getting caught out. Then the push coming through, in with the saturate, but still the off angles being held down to the 1v1 where X-Pharaoh is way too low! Caught out by the edges, and it's Leviathan who cleans up for Full Sense.
Saw some heroic clutches from X-Pharaoh, but that would have had to be a bridge further than we've seen from him today. Leviathan, nice 3K from the Cypher that was set up for the retake right from the start. Another pistol goes the way of Full Sense. Probably not really getting the coverage that they were looking for, and Cushy thought he had a little bit longer to make a play there, kind of got caught in no man's land. I don't think that RRQ necessarily had the clean execution that they were expecting. A lot of time, especially with the guiding light going into tower earlier on, you'd see a lot of teams wrap arcade and be able to have a much better post plant from a lot of different directions. Hold on, RRQ. This is a bit more North American.
The force coming up, and they're looking to push through into ditch, but Primi answers them with an outlaw. Swaps back over.
That's the worst way to start it out against the force. Outlaws on the line again. They're lucky to get away with that, to be honest. Just a dry peek into it because the sky's gone down.
Yeah, but look at how Primi goes for the quick reload, but he's going to get a hit with the drive-by from Monyet. Now onto the site, and in with the Stingers, out with the Judge! It's Cruz just being able to deal a bit more damage. Does RRQ have the plant? Yes, they do. Back themselves in towards main, or just to try to hold around it.
Smoke on the cross. Molly is there for Crazy Guy. Outlaw pulled out now for Jemkin, who is one of the paint shells. All of these players on Full Sense are one-shottable.
The smokes will kind of hide things for now, but there could be hell to pay. Oh, and he pulls it out, tosses it, and flushes Killua out into the open position. RRQ answer back.
It's a big play from Jemkin. Entry back on in from Monyet was so critical. Takes out Primi, who started out the round so well for Full Sense. You don't see Force Spies too often. And when the Force Spy goes straight into the open arms of an Outlaw, you'd think that that was going to be a nightmare scenario for RRQ. But they find the perfect passage of play. Smoke is in the great position for Crazy Guy. One kill needed for Jemkin to get the paint shells and flushes it straight into Crazy Guy's angle. And RRQ feeling like the momentum is firmly with them at this point. They were, I mean, last series, the team to often lose round number 2. Feels pretty bloody good to win it this time.
And in a matchup like this where confidence can matter so much. Definitely see the effect of it against Full Sense now, who are just playing rather split default, really defensive.
Outlaws out for X-Pharaoh, one off the evolution. Jemkin getting quite close to a showstopper as well. As the Trailblazer, as well as the Stimpy can go in. Fast lane goes up, Monyet dives into the smoke.
And Leviathan still trying to hide around the boxes, but unfortunately will get spotted either way.
There's a great confidence kills for Monyet. He's had some rough games so far in this stage of Pacific on the Neon.
It would be even better if, yeah, the ults come online now. Outlaw, onto X-Pharaoh, onto the Evolution. Just Killua left, spotted as well. Are they trying to bait it out into the open for Jemkin? Oh my god, I think they are.
Yeah, they really want Jemkin to get this kill. That's fine, honestly. Outlaw goes down, but he gets the showstopper nonetheless. You've got 2 ults coming into the bonus now for RRQ. This is a very hot start to the attacking side for them.
Yeah, a bit of shenanigans, but either way, just also being able to get those ults online.
These are the confidence frags that you need to see from Monyet. So I'm doing some cheeky stuff, dropping the classics there.
What the hell?
I mean, it's only versus Eco, but Monyet in a good mood is a Monyet who plays very, very well usually.
That is very true. On to the next, though. It's going to be Primi with the Operator, and he gets absolutely domed.
Oh, no.
Is it like a left and right hand feet kind of situation? Either way, though, now it's going to be Showstopper that gives free entry to RRQ over the B side. Full Sense off to the save already.
I mean, they're on a heater, aren't they, RRQ? X-Pharaoh just takes the head off Primi with the Refract active. Showstopper earned at the end of the last round. Picks that second player, the Cypher. The whole setup goes down. Round is just over outright. That's the bonus win for RRQ. You've had hot starts time and time again in this series for Full Sense, but now it's going the other way against them.
Really makes me wonder to what the prep work looked like coming into this one. I mean, the last time RRQ played this was way back in week 1. Meanwhile, for Full Sense, just a couple weeks ago.
It's a ballsy play to force in the second round, but when it works out for you and then you get the ults rolling, you win the bonus, that's when you just run away with the game. Full Sense have dug themselves a bit of a hole here. It's going to take some serious resilience and tenacity from them to get back into this game of Fracture. Going to have to fight tooth and nail. We will see a timeout here for Full Sense, it looks like. Have a little bit of a chat about how they've started. I like the timeout on this specific timing where they've currently saved 3 guns. It's going to give them a chance, especially with the Waylay and the Cypher to be the players that went down, to kind of construct themselves around. They can win with maybe a half buy, and then looking forward into the rest of the half, start to make some adjustments. You'd love to see some cheeky shotgun positions. Maybe you turtle your Cypher in tower or something like that, or you have one of these like positions from Primi where maybe he's on the A site with Refract active and he goes looking for a kill with a shotty. Maybe try to go for one of those suicide dives where you just try to shotgun someone and then Refract back out. So those are two players that you can definitely put a shotgun in their hands and they can find some impact, and then the rifles can come out for the rest of the team. As it stands though, Leviathan is thinking again about glass cannoning a Phantom. We've seen him do that already a couple of times this game. Primi's got the judge out, so this will be a force here for Full Sense. You know, it's interesting to go for the force here. I honestly wouldn't have minded the half buy around the 3 saved rifles. I think that gets you a lot of bang for your buck, because the problem with the full force here is if you don't get through with the force, it digs you even further of a hole. But even if you do, like, look at RRQ's money. It's like, okay, you won the force buy, maybe you had 1 or 2 players surviving. It's like, oh, great, well, they're just going to buy like 3 more times anyway, so...
It might not be a good call, but either way, we're going to have to see with RRQ just making the first step up in their hands.
Picked up from Primi, by the way. Xferro took his head off and picked his op up for good measure. Puts it to great use as well.
Oh my god, Primi diving in, just trying to allow for Cruz to play off contact. The Saturate instantly tossed, and a slight reset as RRQ backs off.
Yeah, they don't like the way this feels. They've seen a lot of players from Full Sense. They've taken a fair few bits of HP away from them. Killua will patch Cruz back up though.
So, not too bad for now, but are they prepared for the next incoming hit? Jiggle peek, the net's been spotted. Cruz still trying to stay online. And unfortunately thrown off now as a sudden swing comes out from RRQ. Killua does his best to try and hold, but either way, a 1v2 for Leviathan.
Both of those deaths are behind the door, so if he wants to rip the neural theft here, he's going to have to make some noise.
Does it with a gun.
Baits them out. They're both looking at main here.
Jump steps heard. And unfortunately, no real shot found just yet. Too risky to push through the smoke.
Where is everyone hiding?
Goes in for the ult just to try to triangulate things for now. No real vision just yet though, and he has a pretty good idea where they are, but absolutely right.
Guarding lights back up.
He's blinded. Kind of dodges it for now, but then off to the high-low. RRQ just do not let up.
It's just perfection. They wait for that A-main aggression. They really take their time, covering all those angles, waiting for Full Sense to aggress into them, and they play around it perfectly. Cruz does a nice job trading back that kill, but then you can see him in the same position, peeking off Sand. Well, yeah, gets flashed by his teammate, but when you're up in numbers that much, doesn't matter too much. Almost a heroic play there from Killua, but closed out nicely. Another big 3K for Crazy Guy right in the middle of the pack. And money broken now for Full Sense. Force buy doesn't work out for them. And Outlaw out yet again here for Xferro.
Really could hamper things, just like you mentioned before. Full Sense though, grouping up towards B.
I'm out of here.
Open A site for RRQ. Clearing out all of these angles with the util, paint shells, relay bolt, and a trailblazer to boot. Should be a nice open plant behind these double smokes as one yet creeps into drop.
And a quick reaction out from Full Sense, just trying to dive right on top of the spike, but still, RRQ have their guns trained all around the edges of smokes. Outlaw shots fired off. X-Pharaoh managed to get himself out of dodge.
Don't want to necessarily burn the orbital here if you don't have to. There's the aggression out. Sand, guiding light, plus the overdrive makes Full Sense extremely nervous about pushing the issue any further.
Yeah, especially with overdrive at least. No real need to dump further ultimates. Apart from the evolution, just to keep X-Pharaoh alive long enough. Last player, Killua, tries to stay alive, but still gunned down at the end. The overwhelming forces of RRQ put themselves up. A knife's edge. It's multiple rounds on top of Full Sense.
Yeah, I think anti-eco, if you get an open site and a nice open plant like that, you don't want to have to rip an orbital to win the round. I like that RRQ find a passage of play that means that they hold on to the higher value ultimate going later in. They just burn the evolution that's been sitting on X-Pharaoh for quite a while at that point, as well as the overdrive. Especially when you have a strong economy, you don't feel too bad about just chucking the overdrive into a round like that. But the orbital, I mean, that could secure you a gun round. So that's something you want to keep held quite close. Guiding light confirms that RRQ are on top side. And Cab will spot out the cross on Arcade here.
Well, that's Full Sense's call. Apart from that, then just
Cruz has pushed tree and he's wrapping underpass. That's a very nice read from the IGL here. Or not. RRQ,
no.
They're just so ready for everything.
This time around, yeah, Seekers as well, and that's going to give them extra information about south side spawn.
Yeah, all of the Seekers revealing exactly what Full Sense's mid-round movements are. Cypher setup getting peeled apart as they know that Leviathan is retake yet again here, and they'll get a nice safe plant here on the side of RRQ.
Oh, into the smokes as well, just not letting up again.
Yeah, you're not getting in. Monyet's found your Cypher, you flipped the map, relay bolt and an orbital. It's another save for Full Sense. RRQ are just calling circles around them right now. Feels rough. I think Cruz was not quite ready for the, heap of RRQ players in unders. With all that pressure on Arcade side, they thought that RRQ was going to speed up onto the site. But as it stands, you just lose the Brimstone as well as the orbital before you even end up in a position where you're retaking.
As things do possibly happen on Fracture, it's just such a chaotic map to read sometimes. RRQ even going hunting at this point. Primi will give them a warning sign for now.
Oh, Crazy Guy's called in Big Bro. He took a couple of shots. He's like, Chefkin, help!
But yeah, I mean, every round, Full Sense has been like trying to work off of some A-main control, maybe the underpass, but RRQ just have other plans.
This is a map that they picked before, and I remember there was like a halftime interview with Jovi in like the first week, I believe it was. It's like, oh, what do you think about Fracture? And he said, yeah, I'm confident. We've been putting a lot of work into it. And I've got to say, it's looking very nice.
And that's kind of the weird thing, because Full Sense left this map open intentionally. It was between Lotus or Fracture, and this was what they chose.
I think it's a map that went well for them as well. Both of these teams did batter Zeta.
Yeah, that was against Zeta.
Yeah, double trips on stair side here. Both broken by the paint shells. Oh, yep, that's rough.
Orbital to try to split off the team, but Monyet still kind of able to play around. What is this? Trades up against Primi, and suddenly you might have some extra wiggle room around Canteen. It's going to be Crazy Guy pushing on alongside Generator.
Look, they just tapped the spike and they're just waiting for a flood or a mistake from Full Sense. Close on Gen side though. Crazy Guy gets caught. Chip Boys does well to come up with two there.
And then down to the trades. Oh, that's all RRQ needed. Some information. Snaps back over the top of Canteen, back onto Jit Boys, and they just continue going.
7 in a row. Not slowing down on this attacking side anytime soon. This is a clinical Fracture attack.
Prepare for hellfire.
Monyet, I mean, at what point as Leviathan do you start to get scared of running in the smokes? That's the third time Monyet's run into the smoke and shot either Cruz or Leviathan. This B-hold is quite problematic.
Nice! Oh, I killed the captain.
Yeah, that's what I said, bro.
Now, for everything that we were touting out for Full Sense, RRQ look fully switched on now, especially with Monyet becoming activated. Once again, back to the A main hold.
Yeah, RRQ are just patiently waiting for a fight. given by Full Sense, who continually take a main control and open up the door. Xfero waiting for a mistake over there, and the rest of RRQ just simplifying back over towards this B site. It's been pretty easy for them to take. Cruz and Leviathan have not really been putting up much resistance so far.
Different position though, something you mentioned a couple rounds ago. It's going to be Leviathan with the shotgun inside a tower this time. Different trips, and he's looking to play off contact around it, but Monyet, quick reactions with the relay bolt. A boom pod as well. Leviathan looks to juke around.
Monyet's wrapping on him. The rest of Full Sense are going in with the flood on the conversion pass potentially here.
But then you got to think about where else RQ could be positioned. Fast lane kind of throws things into disarray, and there's no clear entry despite convergent pass being sent in. Cushy now cements the plant, and more retake setups being broken apart. Chip Boys tries a bit of an entry out from the back of tree, but RQ just hunkered down, takes another step further.
Look at the flank from Monyet.
Another wraparound, but more players getting gunned down. Might not even come in time. Jemkin. Oh, and it's Xfero to clean up at the end. Despite the overtime ripped, it's not necessary.
Full Sense. I mean, you thought that they were going to flood in with the convergent pass, but they ripped the convergent pass and then do nothing. It just feels like there's no confidence. This is usually a team that is brimming with confidence. Doesn't feel like they can pull off any of these retakes, and RRQ, they're just continually outplaying them in the mid to late round. Every single post plant goes their way. That's perfect team play. Monyet wraps around Cartine, and 2 players from Arcade join him. See RRQ in round number 10, how they're sounding on the team comms.
Hey, the sniper may be A, okay, guys.
Hey, Push, can you flash here for me one? Can you flash it?
Later.
Freeze.
Yes, yes.
Push flash one.
Pass him, listen to me. Later, they take out, okay? Yep. I'm holding him in.
Come on, B, guys. Come B. Actually, guys, go away.
Primmy's late timing. And 3 more to hold, but it's a collateral! Cruz manages to fire off a shot, but it's not enough. And despite Primmy's position around the flashes, he's just going to have to regroup with Leviathan back up. Some towards drop, 1 towards spawn.
Trailblazer goes into the smokes there as the interceptor is placed in the backside of the site. Cushy to put down the spike. There's another showstopper in play for Jemkin, if it's even needed in this 4-on-2.
Probably not.
It looks like they're going to save. I mean, with the Outlaw out, Primmy and Leviathan are very squishy. So they're not even going to go for this one. This is just the saddest game from Full Sense. They won pistol, got force bought on, and then RRQ just run a train 9 rounds in a row, starting with the force buy.
You're just not able.
Man.
Just looking to scavenge whatever's left of this half at this point. I mean, talk about confidence, but I think it'd be kind of insane to still be brimming with confidence, down 1-8, 1-9 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels like a predictions curse at this point.
Oh no.
No one went for RRQ today.
Whoops. Dang it, I should have.
Might have to fill out another apology form. Yep.
Okay.
I've never even seen the replay guy use that effect yet. Like even the replay guy's bullying Full Sense. They don't even deserve correct, man. Alrighty. 2 rounds left in this half. Full Sense looking for any recovery possible in round 11 and 12. What feels like the 4th or 5th save so far, put some rifles in their hands, but outside of that, that's where the good news ends. An overdrive to play with, 1 off the neural theft. These are not round-winning ultimates. We're going to need some serious adjustments. Somebody's going to have to start shooting on a team that's known for doing exactly that.
Stranger things have never been uttered. But here we are. For a team that, well, to be fair, is kind of already locked in playoffs.
Oh, you're set, mate.
Okay. You probably just scribbled that, like, right as you start to see the scoreline on the third map. But all right. Last 2 of the first half. We'll see if the timeout does give them any hope.
Showstopper's still in play for Jemkin, and the operator's out for Xfero. It's been a menace with these scoped weaponry.
Glass Cannon Vandal for Killua.
Yep. Doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence. Cam dealt with by Jemkin. Full Sense rotate in from spawn side, leaving Leviathan retake B yet again, but they've rotated, well, I'm going to say to the right side of the map.
Oh my goodness.
Apparently not. I mean, the Trailblazer sets out the operator on the line. You're not expecting a Vito to keep dry-walking you with an operator.
Okay, a slight oh no. It's still a little bit overextended. Crazy guy with the trade, and suddenly we're back to a 2v4.
Take this.
You hope everything onto just Killua into an undetectable position. But unfortunately he gets caught out by Monyet as well. Down to Leviathan. And what could be,
Spike planted.
I guess, the last strong buy that Full Sense has. I say strong buy, but I remember Killua had a glass cannon. And now everyone's just backed themselves in towards main. No shot you walk past this firing squad and come out unscathed.
He's dead. He is so dead. Oh boy. Double digits for RRQ.
Last round in the half.
This is very painful to watch.
The op shots from Xfero.
This is just not... When do you play against that? They've walked an op out sand with a Trailblazer, and then the Vito just pops you and TPs away.
And then gets another one.
Bro! You're playing against stuff that doesn't even exist. He's gonna do it again.
No. Well, maybe Full Sense looking to push down onto it with 4 as well.
Cam dealt with again by Jemkin. It's the same start to the round. Full Sense. Let's see if they get a little bit more active on bottom side here.
You're gonna have to be fast though. You're leaving Leviathan on an island.
That should be a freebie.
Okay.
That should be a freebie every day of the week.
Oh my god, but it's not! Evolution, and he's got support, Monyet. Everyone turns back around. Killua! He can't survive! And suddenly cruises to turntail and go running. Put on your running shoes, guy! Oh no, he's been caught up too.
Bro, the relay ball into the guiding light. Every piece of utility is perfect from RRQ. Leviathan in another ridiculous clutch. Shouldn't even be needed. What are those shots? It doesn't even matter, bro. It doesn't even matter.
Oh my god.
11-1 for RRQ.
Let's see that again.
I mean, there's just nothing to be said. This is just a demolish.
Are we gonna? Is this like our? We had a 13-1.
I don't know, man. I wasn't expecting it in this game, that's for sure.
Not on this map either. Oh,
I mean, it's great, but like we need that. Where are the rounds? Where are the rounds?
But again, like that's that macro from Full Sense. They kept trying to push down A main. RRQ just play around it. They sit themselves back. Xfero suddenly pulls out the op plays.
Inspired by Primi handing him an op in the first gun round.
Oh my god, you're right.
Almost 400 ACS for Xfero on the attacking side. Now he gets to play defense on Vito. He can just play every off angle. He could be on high terrain. TP around. Playing in tower, then he can TP down onto the side, then he can TP Gen.
For all we know, the Interceptor might just play counter to...
I mean, the Interceptor's pretty annoying, actually.
The Jit Boys Neon, yeah.
I mean, it eats the relay bolt, but more so it's actually annoying because of the Sky util.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Usually eats all that init util. Breach plays okay into it.
I mean, this is fantastic from RQ. It just feels so off that Full Sense has not had an answer throughout this entire first half. We move on to the pistol where they're now on the attack, but as mentioned, keep your eyes out for Xfero on the Vito. Initially the Boombot, and it will check onto a couple players.
Pistol is a necessity for Full Sense here. Couple of sheriffs in hand of Killua and Jit Boys. Only the single guiding light to work with. Crazy Guy looking to stall with the Molotov. There's a paint shells there for Jemkin as well.
Molly lapses, and then the execute in.
Yeah, you get the flank in the meantime though. RRQ has dealt with the trip. Will the paint shells cancel the plant? No, Jemkin's gonna hold it.
Interesting.
Spike planted.
He just continues to hold off to the angle. Oh my goodness, and Full Sense walks straight into him. Paint shells removed,
Whoa,
and then Monyet comes back. What? The flank! This was not anticipated. They cleared the trip, but Full Sense did not have any stake in turning back around. Everything just tossed into the bin. And now we're up to map and series point.
What are those shots from Monyet, dude?
Let's see that again.
Spike planted.
I mean, this is unfortunate for Jit Boys. He doesn't even deserve to die there. Look at this. Oh, man, it's so fast. Straight back in with the guiding light. Smoke onto tower and arcade. That is a well-planned retake if I've ever seen one. The coaching staff weren't even ready for it. It was that fast.
Monyet's a sleeper agent, dude. First 2 maps, he was kind of, you know, middling, but now. A main control taken, Full Sense, last legs in this race. It's just Bucky's and upgraded pistols. They look for a potential pathway into the B site.
Lua has a tough time dealing with even with the Trailblazer at this point. Xfero on his lonesome. We talked about him playing in tower and being able to TP away. Judge in hand here.
And run out of ammo. Maybe a chance now. Jit Boys, a single pickup, the spike planted, everything onto the util. It's Killua up towards tree as first contact. Can't land a shot. The movement's too good. The monkey goes swinging, and he's looking to turn the B site into his playground.
Paint shells in here for RRQ, who have a guiding light to burst through the smoke.
Trying to blow things up. The Judge still a threat. And they play around the smokes. Full Sense try to put up a last stand. And it all begins with Jit Boys. The save to call. And it's RRQ backing off.
Full Sense. Round 2 buy works as well for them as it works for RRQ. Not even necessarily something that I know that they prepared coming into this game. It's just something that they had to do at the end of the day. 10 rounds in a row needed to even push us into overtime. Feels like a far cry of what Full Sense are going to be able to put together. They are not looking switched on at all. And we go back to that storyline of, I mean, they've lost to RRQ in one of these kind of games before. Obviously a little bit more on the line over in Tokyo Finals, but they had a little bit of a mental blank over there. And then today, I mean, this is a game that you thought, given the form of these two teams coming into this game, that Full Sense would be taking every day of the week, but they haven't really met the strong opposition in this group yet. They've got RRQ and T1 back-to-back. Leviathan flushed out from topside. But a loss here from Full Sense and then a loss to T1 would raise some serious question marks after they've kind of been battering some of the Japanese opposition so far in this group.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people high on Full Sense, but
even Sliggy,
given some of those results, they may be a little overrated.
I haven't really seen them being tested like this before, at least not in this group stage, but nonetheless, one foot in front of the other, they march themselves into the B site. It's going to be Monyet spotted out initially. Not too much of an investment on the other players as well, so just a hold up around A site.
All picked up for Primi. As RRQ re-clear all of A. They're going to secure Jemkin and extra ult orb towards the rocket. I do believe that you might have got the one from drop as well as RRQ. So min-maxing everything that they can try to get done in a round that's virtually unwinnable.
Spike planted.
First G classic, more kills would be nice. Full Sense though, just don't lose your heads.
I mean, it's a little bit too far, Quack. I think they needed that round 4 maybe.
Maybe. Oh no. Well, that was a classic. It's okay.
Boys going looking for some ult orbs, and will get himself closer to an overdrive. Jemkin now one of the showstopper as a result of those kills.
Not bad.
And Crazy Guy looking for an exit if he can find it. Might find Leviathan here.
Possibly. Leviathan, a little bit of movement. Oh my god.
You'll take that.
That's more guns robbed away.
Outlaw and 2 rifles kept through. Full Sense. But now we get RRQ's first gun round. Their defense looked pretty solid.
One enemy remaining.
Just in their last game. More than good enough to get the job done here against Full Sense. This will be some serious recovery in this group. I mean, Full Sense have already qualified for playoffs. And RRQ would love to join them.
They always were in prime position to potentially make it, but to qualify on their own terms, get better seeding. RRQ primed with the recovery pace over onto the rounds. A bit of clearing out from Full Sense.
Xfero's been spotted in this kind of position before, so you need to be ready for those picks. Primi wasn't, but those are the kind of kills that Primi will get you that not many other players are capable of. Wasn't ready for the top gen peak, but the raw adjustment is good enough.
A little bit of belief can go a long way. Shifting back towards the A site, though, it's just Jemkin here, but he's got Showstopper.
Guarding light. Looking to secure that control. Primi diving forward with the refract. Chipboy's still hanging around on that B side of the map. Still has the fast lane, so we might want to try to throw a fake hand in hand with Leviathan and pinch the site.
Or just not entirely sure what the call might be even. Leviathan slips in.
This is a B fake. They're really just trying to draw rotations.
It's gonna be time still relatively safe enough, but Jemkin, he's still here. The rest of the team have arrived, and the Flash Flood comes back through. Showstopper ripped, and suddenly it's Monyet and Crazy Guy all over the site. Just Chipboy's left, and as he tries to tap, it comes to no avail. 13-3. RRQ come in with a quick reverse sweep.
I mean, that is a stomp. Their Fracture's looking excellent. You can see why they picked it earlier on in this stage. That is by far the most convincing game that I've seen from them. Maybe one of the biggest stomps that we've had so far in Pacific. We were not expecting that in this particular series, but everybody aware of it, that Full Sense is the kind of team that mentally they could just completely fall by the wayside at times. And at this point, it's kind of feeling like there might be a little bit of a mental block against RRQ. Saw it over in the Tokyo finals, here in the groups, despite going up 3-0. Now, against some scarier opposition, Full Sense are starting to run into a couple of problems.
Raises some questions, raises some eyebrows. Is this where we disembark from the Full Sense tuk-tuk? Either way or not, it's RRQ. They qualify on their own terms into playoffs. A big weight off of Crazy Guy's shoulders.
For sure.
For now.
Yeah, I mean, these are exactly the kind of teams that they're going to need to be beating as they head deeper into the playoffs bracket. They've struggled against some rougher opposition, some of the teams that might not even make it into the playoffs. So a win against Full Sense is a big tick in the book of any fans that want to see Crazy Guy playing in front of a Ho crowd over in Ho Chi Minh. If RRQ can beat a Full Sense in pretty good form and show enough resilience today to do it, then you're feeling a little bit more confident. Did lose to T1 just in their last series, but after a couple of mistakes, they're going to feel a little bit more justified now, having got the win on Fracture. So let's go down to the stage and see how they're feeling about that win as we have an interview with Bella.
네, RRQ의 크레이지 가 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Congrats, Crazy Guy, on your win today against Full Sense. 연승가도를 달리고 있던 풀센스를 상대로 오늘 승리를 가져간 RRQ입니다. 패승승이기도 하고 워낙 좋은 경기력을 보여주고 있던 상대였기 때문에 오늘 경기가 상당히 만족스러울 것 같거든요. 승리 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, a win today against the unstoppable Full Sense. You guys stopped them, and it was a reverse sweep as well. How satisfied are you with today's game?
I think I'm very happy because we got the win, so we secured our playoff slot.
Yes.
And also today I play after a long time. I finally can play well. So yeah, very happy today.
우선 오늘 승리로 인해서 플레이오프를 진출 확정한 게 가장 만족스럽고요. 오늘 본인 개인적인 경기력도 빛날 수 있었던 경기여서 상당히 만족스러운 하루라고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 안 그래도 헤이븐에서의 접전이 뭔가 크레이지가이의 오더도 그렇고 RRQ 선수들의 합이 상당히 잘 빛났던 그런 경기였었는데 오늘 상대를 좀 어떻게 파괴했는지 이야기는 어떤 식으로 나눴는지 들어보도록 하겠습니다. We noticed that as well as congrats on the playoffs as well, but we noticed that on Haven, it was like your calls and RQ's teamwork shone so bright. What did you really find to exploit on the other team? What was it that did the trick for you guys?
I think after the Pearl map, we lost against them. Like we lost too many. Like they stacked one side together a lot. So when we moved to Heaven, we just say, okay, let's just play simple game. Everywhere we go, we just go together. Like we go 4 mains, 5 mains, and then we just aim duo with them. And yeah, the game plan worked.
Back to the basics. 이제 펄에서 상대에게 내줬던 펄에서는 상대의 같은 스택에 계속해서 당했던 경험이 있어서 두 번째 맵 헤이븐에서는 조금 더 기본적인 우리 함께 힘을 맞춰서 팀 게임을 운영하자라고 그런 이야기를 했다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 안 그래도 플레이오프 진출에 대해서 먼저 얘기를 안 했던 이유가 이걸로 인해서 이제 크레이지가이 선수의 홈그라운드인 베트남이 더 가까워졌거든요. 얼마나 기대되는지 한번 직접 들어보고 싶어서 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, speaking of playoffs, I mean your home ground, you're closer to it. I want to ask you, I wanted to hear it from yourself. How excited are you?
I mean, I'm very excited for that one. Like very, very excited because, like I said before, this is our first time to host the tier 1 event in Vietnam. So yeah, I'm really looking for it, and hopefully I can attend as a player, not a viewer.
안 그래도 이제 티어 1 대회로서 호치민에서는 처음 열릴 예정이기 때문에 상당히 기대가 많이 된다고 이야기를 했고요. 크레이지가이 선수가 자기는 선수로 꼭 호치민 선수에 가고 싶다고 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 RRQ의 크레이지가이 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Crazy Guy, for the interview and congrats on the win.
Thank you.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026.
And it's a win for RRQ despite all our doubts about them today against Full Sense and Achilles. I was telling you, man, Duk Duks are fast, but they don't get very far.
Yeah, I think shoddy soldering job on that one. It kind of fell apart the chassis. So first big stumble here from Full Sense, going through the first map loss and now series here in stage 1. Obviously still are locked into the playoffs, but RRQ now joining them as well as T1. So running out of spots there in Group Omega, but this is the big concern that we've kind of always had around, you know, over Talon, now Full Sense, even with Cruz back in, it does feel like if this team starts to face a bit of adversity, there can be that mental crumble, whereas for RRQ, they display what they have done time and time again, which is tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. RRQ is one of the most tenacious teams we have here in Pacific. They're always able to overcome these deficits. And I have to say, today was the most convincing we saw them look. Map 2 and 3, it felt like they were in control the whole way. This is what we've been waiting to see from this team all of stage 1. Really, you know, they had those wins on the board, but this was a big test for them today, and they really came to play.
And this does make things a little bit more interesting for Group Omega, right?
Oh, yeah,
I think
it's a big shakeup.
Yeah,
exactly. I think things were, you know, rolling in a very predictable fashion, and now RRQ are making things really interesting, especially with the remaining weeks that we have here. Yeah, so I think this is a really good sign for RRQ. This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see some adjustments. We wanted to see some of the other players step up. Crazy Guy was one of those players.
Yeah.
I still think we saw little like blips of you know, brilliance from Monyat, but still I think there's something missing there. And I think once that comes together, RRQ is in a much better position.
I mean, I will say map 3 was much better from him than the rest of the series.
Oh, yeah.
Because we know he can be great on this Neon because we've seen it before. That's what we've been waiting for, and I felt like he did such a strong job in this map 3 to find all his openings.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to go 18-9 after the performances that he was having in those first 2 maps,
Yeah.
it's a really good glow up. It shows that he really does still have it. It's just getting it out on stage and you know, getting to that performance peak, it's taking a little bit longer than you would like to see if you're an RRQ fan. But this was just an overall, like, a very good effort from the team across the board. I mean, Kushi not maybe finding the impact that we normally see from him when it comes down to getting kills, but the util was always there, and he didn't need to be the one putting up numbers for them to find such a dominant win.
Yeah, so again, really promising for RRQ. This is what we've been wanting to see. And we have a guest with us to ask him a couple more questions about RRQ's progress. It's Xpero. Welcome.
Thank you.
And congrats.
A performance like that's what I wanted to see.
That's
got you on my build diff. Locked in those last 2 maps.
Yeah, that's we were a little worried there, and you totally picked it up. Now, I have a confession to make. Let's show what the talents thought how today was going to go.
Don't do this.
I know.
Don't do this.
I know. And do you have a message for the doubters, especially the broadcast talents?
For me, I think it's good. Keep it like that.
every time they dub us, we always win the match. So yeah, keep doing that.
Yeah. Okay. That's.
I was actually gonna say, like, I remember every time back in the day, I'd be walking up onto the stage, getting ready to cast, and he'd just be like, "Who did you predict?"
Yeah.
I'd be like, "Not you guys." He's like, "Good," and then they would win.
Yeah.
So there you have
I
it.
think they're continuing the tradition. Jovi does that too. It's like, you didn't pick us.
Yeah.
Yes. And I was like, this is the weirdest interaction I've ever
Team that
had.
just does great when you know, like the expectations of, you know, is kind of off. Like, it just, I think that maybe helps alleviate some pressure.
Yeah.
So.
In fact, going into today to prepare for this, after you guys lost to T1, I'm sure you guys were, you made some changes to the comps as well. Did you have any extra insights from Jovi, since he used to be the assistant coach for, the talent crew?
Yeah, I think for sure. He knew how the talent play is, and he knew how they play the deadlock, and we changed comp because we know they gonna play the double senti, and that's why we changed the Heaven comp to counter their comp. And yeah, he talked to us like detail how Cruz gonna play and stuff, and yeah, it helped us a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Cruz is definitely going to be kicking himself for that one. I mean, were you shocked that they kept their Waylay comps in there?
I think on Fracture, yeah, I'm quite shocked that Primi still play the Waylay, because I don't know. I think for us, we don't really like the Waylay since the new update. So yeah,
It looks like you guys like the Waylay, even though it wasn't working out. I'm glad you dumped it.
What do you mean? Sorry?
Yeah, I'm glad you dumped the Waylay.
Yeah.
Jumpkin must be delighted.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you about your own performance, especially in this last map on the Veto. We saw you bringing out that attacker side up. How do you find playing Veto as a Senti player compared to the more like traditional Cypher and Killjoy roles? Do you feel like you get to be a bit more aggressive?
I think Vito you can be aggressive, but not as aggressive like Chamber. But I think Vito has more aggressive than the other Sentinel, that you can take a pick like Amen. I can just walk and TP out. So I think Vito is like in the middle of aggression, like passive and aggressive. So I think it works for me.
So we're gonna see it on more maps.
I'm not sure.
Let's start away from that one. I'm curious, because I mean, obviously we just heard from Crazy Guy down on the stage, the interview with Bella. And of course, like the thing that we keep talking about, the thing that you can't help but talk about with RRQ is Ho Chi Minh on the horizon, and Crazy Guy potentially being able to play in front of a home crowd. When you guys go into a series, how much of that, though, is at like the forefront of your brain? Or is that just something that you're like, we don't think about it, we just focus on the win? Or is it something that you guys are like, oh, we have to do it for him? Like,
honestly, we don't really think about it. I think if we really think about that, I think it gives us more pressure to play.
Right.
I think we just never talk about it, and I hope us can go there.
They want everyone to predict against them. They want everyone to doubt them, and they don't want to think about winning at all. But you guys are clearly working on things. So what do you think is still missing that you guys still need to work on to, get to the end, the finish line?
I think we still did like some overthink stuff, like we overthink too much on the game. I think maybe we need to do less of that, because I think we play really slow, and it's like disadvantage for us when we play attack and we only have like 40 seconds and we still don't know where to go. Yeah, but I think it's the overthink.
Okay.
Now, you guys just locked in your position in the playoffs. T1's there with you. Full Sense, of course, also there with you. So there's one more slot up for grabs. Who do you think is going to be able to take it? DFM, Zeta Division, are they going to be able to get through there? Barrel?
Personally, I think DFM. I think DFM would take it the last spot.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Cool, Pritz. Well, congratulations on today. You got one more to go to get into that playoff. So good job so far, Xpero, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congrats. You leave your headset right here. And Jemkin always steps up when you need him.
He is he's Mr. Consistent for the team, to say the least. So yeah, I wasn't sure how it was going to be with the Jet on Haven. He brings that out, looks incredible. It's like, yep, okay, why not? Just do whatever you want, Chempkin. Just take over the lobby.
I mean, he can just go back to his old ways on that jet. Doesn't even skip a beat. A match MVP-worthy performance. But I feel like he's always putting up these kind of performances, man. He's absolutely unbelievable. It seems to not matter where you put him. He is the shining light for this RRQ team. He's looking to take them all the way to Ho Chi Minh, past Ho Chi Minh, all the way to London, hopefully a little bit further in some of those internationals.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see RRQ get back on the international stage and then find impact, because that's the thing that they weren't able to do last year. Saw it at Toronto, saw it at Champs. They've now gotten that exposure, and we want to see the growth. Get onto that global stage for the first time and then start doing something with it. So if they do make that run, I think it's super sick, but there's going to be so many more eyes and a lot of pressure on them as well.
And one thing overall for this match, we predicted today would be competitive. While that last map went a little limp for Full Sense.
We got the 3.
But we still got 3, and I'm expecting 3 for the upcoming match between PRX and Global Esports every single time so far. These two teams have faced off. That's what we've been getting. It's been really close. And back then in kickoff, Global Esports, were still adjusting to the new roster, having thrown it together sort of last minute here. But, no more excuses at this point, right? They came really close. Patman, hit all-time records on the side of Global, but PRX is PRX.
Yeah.
They're like Jumpkin. They're like, sometimes they might slip up, but generally they're pretty consistent in being way up there.
I mean, they're well known as the Kings of Pacific for a reason. We always see them topping the region, really up there in every single metric, and we know the damage they can do at these international events. So far in stage 1, it's been a little bit hit, a little bit missed. They dropped that game to Gen G, something no one really had expected them to do coming into it. I mean, I think the less said about that game, the better for us. And now they're against Global Esports, who are going to be desperate for this win today because PRX bested them twice in kickoff. That's got to sting.
I mean, it's twice in kickoff, but it's also just every other time that they've ever squared off against one another. I mean, you zoom in, they've always kind of had their numbers. So this is a big pressure game. I think PRX right now, they're kind of relearning. They're reconfiguring their compositions, and right now they're kind of operating around one of their weakest points, aside from what we saw from them at the start of maybe last year. So they're back in a bit of a rut. Global Esports trying to recover versus KRX.
Yeah.
This is I think probably the best opportunity they have to take down PRX. And if they can't seize this opportunity, they may never get it done.
Yeah, I mean, last week against KRX, speaking of, there was a huge drama that became no drama. GE kind of limped away from that one very unceremoniously.
The earth healed a little bit.
But yes, we did see peaceful resolutions happen on the stage last week. But right now, GE needs to lock back in. They did not look like themselves. It looked like a different team last week. So obviously something went very awry.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it was a disappointing game. I mean, they won all of the pistols, and it wasn't particularly close. It screams to me of that lack of experience of this team. When they face up against names on the other side that have done damage at those international events, you just felt like they couldn't quite get these games across the line. And I worry that against PRX, these are equally big names on the other side of the server. So I need to see that step up. I need to see leadership shine through from, this young team, and Javi is a rookie, and that IGL. I think he has a lot of work to do to get the win today.
And we were talking about this. How could we, we always talk about this. Alex versus Frost as coaches. Alex is having a really good win streak there against Frost. We're really highlighting it. Someone send this to Hector. He's going to love it.
Yeah, sorry, Hector, this was me. It's not a rivalry. You know how the rest of the meme goes. So it's been a rough go of it for Frost. But like I said, this I feel like is the best opportunity they probably have to take down PRX, just given the form that we've seen. But if nothing else, this is also another one of those moments where something might just elevate to a different plane of existence, become a demigod, and just absolutely dunk on them as he often does.
Yeah, I mean, he really does just seem to activate versus Frost. I don't know what it is about that matchup that just, lights him up. But yeah, I mean, Frost is looking to rewrite that tale today. As we take a look at the playoff scenarios, we're over here in Group Alpha, and it is messy. I mean, the simplest way to put this is whoever from this game wins is in the playoffs, and whoever doesn't win you know, they need to get the wins and they need things to go in their favor. It's complex here, it's scrappy here, but both these teams still in charge of their own destiny, which is the most important thing.
It's so interesting. Secret is out, but they still have a lot of influence on the outcomes of the remaining matches.
Yeah, no, they really do. And I don't know how most of the tech is there alongside KRX, who feel like they should be the first team to qualify through the group, just given the score and who they've beaten. But yeah, they have kind of the most caveats here, but they're still sitting okay as long as, you know, even if GE gets this win here, they still have a couple opportunities as well as their own series to play to get the win there. But this group has just been an absolute mess when it comes down to trying to figure out who the hell is going to be going through.
And that's why it's so exciting. Although now at least Omega's a lot more exciting now too. So both groups are now officially very exciting for the remaining matches we have here before playoffs. And it really is anyone's game. And I think this is huge for global esports too, because if they don't win today, they still have to face Nongshim next week. And Nongshim has been looking a lot better over the weeks. And of course, we're going to skirmish. Looks like they're sending Crystal, and Alex is skirmishing one more time. I think he has...
no.
Surely.
Unk is trying to relive the glory days. Unbelievable. Let's see if he can get it done today against Crystal. I mean, I gotta be honest, I'm not gonna put a bet on it.
Against Crystal, there's no way. But I did have a little peek in this room. Oh yeah.
There you are.
I don't know if I was distracting, but I was seeing how they were setting up. Alex was taking off his shoes. He was picking skins the whole time while Crystal was warming up.
Yeah, he's got socks out. He's got the dogs out for free.
I know.
Screenshot that, people.
No, that's you got a Patreon. We got to set up a Patreon for Alex, but he was picking skins the whole time instead of warming up. And Chris, I mean, he's playing against Crystal.
Yeah, I mean,
also not be weirdos. just don't be a freak.
Yeah, big time. Big time with his big beat.
Funny.
Yeah, so Alex did find success last week, but I don't know.
It doesn't look like it's going this way here. I mean, 4-0 for Crystal.
Blown out of the water.
I asked Crystal, I was like, are you going to use an op today? He was like, nah. And he had this look like, I don't need it.
He got one!
There we go.
Okay.
He's activated. I mean,
Crystal's embarrassed. He wanted an ace.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Crystal could have won this with a classic by the looks of this. So yeah, he does put it to bed there, 5-1. So they will have that little veto advantage there.
You know, if Frost skirmish against Alex, he could have potentially broken the at least like one match kind of face off, possibly, potentially.
That one, I think Alex would have dog walked him in.
Yeah.
I don't think that would have been super great. I think him putting Crystal forward, probably a very good decision. But we get to take a look here.
Yeah, G is immediately banning Fracture. Rather unsurprisingly, given
after last week.
It's also weird to see, though, that GE win the skirmish and they're also electing to go as Team A.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see that super often. People do tend to like Team B. But yeah, getting rid of Fracture, I mean, I think I'm happy to see that after the performance on it last week. I don't think it was the strongest map. I think Split is going to be crazy exciting. Both these teams 2-0 on Split so far here in Stage 1. So I think this is going to be really pivotal to how the rest of the series is going to shake out.
And I mean, I'm curious about it, though, as we always are. Yeah. Are there going to be changes here to the compositions? Because we know Frosty's always going to have something cooked. He's going to have something specific that he think will counteract the way that, you know, PRX like to play this map. So, I mean, what's he going to bring out?
We've just seen that Deadlock Cypher lose in the previous match, so I kind of would like to see them mix it up. Also, Pearl is an entirely unknown for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. And like you said, both of these teams like Split. They like playing Split. They're pretty good at it. But the last time they faced off, the last few times they faced off against each other, the veto was really fascinating from Global Esports, and it seemed to counter against PRX really well.
Yeah, I mean Jin kept ulting into it. Yes. Right? I'd like to hope that he's learned a little bit from back then, and he can, you know, ult away from it in some ways. But I do think this is going to be a super exciting map one to start on. So yeah, I'm very curious about compositions. I really want to see which way Global Esports is going to take this in particular.
I mean, I think if they stick with the veto, then they're setting themselves up decently well. You've got a lot of util coming through from PRX. You can deny, like you said, Jing with that raise, paint shells, showstoppers, etc. Not to mention you have the evolution to be able to try to survive those, as well as the sky. So I think that they could just stick with it. But again, it's Global Esports, it's Frost. They might have something else completely different up their sleeve that they want to bring through. But for PaperX, I don't see them making any changes to this. I think it's just still going to be that raised jet. Something, a middling performance, let's say, on the first Neon outing, and then very quickly start slipping down a slope. So I think avoiding that and just sticking to the comfort, sticking to the jet for him until Yoru maybe gets a little bit of TLC, I think is going to be a very good decision.
Yeah. I mean, seeing him back on the jet is always such a delight, especially on split. Now, given our predictions in the first match, we know jack all. We predicted PaperX this time. Shall we discuss this prediction? I mean, it could go either way.
Exactly. I think both these games today, I was pretty torn. I'm surprised we all landed on going in the same direction. For me, it was just the fact of that game last week for Global Esports where they looked inexperienced against big names on the other side. So that's kind of playing into it for me. But that's exactly the story of RRQ where they were winning, they had a tough game, we all go against them, and then they rebound. So the same is possible.
The thing that I can take away from Global Esports last week was that they certainly looked off kilter and they can't afford to have that happen again. But the problems they were having were very fixable. They just need to play with a little bit more patience, because like we were talking to Sliggy earlier, they were getting so far ahead of their utility. They weren't allowing for people to fall into the traps that they were trying to set. They were just getting out in front of it and then just getting mauled. So if they're able to avoid doing that, if they're able to keep the players reined in and have a much more steady approach, then I think they're going to have a very good series.
Well, if Frost can finally break their lose streak against PaperX, I think this is going to be huge for the team, for their mental, because this is one of those teams you kind of just want to beat before you go on to win big things and big trophies. With that, we are going to send it to the stage. We're going to welcome Global Esports facing PaperX once more.
Today's matchup. PaperX.
PaperX versus Global Esports. This is always a fun head-to-head. I'm glad we are here to see it happen once more. Now, PaperX have been winning most of their matches here in Stage 1, but their one loss against Gen G has put them in a bit of a precarious position when you're in a very competitive group, like Group Alpha. 6-7.
Perfect day to do it when you're on the desk, Achilles. I know how much you love 6-7.
I hope Global Esports win. I hope this is a 2-0. I hope they dominate them, and I hope that all of the PaperX players, particularly Forsaken and Jing, cry at the end of this.
You're a horrible human being. You can't stop something from rolling, making Frost's life really hard there. And he did no such thing. He looks like he's ready and locked in.
Yeah, I mean, this team, we expect so much of them. All the time, we talk about how great this team can be. We've seen them win internationals.
They're in the mood.
They can go all the way, but I want to see consistency. I think a dominant win is what's needed for PaperX today to head towards playoffs with full confidence.
But you know what? PaperX love making their lives harder, so maybe they will make their lives harder. And Global Esports is a team that can definitely do it. They've shown how capable they are. They've shown how talented each of their players are. And Frost definitely just wants to beat Alex because we all keep making fun of him, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna want it to end at some point.
I mean, absolutely. We've seen how close it can get between these two teams in kickoff maps going all the way to OT.
Thank you, Global.
This squad has so much potential. Not 6-7 in today. They're far too locked in and serious.
Respectable, honest little walkout. Little thumbs up. Walk on stage into the intricate fist bumps and handshakes with Frost. This is a team that I can get behind. All the way to London, baby!
Look, I mean, I'd love for you to be right. I think this is a team that really can do damage. I just don't think they're quite hitting their ceiling. Last week against PRX was really proof of that. I still think there is growth left in this team. It's just about how quickly can they find it.
Yeah, I mean, it's frankly two very brutal series to have back-to-back into global esports.
Yeah.
That has, you know, a lot of exterior implications on it. The rivalry, the fact that Alex has always been able to best you, the beat between Frost and Termi, to be able to go from one to the other, and then if you walk away with a win in neither, it's gonna be a really rough feeling, especially considering that you still might, you know, you still yet might not make another playoff.
Yeah.
And that would really sting, you know, when you know your team absolutely has the potential. They've already started off really strong here. This is not how you want to go. Halfway through, it just slips through your fingers. And I think this map draft, I'm a little sad we're not going to see the fracture, but of course, you know, again, we're not entirely surprised, you know, seeing how both of these teams play fracture. But Split is going to be the first map, and I really like seeing something back on that Jet, so...
Yeah, I mean, me too. I love it when teams are okay leaning in for that comfort. We know how strong something is on this Aiden, so let him play it. And you guys all know the saying, it's only bangers on Split, so I expect today to be no different.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have shown their proficiency on this map. So, again, the big question is really just what does Global Esports bring? Because they're the team that we expect to make changes, if any are going to be coming through at all. PRX, I think they're going to be very set in their ways. There's no real reason to divert away from what you have been running. So, Global, do you have something else up your sleeve to try to counteract this? I don't think they necessarily need to make the pivot. Again, I think the veto, if they bring that out, can do wonders against this composition from PRX, but I've never really been able to wrap my brain around what Frost does, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he thrives on being different, and, you know, he's all about throwing off the preparation on the other side, and PRX are a team that knows how to prep well.
Here we go.
Taking a look.
Okay.
No change on the side of PRX Global Esports, though. We are going to be seeing that Vice.
Yeah.
A very rare one for Split. Not many teams bring out Vice on this map. Typically, I mean, look, again, you know, they'd be playing the veto. But otherwise, you know, Cypher is kind of still one of your big ones that comes up here. So this is a different flavor from Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of talk about Vice, about how strong it is, or how strong it could potentially be, I should say, in this meta, because it's all about stopping that Neon. It's one of the better answers that we have out there. And in regard to the rest of the Sentinel role, she sits quite strong, but no Neon on the side of PRX. So I don't think they're going to be super affected by this.
Yeah, this is very curious. Like you said, never know what Frost is thinking, but if it works, then he can tell us all about it. We're going to send it over to casters. Maybe they have a better idea. Quack and Pilsky, what you make of this?
I think we do have a little bit of a better idea, in fact, but I also do just want to toss out the fact that this matchup, both teams, whoever wins actually locks in playoffs, does matter quite a bit. A bit more weight for Global Esports perhaps as well, because their next opponents, you know, we've got Nongshim on the cards. Things can get tossed up in this group once again, and, you know, albeit it's a slight chance, I do feel as though there's more weight, and G definitely wants to lock it in. Now, for the comp, this is something that we see a little bit from the Americas region, actually. It's NRG and Crew that play this comp as well.
Yeah, so, you know, we have seen that a little bit over there. Maybe some influence for Global Esports coming in. They've got quite an array of a coaching staff, so they've got plenty of the boys on the coaching staff team to watch some of the VODs over there and get some of those ideas flowing. I've seen GE be quite dynamic with some of their comps, but is that going to be good enough to beat an 0-7 matchup scoreline between Frost and Alex, and the fact that Global Esports as an organization has never beaten PRX? Doesn't matter how far back you go, they have never beaten them. They were very close, and in fact on Split, it was the closest map of all of them the last two times these teams played. It was 14-12, I believe, in the favor of PRX. A very winnable series for GE, and just in the last series, we saw everybody predict against RRQ. Now everyone's predicted against GE, and I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned, Quack.
I know, this definitely could be the first time that GE actually takes a dub, but that all comes down to this map. So let's make like a banana and split GE on the attack.
Hide it here.
Just the Neon for now over A ramp. We saw it last week. Team Secret and PRX right off the rip are just as ready.
Bye, Udatan. Nice knowing you, buddy. GE, in the meantime, though, they're in the garage like a bunch of mechanics. They're looking to fix up this round the best they can.
Yeah, no one's home.
Creeping out onto the B site for free now. PRX have spotted them. It's a bit of a weird wall from the defense. Might see that one on Twitter later as Crystal gets the plant down.
Even extending their reach a little bit towards back CT.
You have the Arcros to try to set up order from aggressive play hand in hand with Xavier 8K. There's a snake bite in reply as PRX start to make some moves on the flank.
Towards Garage and the smoke. Oh my god, the shots through it. Something. When do you ever see that against Frost out? That's when.
Yeah. 3 kills for Jing. Round's well and truly over. Come on, Divide. Okay. Yeah, I thought. I'm like, come on. Let's give him the showstopper. Especially given the last game that Jing had to play against GE on this map. I believe like 3 or 4 times his showstopper got eaten by the Interceptor just on split, and then it happened on bind a whole bunch as well.
Back and kick off.
Well, something in Jing. That is the dynamic duelist duo that you want to see fragging like crazy on this map. Already a bad sign for GE.
Oh, my game just lagged.
Okay. Didn't seem to matter though.
Just another Tuesday.
It's Friday, Quack.
I know. Sometimes you get your days mixed up, but not going to happen for now with PRX. Forsaken quickly backing off.
Tucking into the back of the site, still has the paranoia to work with if GE pick up the pace into him.
Trailblazer does scout out the rest of A as well, so should be a comfortable rotation for PRX over. No shot though. Quick slide with Yudotan.
Bit of revenge for the last round as the wall does go down any second here for GE. They need to buy some more time. Nobody wants to peek heaven for the time being. They're waiting for the gas.
Yeah, especially with the guns that they do have. You got the Vise Flash set up already though, or the Thorns. And that's going to be another obstacle for PRX to deal with. Smokes off towards Heaven, but Divide in position. Out with the flying charge! And that's 3 players all hammered down.
And Patman does good to try to keep things competitive, taking a couple more guns away from PRX, but despite losing Forsaken in the back of the site, PRX still well and truly in the driver's seat because Jing is still on the raise, let's be honest. Judge handed over to him. Now he's got the showstopper ready to go into the bonus. And you don't have the veto anymore to be eating the rocket.
Oh my god.
Yep. Great satchel movement. That's what he's known
Nice
for.
He's so quick. He's not whiffing on the shots as well. That's going to be showstopper round 3.
Couple of shotguns in the mix. 3 shotties here for PRX. The main control taken early on here by GE. Not much more movement around the map. They were quite passive outside of A, worried that there might be a set play straight out A from PRX. Something on the off angle takes a chunk out of Crystal and dashes away.
I'll be damned. A bit more control for GE now.
Ooh.
My god.
Both Crystal and Yudotan battered and bruised. In goes the showstopper looking for Patman. Jing against his former teammate. Oh, that's great movement. They're all so low, though.
Well, they're still going to look to explode outside of mailroom, but PRX are very much prepared. It's going to be Javi with a slight trade back. Smokes off towards screens, but stairs. But then you got Forsaken outside, still on the site with shotgun in hand, upgraded to a rifle. Another player getting taken down, and now this is bonus for PRX.
This is looking like it's about to be a stomp. Patman, though, at least taking 1 down with him, but Jing on the off angle, not going to be so easy to flatten. As he said, 3-0 for PRX. Bonus picked up. The Outlaw finding value. Forsaken waiting in the wings with a judge. And a showstopper to go looking for the lurk outside of A. Just so many things that went so well in that round for PRX.
Down B. 1 enemy remains.
A little bit less so for GE, unfortunately. 3 shotguns.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of talking about it on the desk, but even just from the walkout, you could tell they were in a mood today. That's dangerous. PRX having fun is one of the most dangerous things as an opponent of theirs.
It's just freaky how this team can make calls on a switch. Smoked off his middle.
Yeah, you Udaton straight up into Vents. Paranoia to try to set him up. He's donated himself to Defy in Heaven. Decent trade from Crystal. Meanwhile, on the A side of the map, though, the Trailblazer is met with a Sheriff.
And now met with flashes. Undeterred, however, PRX just continues to press W.
Forsaken has TP past the wall on the other side of the map. That's a bit of a whiff for something. Surprised he got away with that.
Quickly relay forward with Envy to cover.
Spike down.
Spike down. It's going to be Autumn with a rifle now picked up.
See if the lone Australian in Pacific can put together a 1-on-3 here. He's got a little bit of space, still has that wall for the flank. I'm not sure if he picked up the arc rose. I don't think he did. It's still on the A side of the map, but something on the line here. Low armor. Not much to be done there for Autumn. Caught on the cross. 4-0 for PRX.
I mean, give them their best efforts to try and extend their reach out towards middle, but this just being held something off to the other end.
Surprised they were even ready, honestly, for this flank through from Forsaken. He had the Vice Wall on the B side of the map and he TP's past it, but it seemed like GE was somewhat aware of that. Early timeout here for GE. It's not a great start here to split. They've picked this map being well aware that they've pushed PRX close on it in the past. They've just seen PRX need a game of all time for Envy to even beat Team Secret, and they're thinking, they're looking at that and they're thinking, okay, surely we're picking Split. This is one of our better maps, guys. But, I mean, this is just the perfect example of the difference that can be made game to game for PRX in terms of form. Sometimes they can really struggle, and then sometimes they're throwing up the 6-7 and just winning bonuses like it's easy as you like.
That's talent. But that really begs the question, you know, what was the intention with this composition? I think what we see a little bit more in NA is just the fact that the Vise kind of counters the Neon a little bit with how, you know, on defense perhaps, or on the B execute, you're able to send out Thorns towards backside, but against PRX specific composition, we're not really seeing too much of it just yet. Something now pulls out the operator as well, and he's looking to play towards A.
Let's have a listen into GE post timeout.
Viper deep smoke, Viper deep smoke.
Yeah, Raptors, yeah, Raptors.
Recon.
My timing.
He's best.
They activate my wobby.
Oh, and it's just a jumping sortie for something. Off to the vents, and Device is ready to receive. Autumn makes it a trade, but back into it, it's the op swinging out wide. Just Autumn left, and his last position was already noted. He's trying to dig himself out of this hole so he can find another way out back towards Mail, but he has no idea that the rotations have already been made.
It's another ridiculous clutch situation that Autumn's been put in. Only 40 HP to work with. Still a Guiding Light and a Paranoia in the back pocket for PRX. Guiding Light confirms that he's no longer inside of the vents.
He'll take that as an invitation to come back in, but given by positioning, unless he somehow gets a heads-up duel against something and then onto Envy, this round is still pretty much done. Tries to set up with a utility, but that gives his position away.
5-0. Even post timeout. Get a few words in there for GE's coaching staff, but a 3K there for something. I mean, you can see him with the hoodie on. If there's anything that doesn't bother him, it's Frost.
Really?
I mean, not really 1 HP.
But he's okay.
That's yeah. They're just nitpicking at this point. That's what happens when the game gets a little bit too easy.
Oh my god.
Forsaken going looking for information. Doesn't spot anything on the Shrouded Step, so he's feeling brave enough to go for another peek.
No punish. Just a quick smoke. Able to get out of dodge. Relay bolt doesn't really connect either. But looking to clear out backside, it's Udotan in with the Bucky. You already got something flying down across, and there go those blades. He lets them unleash. And then it's just going to be Jing as well off to the top. Wreckers, everything all being cleared out. GE trying to play around the side of Pillar, jiggling back and forth, but there's such a nuisance. Something finally getting gunned down, and then Device swings off.
There's so many players flooding into B. That's such a mess of a round. GE keeping things pretty competitive. Push Forsaken back into the back of the site. Nice entry on in for Yutatan, who is usually a heavy hitter on this map when he's piloting the Raze, but now onto another signature Asian of his. The Neon not having as easy of a time. It was the standout against KRX just last series for Global.
Go. Save up.
This time they saved the op.
You're gonna need so much more from GE. 6 rounds already secured for PRX. All outs online, and they're looking to go for quick executes into B site. However, PRX in position, and first contact will be found. It's something with the shorty once again.
Keep trying to barrel down the door of the B site and continually pushed away by Forsaken, as well as something. But after that initial pick, you're seeing the rest of GE scurrying on in. Jing barely missing them there as the pick goes down.
And Paint Shells instantly lobbed in. Oh no, Crystal off position. PRX will take this initiative, seize it, clear as day. Unfortunately, oh, what a snap! Something! Let's see that in slow-mo again, please!
3 from Dubai as well, just flushing out the pit with the Phantom and the Shorty.
What? Just...
Bro, this is just a stomping. Start for something inside of that orb, outside of B main. And here's Dubai, nice pick onto Zabi, spraying away. The combo of the satchel and the paint shells. And guess what, Quack? Bad luck, buddy. You don't get to see it again.
As well. Oh, yeah. 4 ults from GE.
What? Yeah. What do you even say about that?
I don't know. And now you're just kind of naked into the next round. Oh, and everyone gets hit by Paranoia. You're stuck inside of middle.
Progression smoke. Returned by one of Forsaken's own as he spans away, going to TP to safety. Anti-eco, no need to really be pushing the issue too much here, especially when you've got full B main control courtesy of something.
Oh, towards the backup spawn as well. Jing tries to pull out utility. That's where he gets caught. Overdrive ripped, and suddenly it's a pivot over to the A site. Dubai puts up a wall, but goes down as well. It's just down to Envy now as he tries to hold out towards Elbow.
Joined up by Forsaken, who TPs on towards screen side. GE starting to make moves towards spawn. It's a nice hold, and there's a dark cover back up for Forsaken.
Good chance to break it apart. Take down the 2 players remaining, and that's all you really need to do. Crystal, what a play with the Phantom.
It's down to something. 1 on 3. Rifles picked up now for GE. The first chance that they've even had in any of these rounds.
Better late than never. Just an op, and it should not be possible. All the positions being held, Crystal still healthy. As soon as you make a move, something looks to try to dash away, or actually, call to save and hold on to the op.
I mean, he's just looking for a pick. Doesn't find anything. Zavi hot on his heels here. May get the operator, but something is way too switched on right now. So GE walk out of the round where they didn't bring much into it with a round win and 2 rifles. A Thrifty picked up.
I can't make this.
The first of many that they'll need to make this game look even vaguely competitive.
Either way, not too bad.
I mean, something is just running away with this. He's 14-2 on the Jet. Dubai, after a lackluster performance on the Viper in particular last series, is really starting to pick up the pace. Let's have a little bit of a listen into PRX here as they head into round number 9.
I'm gonna handle B-min, guys. Okay, guys. Wait, we're gonna walk down all the way, right? Yeah. One over. Let's go, boys. Only 5 stay. One C1, one C1. Never take me. I'm gonna turn off the smoke. Down. Come closer. Come closer.
In front of us. GE all playing around the smoke. The Prowler goes through. The curtains drop, and PRX at the drop of a pin instantly execute onto more. Something even finding a shot down ramp as well.
And getting the flank straight through spawn side. Cutting off any angles for GE to potentially pivot back over to that A site. They're making moves into Garage here, but all of the rest of the map has been cleared and Forsaken's already spotted them.
I mean, when do you make a call to walk down mid like that? And now just Autumn to try and twiddle his thumbs, hope that someone walks into his crosshairs. Crystal thinking to explore other options, which would have been a wise call, but Something with the op is always a threat.
Yeah, I mean, when GE were given that space with the Sheriffs up in towards Heaven side, that's when they finally found some success. So I think that PRX, you know, being well aware that nothing else is really working for GE. A lot of the B hits have just kind of been dealt with by either full shutdowns or fast floods from PRX. So a mid walk up against a GE who just won a round from all of the space they were given in mid is really a fantastic call into round number 9.
That's just going to be the full save now by this point.
10
Another
seconds
round
left.
quickly gone by with PRX suddenly just breaking apart GE's plans.
Getting a little concerned for GE, quite honestly. It's a team that, similar to Full Sense, had such a hot start into their group. Then they run into a KRX that gives them some problems, and now they're starting to question themselves a little bit. This is a matchup that has been very close with PRX on this particular map before. Something's not clicking today. PRX are just in one of those moves where they're looking to fight. And GE not quite able to deal with that today.
Just now throw nuts.
Just looking different, built different. In flow state as well. After the next round, it's back towards ramp control. Yudotan trying to do his best with the movement, but Ching just tracks onto it on a dime. Doesn't even matter with the shorties now pulled out. Devi into position with Viper's Pit, and that's kill confirmed. A slight trade from Javi, a slight moment of reprieve, but will it be enough?
Off angle from Forsaken here. Crystal next up to bat, not even ready for the Omen on that line, and it's just Javi. Able to at least find something. Now Forsaken under pressure. He's got it pinned into the corner, but that's not good enough. 9-1 for PRX. It's another early round exchange that doesn't go particularly well for them outside of A. Yudotan sending it up with the Horn. He knows exactly where Jing is. He's been scanned by the Fade utility, but with the Viper that far away, as well as the Fade pretty far back, you're banking on the Neon to come up with the goods there, and if your Neon goes down, the ability to trade is just not going to be there.
I just don't even, I hear the frustration in your voice, but it's, how do you salvage this map by this point?
I mean, this is just one of those games where you might just get stomped, and something's having an all-time great game. Devi's doing stuff like this.
Okay.
Because he just feels like he can.
Perhaps he will be punished for it. The gap obviously wide, but G will take what they can get.
Exactly. Something now. Punished by Autumn. Some of these aggressive maneuvers finally getting cracked down on by GE. The best they can hope for is 3 in this half.
He'll take it.
But every round you get over the top of a PRX that is this hot does give you a tiny little bit more belief.
Of course, like...
Yudotan pushed away again. Oh, thank God he picked up the spike there.
The round
use the fast lane to do it.
The round gets taken tends to be the one where, PRX does PRX things.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even PRX. Like, when you're up so heavily, a lot of teams do tend to lose rounds like this.
Yeah. But just because it is PRX after all. Well, Seeker's now out, and Batman will hold. Off to threefold. Flawless being scooped up.
If he throws the Seekers at that one,
Last
I guess it's worth a crack.
Yeah.
I mean, if this was like, you know, a 5-4 scoreline and you saw any other team do that, you'd be like, these guys are idiots, man. Like, your Viper's walking solo down mid, your Jet gets picked on B, and then you get a Seekers in the 3-on-5, but it's PRX and they're up 9-2, so, you know.
We'll put an asterisk on it. Let's go
everyone just goes, yeah, okay.
Oh my God.
They're allowed to do that.
Back to more normalcy now. It's ramp being held. In B, just to hold on the crossing.
I mean, with the Fade as the unit, like, there's no way to help him do that. Now something's identifying as an attack helicopter.
Oh God, and it's Devi identifying as a turret now. Javi comes back in with a slight reply, but also getting caught by the Boombot. TP's away, 2v3. Something just comes back in. C130 rolling down the strip. You're kidding! You're kidding! 10-2.
Yep. 6-7 at this point. Everyone should be saying it.
Get out. We're done.
If this is how good you play after that, then that's quite the blessing. But I mean, how many rounds is Unitan just like, you know, 5 steps ahead of the rest of the team and just dying for free? It's rough. Like, especially with this kind of comp, like, you know, with the Sky comp, you could throw a guiding light that could keep up the pace, right?
Yeah.
Or if you throw up a fast lane, maybe you have a little bit of coverage. But yeah, I don't know, man.
I feel like the kid who like studied up a different chapter for the test, but then when you're actually doing the test, it's a whole other chapter that shows up. Maybe that's what, you know, G's in right now as well. They specifically elected for Team A. They picked this map, but this is what we're seeing.
PRX gave them the skirmish today.
Oh my god.
And then just said, it doesn't matter, bro.
That's big.
It's just that kind of game from PRX. They say, you have the veto, you have whatever maps you want.
Was that a PRX tarot card? Sorry, I feel like Vic's gonna be
They had a
excited
tarot
about
card, then the fortune teller would say chaos.
Organized.
Going to be in a very chaotic and exciting time of your life.
With a 10-2?
At the expense of others.
At the expense of others, yeah. Let's see what the second half could potentially look like as G swap over.
That's just on this
defense.
map, by the way. That's just in the first half.
Yeah. Every round, it's just 1,000 kills. PRX onto the attack now. Intentions made clear towards middle. GE in position for it as well.
I mean, this is a great setup to deal with a mid shove. There's the progression smoke. Guiding light goes forward. Orb should go up in response.
Oh, not yet. Everyone just kind of holding around it. Slight checks onto the coast. No way! Forsaken jumping across like that. That is outrageous. They actually make their way into the back of vents. Divine finding some inside of the cloud as well. Spike now on the ground, but PRX does not even care. This is deathmatch to them. Pat, your old team, and they're running circles around you.
It's a full mid trap into a mid walk. It's a dry mid walk into a mid trap. Quack. That's not supposed to happen.
How? What? I don't even understand what you just said.
What do you mean? They walked into 4 players. Dry.
Yeah, but they somehow.
Yeah, but they shot him.
And turned it into their own trap.
Yeah, they were the trap.
Nice, boys. Good point, boys.
No!
I'm sorry, Quack, but it just genuinely doesn't matter what GE does this game.
Okay. Just trying to keep yourselves alive now, Javi. Up around the pillar. Just kind of swinging back and forth like the pendulum that he unfortunately is. Gets knocked down.
It's fragging time. Nice open plan for Envy. This is a Sheriff force for GE. Has not started great. Trailblazer goes forward in spawn, spotting out that that's where the majority of the push will come through from GE. Nice pick back in from Unitan, though.
Do we have a Predator missile incoming? Relay bolt initially? No, it's just quickly shut down. Slight shots from Patman. Autumn out inside from Heaven. Divide of 5 HP. GE just might have a slight glimmer of hope. A cursory glance from Divide, and then the wide swing. Autumn and Crystal had him dead to rights.
Third up for GE. It's a lot more legwork to be doing. Couple of weapons picked up as well. PRX post plant have got a couple of players with some money. Might throw some light purchases into this one. I think GE, I mean, the hopes of winning split are definitely very low at this point. But it's a classic case of it's only map 1 of the series and there's still a lot more game to be played today, potentially. So every round that you can get for yourself helps you build up a little bit more confidence and makes you feel like PRX are more mortal. Glass Cannon Outlaw for something. There's only one player with light armor on the side of GE, which is Patman. So that doesn't end up being too fruitful.
Not Crystal. Oh, PRX just trying to reposition themselves as well. Divide trying to look for the slight walk-in, but gets checked by Autumn. Prowler onto the side of Barrage as well, and there's just no real response for the time being until Envy finds the outlaw shot back towards Mail.
Haunt dealt with.
Cover going out.
You get a re-smoke over onto middle. Ooh, Forsaken. That's actually a pretty decent timing. Smoke goes out onto Heaven side now.
Well, it should be anticipated or considered by GE at least.
Oh,
what is this? What the heck is that smoke? Suddenly now, Autumn has to do a lot of the heavy lifting on the side. He goes down, Unotan comes in, full collision course, but Envy finds the outlaw shot. That was a round back thrifty from GE, and PRX does it right back at them.
With a glass cannon Vandal.
What?
Oh, sorry, you went glass cannon Outlaw. Jesus, man. Impy just doubled his kills. He hadn't even seen anyone this game. Something's been killing everyone. Impy's finally like, yeah, great. Finally a round where I see some opponents. He gets some 4K.
I'm genuinely losing my mind. Up to that point now. And a partial buy from Global puts themselves inside of Garage. They got spotted by the guiding light. Sniper shots towards the back of screens. And for G, that should mean that you gotta play defensive.
Well, they've played offensively on the B side of the map to take some control at least. Speaking of offense, PRX starting to make some moves on this A side of the map. They've got a Viper wall to help them take Heaven control. And there's a Vice wall from Autumn to help out Crystal.
In theory, that should be good. Throws out his C's as well. PRX will just wait out for the time being. Meanwhile, all the rotations from the back.
Quick flank in here for GE could have a lot of impact. PRX starting to make some moves towards Heaven, but the Vice wall will keep them in place for a second.
Well, think about it as well. Javi just to hang around middle in case they go for that pivot. But PRX still in position nonetheless. Spots and positions found. Oh, but Batman with an initial whiff. Do they expect another? PRX, suddenly, it's time to go, but Unotan falls down at the task at hand. PRX might just have it in this round unless Javi can do something about it. No real util else. Forsaken goes for the check off from the shadows. And Javi is just been thrown into chaos. He's got a check. Doesn't really see anything else. It's just a fake. All three, the firing squad from PRX, marking down screens. And as soon as he steps out past the threshold, PRX close out the map.
Yeah, that was a stomp. I mean, I don't know what I'm watching today, because we had RRQ full sense. Just the last map was a 13-3 no, and now we're looking at PRX GE, which I thought was going to be a very close, competitive, tight series. Last time around, I think it was a similar start for PRX, honestly. GE made a massive comeback to bring it into OT, and today they just didn't have it in him. You could tell that PRX, right from the walkout, was on one today. Like, they were just in a mood, and GE, off the back of a 0-2 loss to KRX, winning every pistol, are a little flat today. Something's not going right for them in the GE camp.
From the walkout, is what you're telling me. I am just so ridiculously confused. An intentional pick from GE, but we didn't see the purposes or the results of it. Instead, what you got was just PRX running them down lane by lane, round after round.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to you can have as much prep as you want, you can have this massive coaching staff, but if the other team's hot, none of that matters. None of that matters until you shoot back in the server. At the end of the day, it is a shooting game where you've got to shoot the other people, and something was shooting really bloody hard, so was Devi. And even in some of the rounds where they went missing, or maybe they went for an aggressive play where they were punished, that's where you saw other players making plays on PRX. Envy, a big round on the Outlaw. Forsaken had a couple of good ones as well. Jing just did Jing things. He didn't even really need to do too much.
That's just ridiculous. Either way, though, now it's time to toss it back over to the desk with the chubbiest of ninjas.
I am not the chubbiest one. I'm just one of the chubby ninjas. Jesus.
Anybody who doesn't know that that's your handle is going to be like, what the hell? How could he say that to her?
Everyone cancel Quack.
Yeah, let's cancel Quack. All right, Global Esports. This kind of scoreline against PRX. I haven't seen this since maybe 2023 when you were the assistant coach of Global Esports,
That's
Morgan.
That's crazy.
Honestly, I think if you rewound back to that, you probably did better.
I think you did. We got Mon Yet.
We got a map.
Especially,
you did have
I
Mon
mean,
Yet
Split was also
Yes.
kind of, that was kind of your stomping ground.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, I wish I had nicer things to say about GE here. To be honest, I mean, this is a stomp. This is an open and shut stomp.
Yeah.
You know, before this match, we're debating, and they're going to play Veto. They bring out the Vice. Honestly, they could have played this game with cheats on, and it wouldn't have even mattered with the way PRX were shooting. This is an open and closed case.
Yep, it was a stomp. And honestly, it makes me think of 2023, not just because of global esports, but PRX was fantastic back in 2023 when they were in this meta with the something Jet and Raze on Jing. Jing on Raze. I always mix up these two every single time. But yeah, they're so unstoppable when they're in full form on this map.
I mean, GE just had absolutely no answers. I mean, you know, again, talking about that Vice, we were kind of waiting to see how it's going to interact in that second half when they're on the defense, but we never really even got to see it.
Yeah, I was taught at a young age that if you have nothing nice to say nothing at all. But my mother's not exactly around to hear this. This was abysmal. This is unaffordable, frankly, in global esports. Think about where they're at. They are still yet to qualify for a single playoffs. Kickoff doesn't have a playoff bracket, so that record that's lingering over their heads still stands. And with a performance like this, you are no closer to qualifying into it.
I mean, to me, it's just, it reminds me so much of last week. This is an experienced diff where I think they almost, it feels like they have it in their heads that they can't beat PRX. So then they're coming out and they're not playing their A game and they're not landing their shots. Like, everyone looks nervous, everyone looks uncomfortable, the calling looks off, and just PRX taking every liberty, every advantage, and just shutting them down.
Yeah, I mean, we did ask Sliggy for his advice. If you're coaching global esports, what would you say? And he was saying, PRX is going to run at you, and the two people running at them was Jing and something.
I mean, they're the best double duelist team in the world. Everybody says it, and this is exactly why. Something has, you know, been a little bit slower this stage. He's back on the Jet, though, and he's not going to Mr. Frost. He always goes electric. This double duelist is just insane.
It was just, from the outset, just, I mean, gorgeous to watch. If you're rooting for PRX, if you want to see that they just absolutely wipe the floor with someone, then yeah, you're having a very good time. And it just felt like global esports, even though they are so familiar, they have played against this team so many times. These players across the board have played against PRX so many times. Patman was on the team with them, has played alongside them and against them so many times. And they just could not find an answer at all. Shutting them down, I mean, to even get the first round win was such a labored effort.
I mean, I think this is the perfect example of, in this meta, momentum is king, and PRX are the kings of momentum. So it's just an ever-fulfilling prophecy, a never-ending cycle, it feels like, of PRX dominance.
And something looked like he was having so much fun. Like, it looked personal in, you know, the best of ways. Like, he's just having fun beating Frost.
I mean, look, whenever something goes against Frost, he has a good day. Take a look at these stats. He's the guy who seems to be the one popping, and this map is even better than all of that.
Yeah, this is like the one time where it's safe for something to make the tweet Nine win. This is the time where it's just like, yeah, just do whatever you want. The curses aren't going to matter. You just always show up against this team, against this coach, it would seem. It's another incredible performance from him. And, you know, I continue to watch this, and I'm just like, yep, never play Neon ever again. Just don't touch it. Neon does not exist for you.
He needs a new account. Just don't unlock Neon. Don't even give him the option to pick it. Don't,
come on.
You can't even hover it.
We said that about his Euro, too, and he ended up being pretty damn good at Euro.
I don't care.
No? It's not happening?
You're playing Jet like that, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the potential growth could be. I'm going with the safe option. I'm going with the safe stock. I'm not looking to make a risk and invest where there could be exponential growth.
All right, fair enough. All right, he can take that into consideration. But for map 2 of Pearl, I believe things will, you know, be shaky, like a little bit different.
I mean, I think so. But at the same time, you take a look back at the map draft, and you have to assume that PRX have kind of caught global esports off kilter completely. Because if you're Frost, I think if you had asked him ahead of this, what do you expect the draft to be? He's going to say, oh, I think the Lotus is going to be coming through for PRX. But they just don't go for it at all. They go for this Pearl that is a map that they have widely been avoiding. And I think that has to completely catch you off guard. and leave you wondering if you have a sound game plan at all for Global Esports.
So this is so important for Global Esports, though. I mean, they obviously want to get into that playoffs. We want to see them get in for the very first time, but it's complicated.
Yeah, look, they've never done it. If they lose today, they are still, very much in contention. They advance if KRX win and Team Secret win 2-1, or Team Secret lose? I mean, look, I don't claim to understand these playoff permutations. I don't think anyone truly understands them. That's how messy this group alpha is.
Yeah.
This is the point. A win today makes it simple. A loss makes it very difficult.
Yeah, you want it within your own hands, under your control, and I think especially if you're Global Esports, you don't want to have to be putting faith in KRX, even though they are looking very good.
Could you imagine?
I mean, especially after last year,
That's
where
a world I want to see.
Frost's loss on Talon gave DRX their run into Champs Paris.
We were the best sequel, though.
It's just one of those
Frost
things.
has to love watch Tommy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's something that you want to avoid, but after that performance and with the expectation that this draft went completely opposite to how Global Esports would have expected it to go, I don't have that much hope for Pearl.
It's fascinating. So Crystal won the skirmish. They ended up picking Team A, and all of this has left me with a question mark. So I think they were taken a bit off guard as well in this map veto.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will have expected a much better performance on Split. I think they will have felt like they needed Split a little bit. Now the backs are truly against the wall. Neither one of these teams has played it yet in stage 1. So when we last saw them both running it, they used that Yoru, but I'd be surprised if we're going to see that now.
Yeah, I mean, banned 7 times by PRX, only picked the once now, and Global Esports themselves banning it 6 times. Neither team has really looked to lean into this map too much.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what to anticipate from either side.
Yeah. That's always the question. They're always surprising for very different reasons. I think Frost is always trying to big brain it, and then Alex is pretty notorious for brain ending it. So it's 2 contrasting styles, but it's always leaving us very surprised, which is why it's always very exciting to see these two come to head. Patman ended up still top fragging against PRX. I don't know what it is against PRX, but he just, even if they're losing, he's still popping their heads off.
I mean, sometimes you want to get that little revenge against your former team. And we saw it from, Envy versus Team Sacred. We're not going to lose a map to these guys. So, it can give you that extra little bit of fire under your rear, but okay.
Okay, Global Esports shaking it up here. Going with a double initiator.
Yeah, bringing their Teo out. I mean, Pat is a very skilled initiator alongside Crystal, so I think it's a natural look for this team, some would say. PRX is going to be that double duelist again. Jing swapping across to that Phoenix that he's also so well known for.
Yeah, I mean, that's a known quantity for him. But yeah, leaning back into the Jet, I think that given the performances, this is completely fine here for something. I don't think you have to go the Nongshim route of being like, okay, well now I'll play the Phoenix, and then Jing, you play the Neon again, and shift things around in that regard. I think that this is a lot more straight up for them, and I think that this is also a map where we're going to see a lot more value from the Vice.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is going to be exciting. It's always exciting. I hope it's a lot more competitive than the first map. Global Esports definitely needs it. Clap your hands, because we're going to go into map 2 with Quack and Pilsky.
Good job. Good toss, Vic.
Great
We're clapping.
Good stuff.
I
Really
do
enjoyed.
think Seth is onto something. I mean, the Vi's on this map, it's specifically against the Neon that G has elected to pick. It can slow and hamper things down. The wall that comes up could segregate the rest of the team from it.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't flash himself.
Oh, it's been a long time since he's done that. Don't jinx it. Yeah, that record. I mean, there's that record, and there's also the record of PRX against GE overall as an organization. All signs point to bad things happening to GE today. This is a big question mark of a map for both of these teams. Interestingly enough, PRX going back to a comp that they were playing last year's kickoff with the Jet Phoenix.
Yeah, but for now, it's just going to be another head-on crash. Full PRX force down A main. Autumn trying to keep them in check. Rendezvous away, but still spotted out by the Haunt.
Big stack on the other side of the map. GE do get Patman +1 orb, but they've lost their chamber on A, and they've got a lot of ground to cover. Let's be honest, this is a Tolkien-esque journey that they're on. And by the time they make it to Mordor, I don't expect much to happen.
Even the journey alone, just so treacherous because Devi inside of main, the rest of them marking stairs as well. Prowler will reveal their intentions, and instantly PaperX shift towards just trying to play around the spike. Not too bad though with the kills out from Pat, and suddenly you feel as though GE are emboldened by those frags just to put themselves on the board on this. Getting the defuse in, getting the kills at the end.
I mean, that's just a massive head scratcher for PaperX. They could have planted it anywhere. They picked the chamber solo on that side of the map. They plant default and then flip the map and play heavy from spawn side. Then your Vice is the first person to take contact there. So essentially you not plan it for yourself at all. I mean, yeah, that's just the kind of round, similar to that split round where it feels at the moment like PaperX think that they can basically do anything and they won't lose. And GE is good enough to at least punish them for that.
It's a good little wake-up call. Something definitely, well, not asleep over by main, will get himself out of that position. PaperX though, more weight onto this B-long position with the sudden bandit play from Jing. However, Javi still has his own plans, out with the Spectre, but punished in the end by that bandit once again.
That's a great flash from Jing. Now guns picked up as the plant goes down nice and safe. PaperX need to make sure that they're playing on site. Jing one off the run it back, and Devi is still in play here.
Still some potential. Yudotan a little bit far, but has a ghost. Good on the flicks, on towards something. Out then for Pat and Crystal to try to get themselves involved around the site. Crouched under, and Jing won't be able to find the shot. Off to the back, and suddenly it's Yudotan sliding forward with the judge as well. Devi revealed, but the spike already underway.
Recovery from Yudotan. He had a pretty rough day at the office just in that last map. Felt like a lot of those rounds on the Neon, he was basically just running in by himself, full confidence, with minimal success. PaperX going into their first gun round here have secured themselves the run it back though. So that'll be something that Global needs to make sure they're playing around, because they definitely took their losses in that round. Already had a couple of multi-frags from Pat. He's getting himself closer to an Armageddon. Maybe something to consider once we get closer to the first gun round.
Still got a
Big
ways
fight
to go
on B here.
But either way, pretty good start for GE now, as PaperX get themselves into position, but immediately blocked off. In fact, cordoned away because of the salvo, as Devi, however, managed to find a shot. Tries to go in for a second one, but now being chased by a Prowler.
Yeah, Crystal just throwing all his Prowlers in and looking to get hot on the heels of PaperX, who have turned tails back to mid. Vice of Devi keeping that flank in check, and the spike hasn't been picked up yet for PaperX. They'll deal with the trademark in the middle of the map. Make GE a little bit more nervous about some movements over there. The Prowler doesn't spot out Autumn.
Which means Autumn can possibly go looking a little bit further. Devi, however, if he takes down Crystal, that's going to be ghost shine into B site.
Oh, it's
and
a headshot.
There he goes.
He had full armor. Headshot needed, headshot delivered.
Wow. Despite being down the first two rounds, PaperX pick up right where they left off. Immediately streaming down the side. Pat does have a stun, but that's about it.
I mean, it's great mid-rounding for PaperX. They deal with the trademark, which pulls the rotation back towards A. Flank from Autumn is already checked here, it looks like. Gorgeous off angle from Forsaken. Plant goes down for Envy.
Great recovery. Just playing around the post plant. It looks pretty good as well. Positions out towards heaven. You got one back halls. Let's not get too over-eager, guys.
Patman's definitely making things a little bit expensive for them. Yudotan with a rifle in hand. Could still get this done.
Ooh. And there's a one-way smokes come right back up. Still an attempt from GE as they hop on across, but not quite expecting something around the smokes now, were you? Yudotan out towards the back end, the timer running out. Something wanting to get more, and he will.
Perfect crosshair placement. Two guns kept over from PaperX. I mean, it's a round where GE, had there not been a bit more trepidation there for PRX, could have probably just wiped the whole team with that B trap. It was a 4v4 on this B side of the map. Look at all of that util. Relay bolt, as well as double salvos invested early on there. Prowlers to follow up. Very keen for a fight with GE on the bonus. I like the approach. keep it an expensive round for PRX, but they do a really good job mid-rating themselves out of a bad situation.
I have that headshot from Defy. Now you go into the next round where G should have some shields back up, so put a check onto Defy as a player, but for now, it's that double duelist from PRX just looking to stream in. Blocked off by Armageddon. They're still hovering around, looking to dive in. They managed to do it just at the end. No, they got caught! Full-on trap activated by by Patman, excuse me.
What a sick play! Armageddon salvo off the back of the trademark. Defy picking one back though. Round's not done just yet. Jin goes forward with the flash. Patman continues to deliver. What a round against his old team. Deep to follow up as well.
Relay as well now. Yudotan wanting to tee it up for Pat. Oh, and there it is. The ace to completion.
Just such a sick setup around the Teo. And the shooting just as good. That is literally what you have in mind when you pick this agent. The Teo tech from GE is disgusting. There was nowhere for them to go. Slowed by the trademark. If they go forward, they go into a grab well. If they go to the side, they go into a salvo. There's nowhere safe on B long there. That is disgusting. Wendler's never even seen that before. It's like, what is that, bro?
No way. PRX are the ones to pick Pearl as well, so...
I mean, whoever's cooked that on GE.
That is...
gorgeous.
Chef's kiss.
That's gorgeous. Attack timeout for PRX. I think it's B long, off limits.
That's the one call.
It's cut off. We've had a bonus round where they've sent everything at us, top of B long. Then the very next round, they've had a whole Armageddon thrown at us. I mean, the multi-fragging in the early parts of the game as well, you usually wouldn't have an Armageddon that early on. It's such a heavy investment of an ult in terms of the ult orbs. But Patman's ability to multi-frag, and he's has given him very early on, and now he's, again, yeah, like you said, halfway to another one. Not bad at all.
Okay, PRX going to keep themselves back in over to B site.
Money broken now. GE looking very good after a very flat split. Color me intrigued. Could be on for a series.
Would love to see it. Leaving something in on a deep insert up over by the pillar for now.
Xavi's keen for a biff with the Outlaw. Full armor there for something, so he's not one-shuttable to the Outlaw as the rest of PRX work towards Art and A main.
Trademark plus Crystal in position as well. Then again, it's all the pistols from PRX. Do want to operate within close quarters. The smoke's being set up.
Considering a re-aggression, but GE will take the path of least resistance. They know that the money on PRX isn't great here.
Still gotta watch out though. Mainly, it's Autumn with the angle being held. Pat comes in with a spam, blocks off B-Link. Something starts to get activated.
Got a heads-up duel with Xavi, but this close, the Bandit can one-shot to the head.
Avi, he's gotta be careful. He's still got that crosshair scoped in, and that is both shots with. Wait! No way!
Is that the guy that got 20 last map?
Apparently so. Well, we are on for the execute now. Hunt all the way onto the top. Fast lane to block it off for the time being, which is pretty impressive work by Yudotan, but suddenly the swing from Envy. And then another. A slight chance to get the spike down now, but he knows he's surrounded, so just picks up the rifle and backs off completely.
Gonna save a Phantom.
Something.
GE, 3 guns kept over. 4-1 overall. Much better game than compared to Split.
Brother,
yeah. Really? We're gonna watch it again, aren't we? Yeah, we didn't, like, from both perspectives!
Oh, no!
It's not necessary! It's really not!
You feel it. You feel it.
Alright, let's have a look. Listen into the team comms into the next gun round here.
Yes.
Bring them down.
Come in, boys.
I mean, I wish we could hear Alex right now.
Hold there, pick, okay, boy. I'm close to you.
They put smoke.
Epic now?
Epic
though. Epic. I'm gonna.
Autumn's got this deep A main info line. PRX have made some moves on street. Out comes the Cosmic, but it doesn't seem like they're in a rush here. Cheeky little position for Forsaken on the top side of street. We'll keep an eye on that, but doesn't look like GE are going to make any moves into the middle of the map.
Not yet. Past the Cosmic Divide as well. Something's back online. Yudotan, however, has found a slight sliver, slips in. Nightfall sends him backpacking.
Is the retake utility back on in for GE as they look to clear out all of back hall. Forsaken finally gets into play.
Yeah, but there goes the Armageddon as well. PRX just trying to stay around the edges of it. We'll see if Envy can keep himself alive. Unfortunately, gets gunned down by Crystal. It's all on to Forsaken, who has already been noted. Overdrive just to keep him at bay. Keeping him within arm's reach as well. Onto the Prowler now. Forsaken swaps over the rifles. Oh, so narrowly getting that pixel perfect angle onto Crystal.
Crystal didn't even need to come off of that. That's a situation where if he goes down and Pat needs to get back across to the spike, they could have honestly lost that round. Didn't feel safe going for the full defuse despite the fact there was no chance that Forsaken could have got the wallbang there. But still it's around for GE. Very cheeky wall, by the way. You saw that little gap that Forsaken had to play in, but an even better retake for GE. Nightfall with a double salvo coming back on in. This is exactly what you have in mind when you play something like a double init. And I'm liking the Fade Teo better than, honestly, Sova Fade. We've seen a fair bit of Sova Fade lately, and none of the retakes looked anywhere near that strong.
So far, so good, and G just continues to trend upward. Now getting blocked off by Molly, though, all the way outside of A main. A bit of an entrance in towards Art. As PRX tries to down the doors with something on the Blade Storm. Shot fired, but instantly relayed back, and something manages to capitalize off of it. Dives headfirst right into Pat's open arms. Pat still on a tear, however. Back into Art, takes down another. Crystal coming back in as well. Everyone from GE just streaming bound to bound, back into sight, not allowing for PRX to settle. But now, as the spike goes down, they back themselves over onto stairs, this time with more intention to play around the spike. It's planted for them. They set up some stars, but Javi steps front. Crosshair still trained off towards the position, and he sets up another star. A tap should draw out some flurry of bullets. He actually goes full Cosmic Divide. Looks to play sneaky around the edges of it. Does Forsaken step across? No. Back into safety, but Javi with the heads-up duel.
What a big clutch. Been multiple series where Javi has kind of been going missing a little bit for GE, particularly a rough one against KRX. But that's a little bit more like it on the Astra. He was phenomenal on this agent to start out kickoff. So a Red Bull clutch in a 1-on-2. The round starts off so nicely for something. Removing Autumn and Yudotan. Patman does a good job holding on. Special delivery, holding back A main. He could have come on for 2 there if he didn't get such a snappy shot in reply for Forsaken. And then Harvey, a masterful clutch where Envy's out in the open fighting by himself while Forsaken's in astral form. And then the Cosmic invested to win the 1-on-2. Alex not happy about that.
Apparently this is what everyone came here to see. This is
the highs and the lows of coaching PRX.
The duality.
A map of Split where you never even needed to say anything into a map of Pearl where, let's be honest, you need to get the belt out.
Oh, the belt. I just caught that. Oh, well. Just trying to rein in the boys. Both timeouts being invested definitely tells you, the state of the team. Meanwhile, for GE, everything's just going well.
Yeah. This is the best in a while I've seen a double init on Pearl, which is phenomenal because I feel like, there's a few decent double init teams in Pacific. I think KRX is probably like one of the ones that I enjoy the most. But for the most part, I'm not really sold on double init unless you're like an elite team with those kind of comps. Not always easy to pull off, but for GE, they said it over on the desk, you've got 2 init players. It looks phenomenal right now. Yes, Patman's doing a lot of heavy lifting, and there's been a lot of prep invested into this comp in particular, but yeah, op out now for Autumn. Something he's very comfortable doing as well when he got onto that deep info line in middle while PRX take A main control here. Forsaken on a deep lurk. There is the runner back for Jing, who is having one of the quieter games so far.
It's been shut down time and time again.
Joke's over.
This time it's the off angle, more positions being held. He will find the entry initially, but blocked off by Crystal. It's a run it back though, into the Armageddon again.
How did 2 players go down to that? I guess the runner back was inside the Armageddon, yeah. What a sick Armageddon again from Patman. That is ridiculous, man. Stealth drone to follow up, clears out all of A main. This is the best game of Teo I've seen since Freeing was on this agent last kickoff, bro. What am I watching?
Watching brilliance from GE, whoever, you know, the entire coaching staff bringing forth this composition at this
30
time.
seconds left.
PRX with no real option other than to tread backward in towards A again.
Yeah, Autumn on the line with the operator. He's still got 2 salvos and special delivery in support from Patman, but these are some nice entries back in for PRX.
Now 10 seconds, gotta get the spike down quick. Forsaken trying to play ahead, but unfortunately beheaded by Crystal. Onto Divide, and he just sprays wildly, revealing his position. Easy kills for GE any day of the week.
18 and 5 for Patman.
They have courage.
This is a ridiculous performance on the Teo.
Let's see that again.
I mean, I was caught completely off guard by it. I didn't even think of this combo. Yudotan goes down. I thought, okay, you've traded a run-it-back and an Armageddon for a Neon. That's gone fantastic. And then the Armageddon actually gets rolling. I'm like, oh, wait, it's killed half the team. Sick Armageddon placement for Patman.
Unbelievable!
He's so good, isn't he?
Absolutely, one would say. Just reading PRX with how they intend to play on the double duelist. However, PRX just run a different approach this time.
Exchange of util over towards A main. You've still got Autumn over on that B long info line with multiple stars looking to be thrown in his direction to deny those info lines. Stealth drone clears all of middle out.
And then to poke ahead across B long. Gotta keep in mind, Autumn still is on that operator as well.
He's got the rendezvous for safety.
See some smokes to allow PRX safe passage. Ooh, Autumn managed to get away just in time. PRX, however, takes that as an invitation. Continue pushing up front. Cosmic Divide down as well. Pat tries to put up a roadblock, but unfortunately will be blocked off himself. Yudotan now back in towards Halls. Does he have a slight timing? Managed to take a hits-up duel against something. Envy trying to get the spike down. Divide out from behind will continue to block things off, and then a 1v3 left for Crystal.
Nice open plant. Nightfall in play, so PRX don't really want to think about playing on the site. Don't want to get caught by that Fade ultimate, but Crystal's not going for this one. It's been a rough game for Autumn. That's a round where you needed to see some impact on the operator with PRX heading in your direction, and he's just not able to. And Patman making a hero play. I mean, he's having a hell of a game. He was 18 and 5, but diving through a Cosmic and dying for free when you wanted to potentially set up what could have been a fast flood with the Neon. I mean, Yudotan only made it there a couple of seconds later. If instead of diving through the Cosmic and dying, he has double salvo special delivery in combination with something like a relay bolt and a fast lane to actually attempt a bit more of a cohesive retake. We saw them pull off something very similar to that with the Nightfall from Crystal across backhaul just a few rounds before. So that's a case of GE, I think, getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, unfortunately, and something punishes quite heavily. I mean, he's still having a great game. Great game here.
Potentially a slight overheat.
Easy boy.
Still a big gap between the both of them, though.
Very different vibe in the PRX comms, though, isn't it?
For the time being. Have the next round going up and a full-on collision. Once again, back in towards A main. GE, it's just Yudotan here, but he still managed to take down something. Out with a relay bolt. A couple more spams, and he thinks to stick around while Crystal comes back in for a bit more assistance. Still has a Nightfall in his pocket.
Yeah, fast lane to zone away. Nice opening kill from Yudotan. Perfect movement. PRX using so much utility to even take A main there. Invi's got nothing left. There's the consume. They want GE to give them a fight here.
GE.
Nightfall completely zones that away. I mean, there's no hope of getting back into A main for PRX, and the spike was in spawn that whole time, so even if they wanted to speed up into A, they couldn't have.
Fight's just not necessary. Not when PRX lack this much control. Stealth drone along a slight creep up, and Divide finally hears the footsteps. Good to make it a trade at the very least, but then suddenly G, seeing that there's nothing outside of A, it's down to Autumn to get prepared.
Nice to take the Astra out of the equation. That's going to make a potential post plan on this B side of the map a little bit more palatable as Autumn slinks away into heaven, not feeling bold enough to take a fight. With Divide going down, G is going to flank through spawn side, and there's not going to be any kind of tell for PRX, who go for a safe plant.
Maybe just to hear the footsteps, though. Forsaken, close enough. Hasn't really heard it yet, but now with the Neon moving around. At the same time, Autumn onto this late push could just be a thorn in PRX's sides. Pat will do good to make it a trade. Down to just Autumn left. Oh, quick with the checks as well. PRX managed to find a bit of recovery.
Yeah, nice 3K for Envy, even after they lose something inside of A main. Do a good job pressuring that A site, baiting out utility for GE, including the Nightfall. Now with 2 gun rounds back-to-back, won by PRX, despite the fact that they start this one with a disadvantage, they've actually broken GE's money. So a chance at a 4th round, and given how this game started, honestly, putting up 5 at the half for PRX would be a big difference maker. That's exactly where you want Envy though, right in the middle of the pack in a post plant. He's going to hit all those shots.
On to the next round, like you mentioned. Money broken, and PRX have to play a little bit safer than before. Prowler goes down to clear out initial entrances around Pillar.
You get the Sheriff Light Armors out. Yuditan has got to judge armor here because he's going to have an overdrive no matter what. So even if he does go down, can potentially invest that in the next round. Flash on out. Autumn sticks around. He's got his rendezvous for safety.
Oh,
another missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's going to ward PRX with the A site. Wall being set up as well.
Envy on the lurk here. As the rest of PRX set up a nice post plant on A. They're going looking for him.
Autumn has spotted him down at the end. We'll see if Envy can actually stand up to the task. Manages to fend off 2 and looks for an escape route. Will be corralled by Javi at the very least, so that's a weapon picked up by GE now.
I mean, it's a win though. They took so long cleaning him up, and it took way too much time off the clock to come back in on this retake now, I'd assume.
More than likely. Pat, however, still stealthy as ever. Manages to take down a couple more. Javi now revealing himself out by stairs, and something looks to shoot himself back into the game. PRX onto the 4th.
It's good recovery here on the attacking side. 1 more needed to make it definitely a winnable game. Now that PRX can consider the chance of moving on to the defense. I'm hoping they won't be getting bombarded by Armageddons every other round.
We have our tiro. Hi, boy.
Another fight over towards A main for both of these teams on the cards here.
Get out of my way.
This time with salvos. Bit of zoning.
It's a dirty horn from Envy.
We'll alert PRX as to how G might be positioned. Not wanting to poke around too much, they'll back off from the smoke.
Cheeky salvo trying to flush them into Yuditan, who does have the overdrive ready to rip if we end up in a retake scenario. Patman 1 off of the Armageddon here. He'd love to get another kill. I mean, they've won every single round that he's had it. PRX very much slowing down this round, anticipating some aggression, but with only 58 seconds to figure out what they want to do here. Consume's coming in on B long. Stealth drone spots out that the Vice is stuck around here.
Ooh, and then suddenly, it's that peek out from Yudotan. Immediately slapped down by something, though.
Oh!
Oh, and with quick updraft, the Blade Storm, he snipes down Javi. Pat, he's still in position, still has a chance, and with that kill immediately, off to the Armageddon. It's a bit off to the side, though, but just buys enough time for him to reposition himself. Out with the Thorns as well. PRX just looking to segment more of the site. They've managed to snipe down Pat. All that's left is the back of sight, but here comes Autumn, suddenly activated with that operator down to the 2v2. A plant afforded for PRX. Autumn turns back around in an instant. 10 seconds left.
10 seconds
and
left.
Envy starting to sweat.
He's dead.
Around the corners, jumping sortie. We've seen a few of these today, but nonetheless, it's GE to put themselves up on 8.
Switching sides.
Autumn finally connecting a couple of shots. Took the whole half for him to get into play there. This is ridiculous for something. I mean, Yutatan sees the device there by himself and thinks that's only the lurk, so he immediately just wants to go and bully him, not expecting the rest of PRX to be behind. That's a ridiculous updraft for something. He just does things on Jet that I don't think other players are even aware of.
Halftime.
Despite that, it's GE with the round.
I mean, again, Pat just gets so much work done there in a situation where he had like 10 HP and he was standing on the edge of like 2 or 3 different pieces of util. He still gets another kill. 500. 500. Damn, man.
When do you see that?
Yeah.
We've had some insane numbers past the first half, but this one takes it at a whole new level.
I mean, you got to get the Hong Tai at this point. If that's what he's doing with that.
Okay. Yeah, why not?
I mean, it's that kind of game, isn't it?
You're playing against former teammates. It definitely is.
Well, PRX could definitely bring this one back on their defense, though. They've had a pretty pitiful start to Pearl after what was a just whitewash on split. Feels like they kind of just let their foot off the gas pedal and expect GE to give up. And it's been quite the opposite. I think you see this time and time again with Patman. When you push this man, he comes up with the goods. Very competitive player. A lot of people against PRX on the Pacific stage would crumple, and Patman is definitely a special case.
An outlier. A leader sometimes for the GE team. Outside of A main for now, but Forsaken as well with some curious plays. Slight creep up from middle, but Javi...
What?
Okay, slight timing missed.
You cannot let him get away there. That's crazy. That was a freebie. I mean, you don't know what the rest of the setup is behind that, to be fair, so maybe you're thinking that someone's holding you, but it does feel like a missed opportunity. Stealth Drone and Prowler going through the middle of the map either side, and Yutatan will make his way into quite a deep position after triggering the Vice Wall.
So full mid control for GE. Multiple launching pads to either side. PRX suddenly cautious. 3-2 split.
Is going to be the A split. Forsaken and Divider hold.
And meanwhile, Pat on the lurk as well. Something that he has done before on the PRX squad. Still though, onto the site, and it's instant collisions. Forsaken being able to take down a few, but there goes Pat as well. So further hampering down the numbers advantage, if any, but suddenly Yutatan off to the corners. It's Forsaken. A bit of a lead for the Reptile squad now, and they will spread their arms all across the site, turning back in towards the back of Flowers as well, and it's Forsaken off to a quad.
I mean, in a round where he should have been dead to rights, caught in middle there on the spot from Crystal, he comes up with 4. I mean, you're kicking yourselves as GE. And that's another round, like both pistols, where you plant default and then flip the map and right backside. And then you can't even play the post plant. Yutatan doesn't check this corner. Pat gets cleared out, nice little push together, something and Jing hand in hand in middle. And then it's dugout Flowers wrap when it's not even planted for you.
His own name.
Yeah.
Well, if anything, G still has some timeouts left, so let's just continue to keep an eye on things for now. We're back into another A main contest, but the Salvos doing quite a bit.
Something.
Okay.
Not really interested in how much util you throw at him. You know that he's always keen for a fight, especially against the pistols. And look, GE, it's very impressive A main take. Really cool stuff. But
not against an
doesn't matter, bro.
Not against something. It's always something. Gotta imagine for Frost. So separated by 2 rounds now.
They give the orb. Couldn't really see at the back there. Might have been Crystal. Flawless anti-eco for PRX. It's a dead even game now as they head into their bonus round. Full buy up for GE. Some beautiful stuff prepped on their defensive side. Let's see what they come up with on attack.
Initial holds, anticipating PRX to push and take control. Once again, if the Outlaw, Autumn makes it a challenge, but gets tagged instead. Something comes back in for a re-peek. And now it's Pat.
Yeah, Patman and Autumn very low. Not what you'd want to be coming into this particular round with.
They're playing the long game, Pilly. Get the alt points.
Let PRX back into the game. That's a longer game. Definitely.
Oh my god.
1-2 setup. This could be a C's hot hands if they come up art side here. Although Jing's already used it earlier in the round.
Oh, you got the Thorns instead. Just the off angle held. Checked by the Prowler. And instantly quick on the trigger finger as well. Jing unfortunately goes down, but GE, slow as smooth, smooth as fast. They're trying to get themselves over on the side. Defy, enabled by the flashes, will go off on a tear. Despite the so-called weaker weaponry, suddenly it's Crystal into a 1v3. Still trying to isolate the duels, but not anticipating something around the corner with that Outlaw again. It's PRX 7-8.
Without the Outlaw damage, the Spectre never looks that scary. I mean, against a full buy on that particular angle, you usually wouldn't even get one kill. You might get one, and then you get traded. But when two of these players have 10 HP, that looks pretty nice. Third kill's even better onto Xavi, and then Crystal closed in on.
That's a bonus. Okay, so some alt points, but now you're allowing PRX to possibly tie up the score.
Yeah, back down onto a half buy. Utatine and Crystal with full armor though as they make their way towards street.
PRX with the smokes, you got the shear wall as well. Jing around the back of connector. This is danger territory for GE. Looking to jump off the wall, but suddenly Jing comes in with a curveball. Oh, Defy! What have you done? Spray transfer.
I mean, that's just a complete shutdown. You can see GE is quite trepidatious, just staring at that Vice wall. Defy sitting inside of the smoke. And Jing well aware that they're not able to make any more inroads. Perfect curveball timing. Starts spraying away. And Defy to follow that up. Another anti-eco closed out flawlessly by PRX, who have evened up the scoreline now. Into another gun round for GE on this attacking side. Let's see what they come up with after losing 4 in a row.
Hey, they pushing mid. They have mid. They 1-3-1.
Picking.
Spike down mid.
Cries of despair just because of something and Forsaken, but Udotan charges himself back in. Now you might have an open A site.
Yeah, heroes been needed, and Udotan is stepping up, but something has done many heroic plays today.
Autumn, he's got to be the one to stand up to the task. He's been missing all throughout the map. Suddenly comes back in around. Could it be a rabbit to chase? GE still hasn't quite found a decisive take.
Yeah, Device on the flank though. Forsaken's tucked himself nice and snugly into pit. Feels like no matter where GE goes, there's just going to be snags to trip up on.
All those stars. It's just Forsaken though.
Okay, delay this plant quite significantly, but he's very much on his own over here.
Right? Just one guy, but sometimes the right guy in the wrong place, and things could get tossed apart. It's down 2v2, something off to the back of spawn. Udotan wants to get ahead of it. The Cosmic Divide even pushed down just to set Udotan up. Jumping across with a shorty, he will get checked. Something immediately backing off. Divide, what's the plan? Steel Garden immediately ripped, and GE just avoids it completely. Spike planted for them towards the back of spawn as well, but Divide suddenly springing back around. Steel Garden didn't cover everything. Just enough for Javi to go swinging past his own wall. Divide! If you're always ready, you don't got to. And now that's PRX taking the lead against GE off a Red Bull clutch.
Oh, Xavi's just poked the gun barrel through the Cosmic as well. That is brutal. GE did such a good job coming back into that round. Udotan going and finding that pick in the middle of the map after this round doesn't start particularly well. Swing from Patman, punish. Envy picked up inside of Art. Did a really good job just team playing their way into something, and although the Steel Garden does zone them, that grab well is perfectly timed. But unfortunately, the spacing is just not there.
Timeout.
Device so clutch in those positions. And now PRX have got the advantage. First time out for GE. They've got 2 of them. Haven't even been needed so far. But this attacking side has been pretty rough, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, multiple instances where you just see, potential winnable moments, but somehow, even with the numbers being tossed around, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, Patman's definitely showed up to this game and had some very, very big individual rounds, but I mean, it feels like Autumn has been completely rattled by the performance on Split.
Trying to avoid that, but yeah. And
now we wait.
Sometimes when you're up against something, but that's the one that you miss.
Now we wait.
I mean, yeah, especially on the chamber. That is an agent that does not have very much impact unless you're fragging. Sure, you can hold the info lines and inform the setups and apply pressure on the lurk, but in terms of utility, it doesn't really offer much to the team.
PRX now encouraged by it. We did see an Odin, but I think he's going to hand that off. Back over with GE, trying to set something up towards B.
Nightfall could set the rest of GE up for success. It's a 3-man hold over here for PRX.
And Slight with the high-low as well. They have Thorns also to support, just coming in, swinging with the run it back. Oh, everyone sandwiched into a corner. And now it's Devi's turn to get involved. Not too bad though, relaying forward with the Stinger, and Crystal might just be able to bring some numbers back for GE. Are they intending to pick up weapons? You would think twice. Something's around the corner, and you should be able to hear that tailwind as well.
Armageddon's in play now for Patman, and he's got his salvos ready to go. Straight across backhaul, but it doesn't clear something. Oh, beautiful salvo.
Oh, what? He still tries to get ahead. Javi makes it a trade. Off to the Marshall, but suddenly it's Jing's play. His world, and you're just living in it, Pat. Looking for a weapon. Anything possible with 30 seconds left.
I don't think he's even got time here. He has to go B. Do you have time to make it at A? This is a good thought experiment, but I don't think so.
If it does, it's going to be really close. You just cannot consider anything else.
I don't think so, bro. I don't think so.
10 seconds left.
Like 5 seconds remaining, maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's not even. There's no time.
Rough.
NT.
Forsaken cleans it up. And PRX are on a tear at one point. Down, what was it? 1-7. 1-7. And what a resurgence since then. Back to that dominance that we saw over on Split. This has just turned into a stomp.
Haven't dropped a single defensive round. Well, let's see. I mean, the upcoming round, that should be the one after the timeout.
It's another really nice Armageddon from Patman. Like, he leaves a gap to be played in there on purpose.
They're both Russian smiling at each other. That's cute. But yeah, you're absolutely right. But unfortunately, doesn't really amount to the round. So now with the buys coming back in, but despite the flashes, once again, Forsaken something are just ready at the drop.
That's just rough. Relay bolt goes forward. Just to zone PRX away, but it really doesn't matter anymore. Already down 2 players. You've lost your Teo.
Have a little bit of reach around middle, but ultimately the biggest obstacle would still be Ilya Petrov. A shot through the wall. A swap to the shorty. And the last player standing behind those doors, Ilya has to reload onto that operator, but at the same time, Forsaken just comes back in to take his place. Updraft all around. Javi just trying to keep them at an arm's reach. Has his own op as well, but oh no! What is this peak?
Oh my god. This is just insult to injury for PRX.
Salt to the wound.
That's a lot of green in the timeline. That was Jing's flash. As soon as GE peaked, the curveball from Art blinds both of them. And I don't even know if it would have mattered, I'm going to be honest.
Oh no.
We had to cut that off for for reasons.
Salty language, perhaps. Well, we don't know, but
we don't have a beep button yet, so we're not allowed to air that.
But remember, like, what happened last week against KRX, you know? And then Frost tweeted out after that, composure is key for the team, but,
I mean, I don't even know, man. I feel like Patman has done the most this game, and he's won GE a handful of rounds, with a few people chipping in here and there, but this has kind of been a Patman carry, and outside of that, there really hasn't been a lot to speak of for GE. They had a 7-1 start in this game and just couldn't work their way into it.
it looked sick. They had those combo utility trap setups, Armageddon, everything, the salvos, and a little trademark with the Nightfall play in the first half. But on the attacking side, I mean, every turn, PRX is somehow around the corner, and we might have the same thing again. Into a main we go.
Yeah, PRX looking for a fight once again.
You want to play? Let's play.
Salvos on both sides. Oh, Udatom. It's like back to split again, isn't it? Okay.
It's done. The round's done.
It's not just the round, bro.
Okay. I imagine they should be able to buy up on the next one, but you can't be running into the op or the spams like this.
Yeah, but like they just keep moving around the setup, Quack, you know? Like at one point you're trying to contact mid at the start of the round and they're two-man or double doors with Jing throwing a flash on R. Then you go, all right, let's go A.
Nope.
Three-player setup over there. Hot Hand sees something on the off angle. Udatom goes down and then you get the op on the line. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter where you go. PRX is in the perfect position.
Okay.
Autumn does get a pick in the middle of the map. There's a lot more footwork needed for GE with only 48 seconds to do it.
As a trio, perhaps go down through street. Something's around the corner, but he has an op, so probably, depending on the timing, he probably doesn't want to peek it just yet. Oh no. GE are walking into connector.
He's just going to drop the cloud burst as soon as he shoots, isn't he? Nope. He wants to fight another player.
30 seconds left.
I mean, that's classic something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just immediately wants to take another duel. Divide just outside the range of the trip here. And GE have an open B site. Not that they know that.
With lucky
3 stars here.
Might not even expect Divide to be out by long. 10 seconds. And they really have to nail down the spike plant. So, bodies on top of bodies, but Divide just finds the right angle, right place. Easy work for PRX to get up to series point now.
That's a flawless defensive half.
No, not while I'm.
Haven't been a single dent put into it by GE.
Match point.
You want to play? Let's play.
When you look at that, it's like you do get the stun, salvo, plus a consume, but still PRX walk away with 2 kills in the A main exchange there. Forsaken's enjoying himself a little bit too much.
Okay, calm down, buddy. Yeah. Alt online, operator in line, and GE this time hope for a successful B push. It's Jing alongside Envy in position to play spoiler. Ooh, salvos. It's Jing trapped now. Oh, actually, okay, just hopped over the ledge.
We're on fighting out in the open now. PRX sticking around Jing on pillar.
Got a little bit of movement outside of middle as well. Some tight spams will take Jing down.
I mean, PRX have the whole map though. Udatom punishing Forsaken for the push up on top middle at 1 minute and 10 seconds. Something was on top mid as well.
Oh no.
1 for 1.
Trades back. Udatom calls the A side should be clear.
Yeah, but it's going to take them so long to meet him up over there. I mean, Envy and something without too much information here. Still looking for duels over towards B. So this could be a round for GE.
Still possible. Just depending on how GE plays it. Udatom clearing out as much as possible.
Still Prowlers in play for both sides. Crystal's now got his haunt back.
30 seconds left.
Take this round. Crystal could be good for the Nightfall in next subsequent rounds, but focused on the task at hand. Okay, spike planted, you play around stairs, got Autumn out towards main.
I mean, something can still, if he's got a Another tailwind in 1 kill and he can rip his Blade Storm here, but GE are just playing very safe.
PRX safe as well. Hot to clear out Yudo. They might not expect Crystal, but something is just deadly in position. And that's Autumn down again. Crystal, the last one, just gets plucked out from midair. And despite the hopeful first half from Global, PRX lock themselves into playoffs with the resurgence in the second half.
Just never gets easier. There's a dominant streak in the favor of PRX, not only Alex v Frost, but PRX v Global as well, that just continues to spiral in one direction. That's a flawless defensive side on Pearl after being down 1-7 at one point in that game. Just feels like PRX can flip a switch and there's nothing you can do. It doesn't matter if you're GE or even some of the teams overseas. If they decide they're going to stop you, then, you know, you're just mere passengers in a game against PRX.
The conductor is here after all, and unfortunately, at this point, you put your chances of getting into playoffs into the hands of other teams, maybe a little bit more as you think about the next week as well. But for now, PRX, I mean, what a day. The first map was already quite a wash, but down onto the second half of Pearl, despite everything from Patman, all his best efforts, that 500 ACS in the first half, this is still incredible plays.
I mean, he's still topped the server despite a loss from GE. Patman put on a clinic today. He seems to have no issues playing against his former team, so you love to see him in the server thriving. But as for the rest of GE, a little bit rough around the edges. They got a little bit to work on. That's back-to-back losses after starting this group so well. They dropped to both KRX and PRX 0-2, so they've still got a little bit more work to do in the rest of the group. But let's hear for the winners in PRX down on the stage.
네, 이렇게 해서 PRX가 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 인터뷰로 PRX의 다바이 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Thank you.
Congrats. Well, I'm on the stage here with PRX's 다바이. 오늘 G를 상대로 승리를 하면서 PRX가 플레이오프에 진출에 성공했습니다. 이제 오늘 스플릿에서의 경기력이 흡사 23년도의 PRX 모습과 같다는 이야기도 나왔는데 오늘 플레이오프 진출에 성공한 소감부터 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, congrats on making it to the playoffs. You know, your game on Split, you know, people were saying that it was almost like a throwback moment to the 2023 PRX. Well, how does it feel that you got your spot in the playoffs? I mean, it must feel nice, right?
Yeah, I guess usually we started from climbing from the bottom, but this time I think it's quite not easy, but I would say smooth. So I mean, obviously there's a little bit of mistakes here and there, but yeah, I'm happy that we show up today and 2-0 them. So yeah, I mean, sorry, Pat. You played very well though.
이제 이전과 달리 조금은 좀 더 앞선 출발점이 돼가지고 만족스러운 경기라고 이야기를 해줬고요. 뭐 상대팀에 있었던 이전 팀 동료였던 팬맨에겐 미안하지만 오늘 2대0 승리라서 더 만족스럽다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 이제 오늘 또 PRX가 그동안 기피해왔던 펄을 볼 수 있었는데 중간에 좀 아찔했던 순간들도 있었지만 오늘 지희를 상대로 펄을 고른 이유가 있었을 것 같아요. 그 뒷 이야기에 대해서 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, you guys, you know, opened Pearl for the first time here, especially against GE. You gotta explain why. Was it like an opportunity that you saw?
Basically, GE doesn't play Pearl, so we don't want to play chicken with them. So we're like, okay, let's play Pearl against them. And they opened Pearl today. It was like, oops, let's go. But at the start, it doesn't look too hot. But I think we knew that both of us kind of like shaky on Pearl. And so yeah, I guess we were the better team today on Pearl. I mean, thankfully, but yeah.
네, 상대 글로벌 e스포츠가 조금은 펄을 워낙 안 좋아하는 팀이라고 생각을 했고 이제 상대와의 눈치 게임에서 오늘 PRX가 승리해서 만족스럽다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 오늘 조금도 두 팀 다 펄에서 불안정한 모습을 보였지만 그럼에도 오늘 승리를 가져가게 돼서 좋았다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 다음 상대가 가장 많은 분들이 기대하고 있는 매치업일 수도 있을 것 같아요. KRX를 만나게 되는데 이제 플레이오프 진출을 확정하게 됐고 조금은 좀 실험적인 페이퍼렉스의 모습을 볼 수 있는지 다음 경기 어떻게 예상하는지 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Are you nodding because you understand what I'm saying in Korean?
No, I'm just acting.
제가 왜 옆에서 말하는데 계속 응 이렇게 이야기를 하냐고 물어봤거든요. 혹시 한국어를 알아듣는지. 근데 그냥 알아듣는 척을 하고 있다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. Alright, back to the question. Well, next up KRX, you know, it's a lot of people are anticipating for the match. Are you going to be a little bit experimental? What are your thoughts on the next game? Is it like win only mentality from here on out?
I think against DRX is always hard matchup. I think they're doing very well also. And I don't know. I mean, like, we always don't look down the opponents. Doesn't matter who. But I think we're just gonna try our best and win them. You know, they've been looking very hot, especially Marco and Fracture, looking good. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
No experiments.
Maybe. I mean, not really.
Okay. 워낙 강한 상대라는 걸 알기 때문에 KRX는 이전에 만났을 때마다 되게 쉽지 않은 경기가 진행됐었다고 이야기를 해줬고요. 특히 마코 선수 프랙처에서 경기를 하는 모습이 인상 깊었기 때문에 절대 얕잡아보지 않고 최선을 다해서 경기를 준비할 거라고 얘기해줬습니다. 페이퍼렉스의 다바이 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Dabai. Congrats on today.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Thank you.
PRX today have decided not to make their lives harder with one more match to go before playoffs. And they end up closing this out 2-0. It looked like it was going to be a 2-1 series, but they found their stride over there on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all feeling a little bit worried for them in that first half, but the second half, it was just dominant. I mean, you can't get around it. GE, I just think they're lacking that composure against the big names, and PRX are just dripping in experience, and it showed today.
No, they really are, and this now, like, really solidifies. I think go back and check the statistics, but at the moment, it's only Lotus where PRX have a higher attacker's win percentage compared to the defender side of the map. So very inverse to what we kind of expect from PRX. But I mean, we saw it here, even on the defense, they're still pushing forward. They're still getting up into their opponent's faces. And here, it was just absolute perfection. I mean, they switch over a 4-round deficit at the half, and then they manage to just win all the way out to take this 13-8. So not dropping a single round of this defender's side. It's just gorgeous. It's clean.
It must have been crushing for GE to experience this round by round as it was slowly slipping away from them, especially after all the amazing clutch rounds by Patman. He almost broke his own record.
Yeah, I mean, some of the Teo stuff we were seeing was just so nice. Pilsky said it, it's one of the best Teos we've seen since freeing back in kickoff last year. I feel like it's a very well-drilled comp. You can tell they put a lot of thought into it. But really, all that stuff goes by the wayside if you can't hang on an individual level. And PRX ultimately just came out on top there.
Yeah, they did. And I'm sure they're really relieved to be in this state right now. We saw Alex lose his mind a little bit a couple of times in the first half.
I mean, both timeouts having to be committed, still only able to scrape together, 4 rounds. You had to imagine that he was just stressing out even more than what we had seen. But in the end, it didn't matter because the timeouts similarly didn't do much for Global Esports. So I think that brings the tally, unfortunately for Global Esports, or for Frost, I should say, to 0-8.
Yeah.
Versus PRX.
And thanks to one man especially. He's been a little quiet, here in Stage 1, and then he goes against Global Esports, against Frost. It's something. He freaking steps up, and he looked like he was having the best of times, especially on Map 1. Congratulations, something.
Yep.
You're officially in playoffs, and I want to ask about your expression in Map 1. You actually looked delighted. Like, were you thinking about how Frost was probably crumbling in his seat?
I don't really think about him. I mean, it's more like it's always funny when I play versus him. I am playing well, so it just like I don't know. It's just like happening, and I don't understand why. I mean, last time we played in kickoff, I don't really pop off, and I mean, this time, sorry, my bad, I guess.
Yeah. Actually, I want to ask about that. Like, what's been going on with your performance? We haven't seen that, like the highs that we normally see. And even today, you came in with a headache, and you look like a little cold, even though it's warm out. And you're not feeling your best, but you performed your best so far in
Yeah.
stage 1.
Sick buff, I guess.
Yeah,
no,
sick buff.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Just like just headache. Yeah, sleep bad today. So. Just
Is that the
feeling
key
better a
to?
bit. Huh?
Is that the key to playing well?
No, I don't think so. Don't be sick, guys. Be healthy, boys.
Alex is gonna
Don't
just
be
start
like me, yeah.
every night, like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
just like banging pots and pans to wake you up and just make sure you can't get a good night of sleep.
Yeah.
No.
Don't be sick.
Yeah, don't be sick. I mean, it's probably you want to end the whole match a little bit faster. And Achilles was pointing out about your defense side for Paper X. Like, what's up with that? Why is it doing so much better than your attack side? all of a sudden?
I mean, it's been already since from the last year, no?
Yeah.
We've
Actually,
been
yeah, some
a
maps.
bit struggling in attacking side, and I don't understand why. But I mean, we playing well in defense side, so we can like kind of close eyes on our attacking side. So I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we figure out what's happened with our attacking side, and we always talking about that on the screams practice time, we're always talking like why it's happening, you know, because we are like Paper X double gang, we're supposed to like go in front in attacking side, and then but yeah. We are just bad, I guess, in attacking
Yeah,
side.
well, at least we got half. That's enough.
Yeah.
So I have to ask you, I'm sorry to bring this up, but at the start of this stage you were on Neon a lot, and it wasn't going great. You swapped back to that Jet, and you're playing, really great now, back to the old form. Do you think you want to go back and try that Neon, or is that something you'd rather just forget about?
I mean, to be fair, I guess it's kind of my bad. I didn't increase my pool because I knew Yoro a bit busted, I will say, as an agent, because I mean, look, he have 2 TPs and you are basically untouchable with the op. You can do whatever you want on the map, and then I didn't put so much time on the other agents, and then right now I have to do that during the stage, and it's a bit pain, you know, as you can see on Neon. But yeah, I mean, just have to do that.
Yeah, but you're happy on the Jet now.
Yeah,
I'm
happy. I'm happy on the Jet.
I mean, it seems like, I mean, of course, we knew it was within your wheelhouse. We knew that this is well within your niche. Do you expect to just kind of just keep playing Jet regardless of the map at the moment? Like, it feels like you can get away with it.
Depends on the maps. Feels like some of the maps you have to play on Neon because Jet it's a bit troll, because some of the maps you have to take space from the start of the round, and some maps you don't have to, which is why I'm playing on Pearl, for example, on Jet, because you don't really have to force yourself to take something from the start of the round.
Should let
And
Beryl know.
Can play with up, you know. Can updraft, dash, you know, have kunais, have smokes.
It's a pretty good one. That updraft from like A main into the side. Nice.
That was nice.
That felt classic.
Yeah. Oh my God, I love something's Jet. I want to talk about Patman, your ex-teammate.
Yeah.
What is it? What do you think it is? That he gets you guys every single time, at least in terms of frags. He just finds you, catches you off guard. He ulted you guys twice.
I think it's not like he knows how we are playing. I mean, he knows how we are playing because he played with us like for a long time, for half of the season. I think it's more like he just whatever, you know, do whatever I want, take some timings, which is he did on the split every single round. He is from the start of the round already in ARMs by from attacking side when they're attacking. Sorry. I think it's just like his mindset versus us. It's just like, okay, whatever happened, it's okay. I did my best, you know, kind of like that.
Well, yeah, he's been playing really well against you guys, and of course, you guys are in playoffs now. And when we ask most players who they think is going to be, the final teams going to Vietnam, Paper X is usually up there. But who do you think will be joining you in Vietnam?
Hard to say, to be honest.
Yeah, it is hard to say. Who's your favorite? Who do you think is going to be there?
Okay, to be honest, Full Sense been playing really well.
Yeah.
And so Full Sense, us, and T1, let's say. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's a very respectable list.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty solid. I think
So 3 teams are going to London.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think Global Esports?
Global Sports also can.
Okay, also can.
Also can.
All right.
Try to walk it back a little.
Yeah.
It makes sense. You dunked on him so hard in the game. You wanted to hit him verbally as well.
Well, they can. It's true. They can.
Yes.
Well, anyway, something. I know you're not feeling really well, even though you had a stellar performance
Couldn't
today.
tell.
Yep.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Really happy to see you on Jet on multiple maps again. And yeah, go enjoy the rest of your break.
Yep.
And we'll see you again next week for your final match against KRX. How are you rating KRX right now, by the way?
They're playing so well also. Yeah. The way how they're playing, it's actually some of the calls are Bane make or not Bane. It's like fantastic, you know. And also Mako on Fracture, Chef Keys, Brimstone, you know, actually one of the best, I think.
I think I think he probably already has this written down in his notebook, but tell Alex to maybe ban the Fracture.
We'll see. We'll see. We don't mind to challenge KRX on Fracture.
I mean,
if it's happened, it's okay. We are ready to play.
I'm totally fine with that as well.
Yeah.
I'd love to watch it.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, good to hear your insights. Thank you so much, Something. And yeah, congrats. We got another playoffs team, and it's going to be PRX, and our match MVP is Something. It's been a while since we've seen him here on the MVP screen, so I'm really glad to see it, because he's honestly, since 2023, when he first joined this team, he's made such a big impact, and it was particularly as that Jet on Split that blew our minds and caught our attention. And you know, he's had some ups and downs, you know, through the various meta. So glad to see he's back.
I mean, he's always been so scary, so it's not surprising that when he takes these dips, he's able to recover just so incredibly well. So hopefully he can continue that form through playoffs, because we all know the damage this guy can do internationally, and I think a lot of people would love to see him representing Pacific at London.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a treat to watch. I mean, obviously, you know, you take the good with the bad. You know, we had that big dip performance from him in the final where he was only able to find a single kill, but you know that he's a safe, you know, option that's going to rebound, and it's not going to allow for a poor performance like that to dominate him mentally, I should say. So you know, Something kind of getting back into the swing of things, being able to really lean on the Jet again, I think is a great boon for PRX.
Oh, yeah.
Because this was way more one-sided than we could have expected.
Yeah, exactly. Even with, you know, let's roll that Patman highlight. There was just one moment where we're like, oh my god, this might mental boom PRX. I don't know why I
look at this. Yeah. Oh, it's honestly, it's actually so sick. I love the amount of work they put into this Teo. It felt so well rehearsed. I mean, Pat was having a monster game, man. This ace was amazing from him. I feel so sad that it wasn't enough for them to get it across the line.
A play like that is enough for like Trent to be watching from home and be like, Josh,
maybe.
Teo, every map, maybe. I think I can do it. But yeah, I mean, with this loss, this makes it a lot more difficult for Global Esports, because they get the win today. They could have been through to the playoffs, just like PRX are now, and now it's kind of out of their hands a bit.
You want KRX to win.
Yes.
It's time to love watch KRX. Throw those rivalries aside. Somebody replay that fist bump. It's all love now. They're on the same team. You have to support them now. It couldn't have gone any better. I mean, Frost is going to be...
I love how the sequel has become like a happy...
It's season 2.
Yeah,
I think we should...
It's enemies to lovers.
It might make him feel a little bit better after the loss. I think that somebody should give Frost like a Termy body pillow or something like that.
Yeah.
He can cuddle it and just get, you know, good vibes going ahead of the game for KRX.
And he can like fist bump it whenever he wants. It'll be so nice. With that, we got Bill, our Sandix.
No,
I thought I was so excited for Bill Dip. Which is, I don't know. Anyway, Standings, we've got a couple more teams joining playoffs officially. But what is super interesting about Group Omega, we thought it would be pretty predictable, but now with RRQ winning today, that makes it a lot less predictable.
There's one spot left.
One spot, and
Three
it's
Japanese orgs.
3 Japanese organizations, obviously with one with a Korean squad, but it's really going to come down to the wire. And I think DFM, you know, they win tomorrow. I believe they play versus Veryl. They should be through, but that is going to be a big, important game. And if Veryl's able to find the win...
Oh, then it gets crazy.
Yeah, things are going to be very nutty there for Group Omega. But for Alpha, who knows? It's still so up in the air.
Yeah, I think this is pretty exciting.
Only one team that is out of contention at this point for that
But
group.
it still matters. Like, their results still matter. And results that matter include Bill Dip. We also had Sliggy, who joined us at the top of the show to do his build dip, and we're gonna see who ended up winning out here.
I'm so screwed.
I can't believe none of us had something.
I know. We forgot.
If I had taken
something,
if I'd taken something, I would have been great. If I had gone back to Devi, who I normally lean on for my flex pick, instead of Envy, who had a surprisingly quiet day, probably would have been fine. But I'm guessing that I am probably bottom of the day as well as overall.
And we also thought Full Sense was going to win today. It was like a clean sweep.
A lot of people doubling up there on Full Sense.
Exactly.
There it
is.
It's
Quack winning out.
Oh no!
I got 69 points.
Can we zoom in more? There we go. Keep zooming.
You are so bad at this. Also.
Oh, I mean,
Paper Thin.
big day for Paper Thin.
Thin's doing okay. You know, he's all right.
Yeah.
But Quack, good job.
Well done,
This
Quack.
is like huge. You leaps and bounds.
The fact that he, oh my God, that is such a deficit as well.
That's a.
I was
big
above
jump.
him in the overall.
You might be below in the overall.
Oh, I'm absolutely below in the overall. There it is.
Oh, good job.
Oh,
All
now
right.
I'm chasing Paper
getting there.
Thin.
I am coming.
We're
for
like the
Ace of Predator laptop.
RXs right now.
We're getting there.
Oh well,
Yeah.
it's,
We're getting
okay. It's not going to be too difficult to catch up to Paper Thin.
Oh,
though.
yeah,
he's
you
old
are-
as hell. And he's
you
got
are
bad
right at the
knees,
bottom.
so
Oh,
I'll be
you
able to run him
too.
down.
Look at you two. Mika's beating you two. That's
fine.
oh man.
It's
these
fine. It's
frauds.
it's the first day of the weekend. I got time to run this back. I got
That's
2
true.
more days to assemble some solid build diff teams. I went out. I took a little punt today. Didn't work out for me. It's time to lock the hell in.
That's true. I mean, you took a little bit of a gamble with Leviathan, but that wasn't even the big gamble in the end. So you never know with build diff. It's sort of like our Group Alpha and Group Omega. It's a little bit of surprising. You can't really predict what's going to happen tomorrow. We've got Genji facing KRX, and like something was saying, KRX look really freaking good. They look dangerous right now, and
Genji don't.
Maybe Genji are in like their own traffic light of looking absolutely terrible to stealing a win. Maybe they're in the stealing a win week.
But also, I mean, what is Genji going to look like? I'm sure that people saw it, and I'm sure that we'll feature this a lot on the broadcast tomorrow. But Zinx is out. He's got a medical issue.
Yeah.
So
on the
they
week
haven't-
where you cut Foxy 9.
Yes. So they have an emergency sub from their academy team that's going to be stepping in. I don't know much about the guy. I think that he does IGL, though, for the academy team. So maybe that's a boon. But I don't really know what to expect at all from Gen G. They could just have a random show-up performance. You never know what Texture and Karan could pull out. Lakia's been actually quite steady for this squad, but KRX do look very, very good.
Also-
And then DFM Barrel.
Yeah. DFM Barrel is exciting. DFM,
DFM should win, but
who knows at this
will
point?
they?
Who knows? It's Pacific, people. No one knows.
No one ever knows. You just gotta watch it. With that, we are gonna finish up today so that you guys can rest up for tomorrow's VCT Pacific action. Achilleos, I think this is your last day with us on the desk.
It is.
For
I'm finally
stage
released
one.
from this prison.
Yeah, we're guys gonna be finding out
Thank goodness.
next week who the mystery, person is joining us. It's on a pixel, but all right. Thank you, big time, Victoria. Guys, good night. See you guys next week from tomorrow for my VCT Pacific action. Doodles.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
He's well going to get them in for you guys to back off, and you just have to worry about the backup. Full Sense already quite aware of. Here comes Primi for the check, in with the flashes. See, trying to hold on to it as much as possible. That nightfall from Killua. Yeah, now being surrounded. Still does well to at least take down 3, but
Boys looking to hold down the flank here. Let's go check in for nice double.
but countered back with convergent path, and suddenly Killua goes jump peeking. The blade's running out. He dashes in. Jemkin tries to pull it out of a hat. Jemkin pull up another last-second defuse. Look at how Primi goes for the quick reload, but he's gonna now onto the site and in with the stingers. Hide things for now, but there could be hell to pay. Oh, and he pulls it out, tosses it, and flushes Killua out to the open position. RRQ come in with a quick reverse sweep.
GE.
Packed himself as well. Goodbye, trying to look for onto the side of the barrage as well. And there's out on the side down. Should be anticipated or considered by GE at least. What is this? What the heck is that smoke? Suddenly now Autumn has to do a lot of the heavy lifting on the side. He goes down. Yunotan comes in, pulls the lizard cord. What is he? Finally unlocks something. Dive in. They managed to just at the end. No, they got caught.
Back though, round's not done just yet. Jin goes forward with the flash. Patman continues to deliver. What a round! Against his old team, deep to follow up as well.
He is up for Pat. Oh, and there it is. The ace to completion. Jump off the wall, but suddenly Jin comes in with a curveball. Oh, Divine, what have you done? PRX lock themselves into playoffs with the
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
And we know shape matters.
Shape is king. This one has both our experience,
our family name,
the next piece of our legacy.
Built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments. The Susanto Brothers Mouse.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.